Ryumin was once just another player thrown into a brutal survival game by the gods. Granted 100 lives by the system, he died over and over again climbing the deadly floors of the game, while countless others fell around him, and on his 99th attempt, he finally succeeded. Only undefeated, he stood at the door of the final boss, ready to end the nightmare. But instead of victory, he suffered the cruelest blow yet. The door required 5 players to open, and he was the only one left. He met on immediate death. That death triggered his 100th and final regression. The time reversal rune turned back time one last time, sending Ryumin back to the beginning, to the moment before the game started. Without powers, without allies, just his memories and the awareness that this would be his last chance. Now, trapped in the body of his younger self on New Year's Eve, surrounded by classmates who once bullied and mocked him, Ryumin plans not to be the victim ever again. With everything he has learned from 100 lives of struggle and death, he is determined to prepare, recruit the right allies, and go through the game with calculated vengeance. This time he will not only survive and not die again, he will dominate even the gods who orchestrated this damn game. An unknown sound breaks the noise. The voice mocks humans in a twistedly funny tone, calling them laughable for being so full of themselves, unaware of what is about to happen. Everyone stands frozen in confusion, and one by one they rush toward the direction of the sound, only to see a radiant woman slowly descending from the sky with an angelic glow. She looks at them as if they are nothing, casually comparing humans to pathetic monkeys trapped in a cage. The humans watch in awe, completely absorbed in the surreal sight unfolding before them, many convinced it's just a high-tech hologram, while some can't help but admire the stunning beauty of the angelic lady. Even Min looks at her, although for him it is far from fascinating as he has gone through this very moment repeatedly for the last 99 years, and frankly now finds it more insulting than impressive. The angelic lady smiles with that same condescending look and mocks the humans for falling for her so easily. A guy clearly irritated by what he thinks is just an elaborate joke points at her and demands to know who she is, asking if this is some ridiculous costume or a street drama with flying props. The moment he casually refers to her as a floating piece of tissue paper, Min instantly knows this man just sealed his fate. At that moment, her eyes gleam a deep, furious red, and in one swift movement, she decapitates the man in a fit of madness. His blood splatters the crowd, leaving everyone frozen in terror and soaked in fear. The lady who was once elegant now stands as an unyielding figure, declaring this as a just punishment for an insignificant human who dared to speak against someone superior to him. With a sharp voice and a chilling gaze, she warns the others that if anyone else chooses to question her, they too will meet the same ruthless end. Once silence settles, she tells everyone to listen closely as she begins to explain the situation they are in. Min feels nothing but irritation hearing the same speech once again, comparing it to those boring school announcements from the principal that seem to last forever. She tells them they are going to play a game, a total of 20 rounds, one to be held each month, then explains that their souls will be transported to another dimension for this. All they need to do in that dimension is complete a mission assigned to them. She adds that once they finish their missions, they will return to reality, rewarded for their efforts. Everyone is confused by the vague and incomplete explanation, wondering if completing the mission could really guarantee their survival. Just as they start to overthink the idea of survival, the angelic lady speaks, clarifying that while it may seem like they could survive by completing the mission, it actually doesn't guarantee their lives. She reveals the truth that only half of them will leave alive, depending on their ranks and achievements. As panic begins to spread through the crowd, she calmly adds that they will only take humans aged 15 to 29, leaving everyone else behind. An old man bursts out laughing, shouting that he has survived, which immediately enrages one of Ryung Min's subordinates, who grabs him by the neck and starts to fight. Ryung Min quickly intervenes and silences his man, telling him he should try to understand the situation unless he wants to literally explode. Right after that, the angelic woman announces that over 18 million people are going to participate in this game and immediately begins the teleportation process. Everyone is sent to a place where they cannot see each other and are asked to create their avatar before the soul transfer begins. She warns them to be very careful with what they choose, as there won't be a second chance to do it again. Min chooses the same avatar he has been picking for the last 99 lives and calls it Black Scythe once more. After confirming his choice, he finds himself standing in an area with grass. He has maintained this same body for as long as he can remember, and at this point, it feels more like his real body than anything else. Just then, the rest of the participants are also teleported. None of them seem particularly scared, and one guy even tries to act important by asking his friend if he looks like him. Min already knows what's going on. Everyone has tried to look as attractive or cute as possible, but if someone had any common sense, they wouldn't have done it because flashy appearances only make them easier targets, and once they're dead, they're gone forever. Just when Min starts to wonder where the bully is, young Min appears, looking excessively muscular and shiny. The guy has once again bet everything, creating the most muscular body he could. While everyone is still enjoying the novelty of their new bodies and the brief change in mood, The angelic woman appears out of nowhere, commenting that everyone seems to be having fun with their avatars. Her mere presence immediately kills the atmosphere. Tension fills the air as panic spreads about what could happen next. One of the humans speaks up, pointing out that the group doesn't exactly look like a million people, making the angelic lady frown as she sternly explains that this isn't the only place and that others are gathered in different groups with other angels. Before the first round begins, the large and angry angelic lady gives them a quick summary and tells them to imagine a status window in their minds. Min opens his own status panel and instantly feels annoyed, knowing he'll have to level up from scratch again. Once everyone sees their status window, the lady points out that they are basically rookies at this moment, which any player with basic experience could have guessed already. She tells them to start getting stronger, and adds that if they somehow manage to surpass level 20, not only will they survive, but they'll also be granted a free wish. Then she indicates that they should think of an inventory, as she has left a small gift there for each of them. Everyone checks and finds a single rune piece waiting inside. The great and fearsome angelic lady explains that this random rune piece is a one-time use item and can only be activated while they are still at level 1. She tells them it's a unique item given only at this moment and explains how they are supposed to use it. Jungmin doesn't waste any time and activates his immediately, looking truly amazed by the result. The great, bad, and angry angelic lady casually comments that everyone will be satisfied with what they receive, and once the runes are fully engraved, she finally reveals their missions. Just then, a mission window appears in front of each person, instructing them to eliminate 100 goblins each. Goblins start to appear everywhere, forcing the humans to stay on high alert. Suddenly, it starts to look like someone managed to commercialize virtual reality, and everyone has been captured as test subjects for a new game. The great, bad, and angry lady then unleashes a wave of 10,000 goblins against a group of 5,000 defenseless and completely inexperienced humans, ordering them to fight with clear intent to kill. Min calmly steps forward and begins walking toward the monsters, catching everyone's attention, and in the blink of an eye, crushes a goblin as if it were nothing, making it all seem too easy. Min knows that first impressions last almost forever, and for some reason, he wants everyone to remember exactly who he is. The reason is simple in his mind. He just wants to keep all the annoying pests away from him, and to do that, he needs to make it very clear how strong he is. Plus, he wants to catch the attention of the angelic lady. To achieve all these goals at once, he puts on such an impressive show that everyone watching starts to wonder if he's some kind of elite soldier straight out of a secret military program. And to top it off, they even find his nickname, the Black Scythe. Seriously, so cool. Seeing Min act like a true professional ignites everyone around him, and they decide to give it a try too, thinking goblins should be the weakest monsters anyway. Just when they start to get arrogant, a goblin suddenly jumps out of nowhere and plunges its dagger straight through a human, making it clear that this isn't some harmless tutorial fight. The moment that happens, panic erupts, and instead of helping, everyone just turns around and runs for their lives. The goblins quickly swarm the crowd and start slicing people, turning everything into chaos. Min knows exactly what's going through their minds. Most probably thought this was just some kind of game, but he's sure their survival instincts will kick in at any moment, and when that happens, all they'll do is run, leaving everyone else behind without a second thought. Min had done the same once, and it took him 2 whole lives to finally understand that there was no reason to run from the monsters here. A girl trying to flee crashes directly into some sort of invisible barrier, painfully making it clear to everyone that they really have no other option. They have to fight. For modern humans who haven't even had to kill an insect, being forced to kill goblins just to survive puts them against the wall. And now the only way they'll get through this is by completely changing who they are. One by one, people start to fall, and those barely holding on scream for someone to save them. Meanwhile, the great and wicked angelic lady seems to enjoy the massacre, fully aware that while goblins may be weak individually, they become terrifying when they attack in swarms and start using weapons. Moreover, she finally starts to show some interest in our boy, just as he hoped. The lady finds it quite frustrating that she can't get a glimpse of the player's information beyond their mission progress, feeling it's beneath her, especially for someone of her caliber. Still, she finds watching Black Scythe quite entertaining. Min continues slicing goblins with ease, making it look like child's play. Only a quarter of his goal remains, so he picks up the pace, ruthlessly killing them until the remaining goblins start to retreat, fleeing for their lives. This gives him a moment to breathe, and in that brief pause, he opens his status menu, discovering that he has reached level 4. Every time someone levels up, they gain 2 stat points, and Min assigns all his points to his speed. He knows that in this heavenly game, the speed stat increases both attack speed and movement speed, and from his past experiences, he has learned that there is no stat more important than speed at the beginning of the game. After putting on a show to catch the angel's attention, Min decides it's time to finish quickly. He throws his sword like Mowgli's whip and retrieves it, taking out some of the monsters. The remaining goblins, realizing they stand no chance, come to a halt. Min approaches them and finishes the job, ensuring that all of them die, finally completing his mission. While Min breezes through the first round, he takes a moment to reflect on his actions. He realizes that the reason he pushed so hard against the goblins was not only to grab the attention of the angelic woman but also to be the first person on both maps, the player and the world, to complete the mission. A golden window appears in front of him, revealing that he completed the mission in a total of 10 minutes and 21 seconds, making him first. Min knows that the top 3 winners receive special rewards, and by coming in first, he gets a rare base-level weapon ticket, along with a unique reward box, for being number 1 on the world map. The player panics, but it's too late as Joe responds with his own sword. As he starts attacking with his small sword, another arrow grazes his face. Spotting the cowardly archer, Joe wastes no time and aims with the spear he pulled out. The player tries to shoot again, but a quick spear to the head stops him dead in his tracks. Joe holds his wounded side, angry at his carelessness and cursed title. Mr. Documentary is desperate to get rid of his title and regrets turning down the deal Min offered earlier, but decides that a real man like him values his pride more and doesn't serve anyone like a little dog. He then scans his surroundings, desperate to find a way to escape from the relentless players and hunt safely. An opportunity presents itself in the form of the third strongest player when he sees the black-bearded dragon destroying the goblins. A wicked smile spreads across Joe's face as he approaches the black dragon, activates his authority powers over it, and orders it to be the personal bodyguard of the president. Min opens the rewards for his first place on the player map and finds a variety of weapons. Meanwhile, Min is racking up experience points while effortlessly eradicating the goblins. Our protagonist opens his inventory and is pleasantly surprised to discover that he has already collected the desired amount. The grind doesn't stop there, and he decides to gather another 2,000 gold just for fun. Min has a moment of great insight when he realizes he can buy 2 skills and get the thought rune ahead of schedule. The goblins try to sneak up on Black Scythe while he's distracted, but they fail to catch him off guard as he swiftly annihilates them with a quick swing of his scythe. The other goblins hesitate to advance after seeing their friends being slaughtered, but Min isn't done yet and taunts the monsters for being weak, causing them to charge at him instead. After that, a beam of light suddenly illuminates the night sky, distracting the players from their ongoing fights. One by one, the goblins begin to glow and slowly disappear into thin air. The remaining players start celebrating their victory in the first wave, although they are completely exhausted to continue fighting. Min realizes that nearly 1,000 players died and reconsiders how dangerous the weakened goblins really are. From the options, Min chooses the stiletto, a beginner's dagger, discarding the one he used to finish the round. Our boy searches among the survivors, sees Joe, and is surprised that he managed to survive, but he might not be so lucky in the next round. The gangster is angry because instead of fighting the monsters, the players decided to attack him while one of them tries to sneak up on him. The NPC lunges to attack, but is taken down by the brainwashed Black Dragon and young Min. Joe is relieved to have survived thanks to these 2 pawns protecting him. Young Min expresses concern for his lord's wound, but Joe is more intrigued by the fact that he didn't have to use his mind control powers on this fool. He groans in pain while gripping the wound tightly in a desperate attempt to stop the bleeding and wonders if he will survive the next round. He grits his teeth and tries to motivate himself to survive out of spite, to prove all those who doubted him wrong. A sudden siren alerts all the players and informs them that the next round is about to begin and will also include Hope Goblins. The second wave of monsters strikes without warning, while Min is there cultivating aura, preparing to gather some free experience. Our boy resumes the goblin genocide and continues swinging his deadly scythe, taking out a bunch of goblins like it's child's play. He decides to save the world map as a reward for later and checks his status menu, noticing that everyone around him is still struggling to deal with the pathetic goblins. Soon after, the system notification informs our boy that he has reached level 20. His rank updates to regular, filling him with satisfaction now that he has unlocked crafting that allows him to combine skills and fuse all his junk to create high-quality gear. Additionally, the system rewards him with a new skill and upgrades his previous one, Death's Zeal, which pleases Min since his skill set combines well with his runes. The brainless goblins try to attack our boy again, but they immediately get caught in total darkness when Min activates his newly acquired skill, Death's Night. Black Scythe swiftly passes by the blinded goblins with ease, sending them into a permanent sleep one by one. The darkness melts everything in its path and leaves behind a mountain of monster bodies as the system notification appears to announce that the second wave has ended. Our protagonist drops his scythe with a dull thud and decides it's time to use the quest shop to acquire a new skill. He browses the shop for a while and finally chooses Sixth Sense, which allows him to sense anything within 30 meters around him. Min activates the skill and only picks up the dead goblins around him, reminding him that he still needs to gather another 20,000 gold. The third wave begins with Min killing goblins as usual, while the Black Dragon continues running under Joe's mental control. Min then looks at the title he won, the Last Time Traveler, one he has never received in his past 99 lives. After the third wave, players face gnolls in the fourth attack, Joe makes the most of his mind control powers and shamelessly uses his fellow humans as meat shields to save his own skin. After a long and brutal fight, the system notification sounds again to signal the end of the 4th round. Joe barely stands, sweat running down his face, as he wonders how deep of a hole he has managed to dig himself into. The gangster has already spent the 10 charges of his power and convinces himself that he is safe for now, as long as his hypnotized players stay alive. The system announces that the final wave is about to start and players will have to face nearly 11,000 big guys, which leaves them frozen in pure shock. Quickly descending into madness, players and monsters are busy stabbing each other, while Joe desperately tries to take advantage of the walking experience bags and finally snatch first place. His little delirious fantasy ends when he turns his head and sees 2 of his lackeys getting impaled. Some players who are still hungry for the representative spot charge at Joe determine to take him out of the fight. He panics and pushes 2 of the hypnotized players in front of him, shouting at them to do their job right and cursing the cowards for coming after him when the round is almost over. Curious, he uses the rune he acquired and receives the time reversal rune. A few well-placed arrows take down the zombies, and the players advance with their weapons raised, so he panics even more and decides to flee to survive and fight another day. The players chase him, refusing to let the bully escape, while Joe runs as fast as his legs can carry him. At one of the doors, the documentary man sees our hero, who is catching his breath from the chaos. The gangster rushes towards him in a desperate move and pleads to serve under him if that means getting protection. Min remains silent, and when Joe repeats himself, Min gives him a deadly glare and refuses without a second thought. Joe's face pales as Min reminds him that turning down his offer once means there's no next time, then walks away without hesitation. Joe tries to keep up, not understanding the situation, but Min coldly states that he has no use for someone who has already used all their commands. Joe curses himself for not accepting the offer when he had the chance and knows there's no way out now. The players quickly notice he no longer has protection, and Joe shudders in fear. The documentary man watches in dread as the players mock him, saying his life will be a documentary from now on. Just as it begins to engrave itself on his body, the system notifies him that there are remnants of the rune's effect on him, causing the engraving to fail. Thinking all hope is lost, Joe braces himself as the players approach to end his misery, but a voice suddenly calls to him. John Min appears offering support to his superiors. Joe feels surprised to see him there and lets his guard down for a moment, only for his subordinate to double him with a brutal right hook. The blow sends Joe crashing to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Holding his broken jaw in agony, he watches John Min smile like a devil and warn him to say his prayers. The gangster tries to spit an insult, but John Min silences him with another punch. The subordinate pins him down and keeps hitting him again and again. The documentary man looks at his subordinate in horror, unable to speak through his shattered face, as his miserable life flashes before his eyes. John Min rises with a menacing aura and steps on Joe, ending his subscription to life forever. He laughs heartily as the system declares him the new leader of the area and immediately begins dreaming of all the fun he plans to have with his famous platonic love. This does not surprise Min. Looking disdainfully at the failure of a senpai, the bully thanks Joe for giving him new powers and blames him for this disaster, saying none of this would have happened if Joe hadn't been so cowardly. After that, the new leader faces the crowd and acts as if everything went exactly as he planned, leaving the players completely bewildered. Everyone feels disgusted and shocked at the same time that a guy would sink so low, flattering the gangster only to betray him in the end. The players quickly get angry that a traitor like him is their new leader and decide to get rid of him immediately. John Min expects this and runs straight towards our protagonist. When Min turns to look at him, John Min excitedly shouts that he is now in charge. Min seems completely uninterested, so the bully repeats the same offer he once made to Joe and insists that he will do whatever Min wants. John Min has a moment of clarity, thinking that Min rejected Joe because he had already exhausted his powers, but believes that isn't the case for him, so there should be no reason to reject him. Our guy tells the bully directly that his face is ugly and says he could forgive his annoying ass if he kneels. The gangster looks confused, wondering why they still treat him like trash, but Min calmly reminds him that he is the one who needs him. If the rune had successfully engraved, it could have created an endless time reversal glitch, which would have been too powerful. Our guy orders him to kneel again, which really infuriates him, but a glance at the furious crowd, ready to tear him apart, makes him swallow his pride and drop down immediately. The bully asks Daddy Black Scythe to show mercy and save a weakling like him, while Min observes, barely interested as he remembers all the times he humiliated John Min like this before. Still, he admits that even a pile of trash like him could have some use. Black Scythe agrees to take him under his wing, while John Min repeatedly uses the reverence emoticon and thanks his master for showing mercy. Min tells the bully to leave him and walks towards the crowd, standing right in front of his new lackey. The players immediately start sweating bullets, scared to face our hero. One of them suggests attacking him together, but quickly retracts when his friend reminds him of the Goblins' massacre. The players huddle together and begin to brainstorm ideas, while Min throws in his own, saying they can behave like good boys and disperse or stay and face his sword. He advises them to take the first option, as he might forget the difference between humans and monsters if they don't. The threat makes all the players shudder greatly and retreat one by one, not wanting to risk their lives for nothing. The system further informs Min that due to his 100 regressions, he has unlocked a new title. The bully watches in awe at how powerful our hero's presence is and feels relieved to have switched sides, even if his start was difficult. Our guy looks around and realizes that the 5th round is about to end peacefully, as almost all the monsters are eliminated. Wanting to liven things up, Min flashes a mischievous smile and calls his new subordinate. John Min stands firm, ready to take orders, and Min tells him to follow exactly what he says, without a single word of complaint. Our guy casually announces that he is using all his 10 commands and orders everyone to break the large shining stone. The clueless guy stupidly asks what the artifact is before realizing that the angel warned them that things would get really bad if anything happened, but the gangster is more worried about why he has to use all 10 of his commands and demands an explanation. He pleads with Min to at least let him keep one, but our guy stands firm in his decision. John Min agrees to follow his master's will, while Min adds that he will choose the names himself. Black Scythe calls out the list of players, and John Min is surprised to notice a pattern. Most of the names belong to his own friends, making him wonder if this is some kind of sick joke. Min understands that titles are an enhanced form of runes in the game. His supposed friends ask him if he really plans to go through with it, but the thug just throws out a fake apology and claims it's nothing personal. John Min activates his mind control powers and commands the players to attack the artifact. That's when chaos erupts, as the system warns all remaining players that their lifeline is now in danger. The Toombies begin smashing their weapons against the artifact, while the survivors scream and plead for them to stop. They rush toward the crystal, desperate to free the victims. When words fail, they resort to violence. But it's already too late as the large crystal shatters. The crowd panics immediately as the system announces that their punishment for failing to protect the artifact has begun. A divine punisher will descend and rain hell upon them while they run like mice for half an hour. Min stands still with a wicked grin, as the system has unlocked the hidden mission and offered a reward of 3,000 gold coins for completing it. A hidden and a side mission suddenly appear, urging players to survive the Punisher for 30 minutes. Looking at the details of his new title, he discovers that it grants him the ability to completely revive once after death. Afterward, they will be rewarded with 3,000 gold coins, a better reward than the 2,000 gold coins they would have earned for protecting the artifact. Everyone celebrates, but Min, knowing more, realizes that destroying the artifact has its own cost. The stats of the players who attacked the artifact decreased by 50%, understandably infuriating them with the map representative. At that moment, the artifact penalizes Myung-min by permanently reducing his stats by 50%, which Min considers a death sentence. Our protagonist decides to open the shop and buy some basic items with the gold he has left to boost his stats for the next challenge of defeating the Punisher. He uses item combinations, first combining a necklace with the purple crystal to increase all his stats by 1 point. Then he combines his armor with the navy blue crystal to reduce the damage taken by 1 point. And then he pairs his scythe with an orange crystal to increase its power by 2 stat points, knowing he will need all the help he can get. Suddenly, a buzzing sound fills the air as everyone prepares to face the distributor of divine punishment. It's a tough task, as Min already knows from his previous game where only 500 players survived. Min remembers that the resurrection ability is generally reserved for priests, and even they can only revive someone with 30% health. Surviving the distributor is so difficult that it normally takes 5 level 40 players to defeat it. But Min is determined to face the challenge alone, intending to claim the rewards for himself. When the sky opens and a golden light emerges, Min continues with confidence. He knows he can succeed because he holds the title of First Angel Killer, which doubles his stats against any opponent of the Holy Order, including the Divine Punisher now before them. The Liberator descends to the ground, and people initially underestimate him due to his size, thinking avoiding him will be an easy task. As the bells on his staff softly chime, the Liberator takes a few steps forward, raises his staff to the sky, and strikes it to the ground, instantly creating an expansive force field around him, called the Restriction Field. The dome-shaped field extends outward, trapping many players inside, and as soon as they are trapped, their stats decrease by 50%. The hero estimates that at least 300 players are now trapped, doomed by their fate as the Liberator begins his attack. With a majestic aura of blue light, millions of light arrows shoot from the Liberator's staff in all directions, annihilating everything and everyone in their path. Players try to flee but cannot avoid the arrows while trapped in the restriction field, just as Min had predicted. However, his title is much more powerful, offering a full recovery. He sees his chance, darts behind the bearer, and waits for the field to dissipate. Once it does, he moves forward without worrying about being heard, knowing the bearer has no ears. He shortens the distance, getting about 5 meters from the level boss, and places a death seal on him, but it's too late. The messenger turns around, but Min's scythe pierces his eye and quickly retreats to a safe spot. The death seal informs him that the messenger now has 60% health after a single hit. As predicted, the deliverer activates his restriction field again to trap the black scythe, but Min is not close. The field lowers, and Min doesn't waste a second. He lunges at the deliverer again, aiming for his other eye. The deliverer growls in pain and enables his field once more, trapping Min inside, but it doesn't faze him. He knows the boss isn't blind and has the accuracy of a stormtrooper. Min is astonished by the power of his title and quickly uses the system's hide function to keep it a secret. The deliverer tries to kill the hero by shooting arrows in all directions, but it quickly becomes a futile effort once Min activates his Death Knight ability, which absorbs all the arrows. Since light cannot escape from darkness, the arrows are consumed without a trace. The black scythe then makes a great leap forward, swinging its scythe with deadly precision to finish the job. With a quick slash of his scythe, Min cuts one of the wings off the deliverer. The messenger tries to counterattack, but the protagonist dodges the attack and cuts the other wing, reducing the messenger's health to just 10%. However, instead of finishing the job right away, Min steps back as the messenger activates his ability, the Last Glorious Storm, which grants temporary invincibility. If Min had gone for the head, the deliverer would have survived and escaped, making it a gamble to finish the fight. During his invincibility, the deliverer launches a desperate series of attacks, hoping to take down the black scythe. Min, however, watches the spectacle with amusement from afar. Once the invincibility fades, Min doesn't waste any time. Once he's finished reviewing everything, he wonders if anyone else has completed the mission and how Jong Min, the bully, is doing. With a single clean motion, he sends the deliverer's head flying. His level increases, and he earns a considerable amount of gold for the achievement, becoming the first player to kill the deliverer of divine punishment. Additionally, he unlocks the title Against Divine Punishment, which reduces damage taken by 80% when facing enemies of the Holy Order. He also receives a condensed ether and the rune of the Glorious Storm. The ether can be used to craft divine-level items, while the rune enhances the effects of divine-level skills and increases intelligence depending on the player's rank. For completing the side quest, each player receives a reward of 3,000 gold coins, leaving them relieved and happy. As they whisper among themselves, anxiety persists in the face of Black Scythe's overwhelming power. Even the angel seems impressed and eager to interview him. She asks him why he chose to kill the executor of divine punishment, when all he had to do was survive to be rewarded. He replies that he doesn't like to see people die, surprising them all as they realize that the hero actually has a moral compass. The angel, puzzled, wonders how humans can switch so easily between killing each other and protecting one another, while the hero smirks, knowing that narcissistic angels wouldn't understand compassion. He sees Jongmin fighting alongside his friends, and knows he will survive the round as well. Then, the angel reminds the players that their lives still depend on their ranks and shows the results. Once again, our hero, Black Scythe, takes first place in both maps, having killed 3,600 monsters solo and reached level 30, all thanks to an experience boost. He receives a unique reward box and a mid-level rare ring ticket for taking first place. For the ring ticket, he chooses the Ring of Resilience, knowing that despite its seemingly weak description, it helps resist status effects that could kill a player. For the unique reward, he chooses gold because he knows the next round won't be about killing monsters. The angel announces that the first 1,225 players will survive the round, sending the lower-ranked players into a panic as they rush to negotiate their exit, but to no avail. Anyone ranked below the limit disappears forever, and the remaining players are returned to the real world. The scene shifts to Erin, who wakes up in her room, relieved not only to have survived the round, but also to have obtained the profession of summoner, allowing her to summon fairies that cast shields for protection. It was the protection of the fairies and the distraction from the monsters by Sion Chul that helped her not only survive, but also achieve third place on the local leaderboard. She receives a purple crystal for her third place, and wonders if Black Scythe would appreciate it as a gift. As the number of humans approaches that of the goblins, the angel, bored, decides to summon more goblins to continue the chaos. Meanwhile, at Jongmin's house, he throws a tantrum, breaking the table lamp and cursing the protagonist for permanently lowering his stats. He regrets having ordered his friends to break the artifact, when suddenly his phone rings, and upon seeing who is calling, he realizes he is lost. He answers the phone, and Sion Chul's voice instantly yells at him from the other side for using his command right to control his own friends. Jongmin tries to justify his actions by telling him that Black Scythe would have killed him if he hadn't complied. But Sion Chul simply responds that he should have died, instead of dragging his friends to death with him. Jongmin attempts to negotiate, mentioning how his stats were permanently halved, but Sion Chul shouts at him that this does not justify controlling his friends, and the problem wouldn't have happened if he hadn't become greedy and taken the representative role in the first place. Sion Chul calls him a traitor. Before Jongmin can say another word, Sion Chul tells him not to ever speak to him again and never try to approach him in the other world, or he might kill him. Almost bursting with rage, Zhongmin still calls himself the victim and tries to call his other friends for help to kill Xian Huan, but no one answers. In a fit of rage, he throws his phone onto the bed, muttering that he doesn't need his friends because life is a solitary struggle. He grits his teeth, boiling with anger at Xian Huan's death threat, and vows to kill him and everyone else if he ever has the chance. Meanwhile, the bodies of the fallen humans begin to disappear, leaving their loved ones crying in despair. The scene shifts to the hotel, where manager Xian Chul informs Ma about the last round. They both comment that the round was a bit difficult, but Xian Chul points out that the weakening of the monsters made things a little easier. Ma asks about his level and profession, and Xian Chul replies that he is a level 11 knight, while Aaron is at the same level and is a summoner by profession. Ma finds this surprising, and Xian Chul explains that Aaron summoned a fairy that casts shields over them for protection, allowing them to hunt monsters safely. Suddenly, Ma advises Xian Chul to get closer to Aaron and even date her if he wants, a suggestion that makes him uncomfortable. Ma explains that it will be easier to discover Aaron's weaknesses by approaching her, and finds Xian Chul's puzzled expression amusing. He adds that Xian Chul can reject the proposal if he wants. Xian Chul responds by saying that the actress wouldn't be interested, as she never speaks to him informally. Ma then gets straight to the point and asks what else Xian Chul had to inform, to which the manager apologizes for not being able to extend his thanks to Black Scythe, nor offer any help in any way. He explains how the hero defeated the deliverer of divine punishment almost instantaneously, as if he knew exactly what its weaknesses were, and that Black Scythe doesn't seem to need any help at all. The massive wave of 50,000 goblins overwhelms the humans struggling to defeat them. Ma realizes that he severely underestimated Black Scythe, and feels embarrassed for considering himself superior just because of the Dark Knight's rune. Now he has a strong desire to meet the hero in person, and he apologizes to the manager for not having fulfilled his task. After that, he asks if the manager has located the bullies who attacked them, to which the manager confirms. He tells Ma that the name of the first person is Zhongmin Huang, and although there are many people with that name across the country, they narrow it down to 5 suspects if they assume the perpetrator lives in Seoul. The manager further explains that the exact location will be determined in about a month, giving them time until the end of the 4th round. Continuing, Ma asks how much gold Xian Chul has saved, and the manager responds with 10,000. Ma tells him that it's only half of the amount they need to buy the skills tracker at the game store. At that moment, the manager recalls something important and informs Ma that he has a shareholder who bought a significant stake in his company, Chunma Consulting Group. Upon hearing that the person bought 31% of the shares, Ma is left speechless, realizing that this amounts to 280 million wons. Ma wonders who could have that much money and starts considering the possibilities. The target count for those who need to qualify inches closer to the mark until it finally surpasses 5,000, causing the goblins to vanish. He thinks it could be a wealthy secret entrepreneur or one of his brothers plotting against him, because logically, anyone who buys a third of the shares must have done it to influence the company's decisions. Now worried, Ma asks his boss for this investor's contact information. Meanwhile, back in the hero's apartment, Min is lying on the bed waiting for a call from the company when suddenly, one bursts through the door and asks what level his brother is. Apparently, the kids have been bragging about their brothers who have high levels at school, and he is annoyed because one kid's brother has a level of 11 and a profession. Min assures him that his level is higher, but does not reveal his true level to hide his identity. He tells one that his level is 12, but decides not to reveal his profession, calling it a secret, and dismisses him. Just then, the hero receives a call from Kyungrok Ma, the CEO of the company. Min decides to act calmly and not reveal anything about his true nature. He asks why he has been called, and Ma tells him that she wants to meet the biggest investor in her company in person during a meal. He asks if Friday works, but since the hero has a mission that day, he decides on Saturday instead. Those who haven't qualified say their goodbyes as they fade into the air, leaving no trace. As the hero suspected, Ma's big investment in the company was meant to impress her father and had caught his attention. The hero begins to make plans to acquire the thought rune before his meeting with Ma. The hero remembers that there are several ways to acquire a rune, either by visiting specific locations in different rounds, completing missions, or defeating boss monsters. Occasionally, even normal monsters can drop them. However, it is extremely rare to find a rune in the real world, as it requires very specific conditions. He remembers this as he enters an abandoned warehouse and waits for someone named Su Kyung Jung. Yang's nickname turns out to be the same as his real name, something the hero clearly remembers. He was the criminal who kidnapped his brother in a previous regression, seeking critical information about future events. Yang knew that the hero was a time traveler because he had obtained the thought rune and could read both Min's mind and his brother's. Since that incident, Min has vowed to take revenge on Yang in every subsequent regression. One man keeps shouting at the big bad angel lady that she just needs to kill one more, but the rules of the game remain the same. Although the hero claims he no longer holds a grudge, he still heads to the warehouse with the intention of acquiring the thought rune before Yang. To conceal his identity, he puts on a mask. Suddenly, the door bursts open and Yang enters, carrying a lady over his shoulder. Without hesitation, he throws her to the ground, ruthlessly tearing the tape from her mouth. He warns her not to scream, but as soon as her mouth is free, she immediately screams for help. The thug appears visibly annoyed and tells her not to waste time with typical pleas like begging for mercy, saying she has a child, or negotiating money for her freedom. However, the woman surprises him by apologizing, which momentarily confuses him. Yang frowns and asks why she is apologizing, and she nervously explains that she had looked at him the night before, which angered him. The thug, being the idiot he is, mocks her and demands to know why she did something she now regrets. He tells her that she ruined his mood. Only half of the people in each round are meant to qualify. The thug then remembers the events from 2 days ago. He had been wandering the streets looking for a victim when he saw a woman he found attractive. Silently, he followed her from a distance, waiting for the right moment. When she entered an alley and was alone, he seized the opportunity, jumping in front of her and activating an ability that made his body shine like a solar flare, reminding him of something from Dragon Ball. The woman, temporarily blinded by the intense light, couldn't see anything, leaving her vulnerable. The bully enjoyed the power he had over her, excited by the fact that he could do whatever he wanted and get away with it. He couldn't help but reflect on how useless his life used to be, with nothing interesting to fill his days. But after acquiring the glow rune, he could temporarily blind others, giving him control to exploit them at will. In another incident, the bully walks into a cafe, immediately fixing his gaze on the pretty barista behind the counter. He orders an iced Americano, and she tells him it will be 5,001. The survivors who manage to move on to the next round are terrified to see their fallen comrades disappear. After paying, he casually asks where the usual part-time worker is, explaining that he is a regular customer. She responds that all the part-time workers have quit due to the dangerous nature of the world, now with the constant risk of dying during any game round. Curious, he asks if she is the boss, and she confirms it. Then, without missing a beat, he asks her age, commenting that she looks young. She tells him she is 32, which he dismisses as a good thing since she isn't a player. However, he is actually aware that she is vulnerable due to her lack of skills. So, without any hesitation, he asks for her number, directly admitting that he likes her. This catches her by surprise, and she stands there, uncomfortable, not knowing how to respond. The bully, misinterpreting the situation, takes her silence as an insult. He accuses her of thinking he is ugly, and uses this as an excuse to demand a refund. The big bad angel lady tells them they should be grateful to survive and urges them to try harder if they want to pass the second round. He snatches her money and storms out of the store, grinding his teeth in frustration. As he leaves, he mutters to himself about how it's always the pretty people who judge others without realizing how perverted his approach had been. Determined to get revenge, he decides to ambush her later, planning to surprise her in an alley. In the warehouse, the woman begs for forgiveness, promising to never judge anyone again, but the bully remains unsatisfied with her response. Young pushes her down to the ground again and grabs her wrists, telling her she doesn't sound sincere, so she will have to face the consequences. She struggles to free herself, but he tells her to stay still as he continues his attempt to humiliate her. Suddenly, the hero shouts from behind, ordering the bully to stop, sending a wave of fear through Yang. Thinking it's a detective, Yang demands to know who's there, only to be surprised by the sight of a tall figure holding a huge scythe, their face hidden behind a white mask. The hero calls him an idiot and tells the woman to run while she can. Yang tries to threaten her, but the protagonist is faster, lunging forward and striking the handle of his scythe into the bully's groin, instantly paralyzing him with unbearable pain. Before letting them go, the system shows their rewards and the leaderboard. Min tells the woman to leave, and once she's gone, he turns to the thug and coldly declares that the real game has just begun. The thug starts cursing at Min and tries to act tough, but the hero just finds the whole situation amusing. He lunges at the masked hero with repeated stabbing attempts, trying to hit him, but Min easily dodges each attempt without breaking a sweat. Clearly unimpressed, Min mocks him for still clinging to a goblin dagger, and without hesitation, cleanly cuts off his hand. The thug shudders and trembles in pain, but Min steps closer and casually asks if that hurts, letting him know that this is just the beginning. As the hero quickly takes care of his other arm, Sang finally realizes that death is approaching him. Desperate to survive, he tries to use his glow ability to blind the masked hero and run away, but to his surprise, it does nothing. It turns out Min had already activated his Death Knight ability beforehand, extinguishing all traces of light in the area before the thug even realized what was coming. Without wasting a second, he leaps through the darkness and cleanly cuts both of the thug's ankles in one swift motion, causing another loud scream of pain as the thug curses and collapses, then demands to know why the masked hero is subjecting him to all this. Min doesn't bother giving a long answer and instead drives his sword into the side of the thug's thigh, casually throwing out a rhetorical question about why people use pesticides in the first place. Everyone receives 1,000 gold coins that they can use to buy items in the shop once level 10 is unlocked. Without giving him time to think, Min plunges the blade into his other thigh and calmly explains that pests like him tend to cause problems when left alone, then continues to attack him from both sides in a brutal series of cuts, clearly aiming to break the little spirit the thug has left. Barely able to speak, the thug begins to question why they are treating him so cruelly, and wonders aloud if the masked protagonist has some kind of grudge against him. The pain keeps increasing until it's too much to bear, and in a desperate move, he tries to end it all by biting his tongue. Min quickly understands and cuts that off immediately, letting him know there's no way he's going to die easily, then continues stabbing him even harder, making it clear that the punishment is far from over. Sang pleads with the hero to just end his life, but Min just mocks the request and asks if he even understands why he's being tortured like this. And when Sang admits he doesn't remember, Min tells him they've crossed paths before and even calls him by his name. It's then that Sang starts to assume the protagonist must be related to the woman, but Min immediately dismisses it without hesitation. Min begins to explain that Sang once kidnapped his younger brother in exchange for a vital piece of information, though Sang tries to deny any implication. Before he can even finish, the masked protagonist interrupts him and clarifies that the event has not yet occurred, that it happens in the future, and that Sang would have successfully obtained the Rune of Thoughts if Min had not intervened when he did. Still lost in confusion, the thug struggles to understand what's happening, but Min doesn't stop and tells him that the rune can only be activated by hearing someone else's voice of honesty. Thanks to the leaderboard, now everyone knows about our boy, just as he planned. So, if Sang had continued to violate the woman, her genuine screams and pleas for mercy would have met the condition, allowing him to obtain the Rune of Thoughts and continue committing even more vile acts using his power. Min adds that he confirmed everything through his many regressions, and says that the thug completely deserves to die after accumulating 12 crimes, each worse than the last. Hearing this, the thug pleads once again to be killed, but the hero refuses and instead pushes the handle of his scythe directly into Sang's mouth to silence him. He then calmly explains that he had been deliberately stalling, hoping he would die naturally while he rambled on. Now gagged and unable to speak, Sang desperately wishes in his mind for Min to kill him just to end the unbearable pain, and begins to wonder why the hero even gags him when the Rune of Thoughts requires genuine honesty from someone to activate. If that's the case, what's the point of keeping him silent? But Min casually responds to the thought, revealing that the rune was activated the moment Yang pleaded for death from the depths of his heart. It is revealed that the thought rune only works within a range of 30 meters, allowing the user to hear the target's most sincere voice. Min tells Sang that he mainly wanted to test if the rune really worked, and now that it has, he is satisfied. But when Sang asks for death once more, the hero denies the request again, saying it's only fair that someone who has hurt so many feels what real suffering is. His first place catches the angel's attention, and she asks him how he has become so strong, wondering if he received some kind of broken rune. Finally, the thug exhales his last breath, and our hero calmly activates a skill known as trace erasure, eliminating every trace of forensic evidence from the scene, including the corpse itself. Min takes a moment to admire how thorough the cleanup really is, feeling quite satisfied that he has finally secured the thought rune, so now he sets his sights on meeting Kyung-rum the next day. Back at the apartment, our boy gets dressed up while his brother teases him and asks who the lucky one is. One keeps messing with him, but Min explains that he has a serious business meeting to attend. This raises Won's anxiety, as he starts to think about what would happen if the business fails and they end up homeless again. Our hero gives his innocent brother a warm smile when he sees that it all comes from concern. Min shows a confident smile and promises to share all the juicy details if things go well. He asks if his brother doubts his abilities, which makes Won a bit nervous, but Min calms him down and tells him to be a good boy and stay inside. One shudders at the memory of corrupt players abusing power in real life, and that some thugs even escaped prison. Our protagonist confirms his suspicion that the system doesn't care if the players are criminals or not. Our black scythe mocks her, asking if she can't see which rune he got. He understands that it makes no sense for things to remain normal forever, and remembers how in past lives, players tried to enslave ordinary humans and take over the world. Black Scythe decides that history will not repeat itself and chooses to take action. Before leaving, Min tells his dear brother to take care, but Won seems more interested in that shady business. Our hero tells him to wait for the right moment and chides him to eat a real meal instead of store-bought junk again. Later, our hero finds himself in front of a huge hotel, not surprised that the Scythe chose this place. The building belongs to Kyungron, but that remains a well-kept secret known only to family members. Our boy approaches the counter ready to use this secret information to his advantage, and for that, he needs to act like a fool and play the part of a complete spoiled rich kid. Right after that, he gets into the role of a low IQ rich kid living off dad's credit card and clumsily asks about his meeting. The receptionist confirms everything and guides him to the hall while saying that the Scythe will join him soon. Min keeps up his clueless act and looks at the ceiling with his mouth open as if he just saw magic. The lady immediately changes her tone, claiming she knows everything, trying to maintain her reputation. When a voice suddenly speaks, He stands up and is surprised to see Sehun Chul appear instead of the real boss. They both freeze for a second, and Sehun Chul clearly recognizes the familiar face immediately. Min plays it cool and claims he's just the neighbor from his apartment, which makes the bodyguard quickly bow and apologize for being rude earlier. Although the man still struggles to believe that someone so young has that kind of money. Feeling that things might get too real now, Min returns to his silly act and even calls the bodyguard the CEO to make it more believable. On the other hand, Sehun Chul clears up the confusion and explains that he's just filling in as manager for now. He points to a nearby room and tells our friend to wait there for a while. As soon as he walks away, he begins texting the boss as if it were urgent and warns that their new shareholder might be hiding something suspicious. The bodyguard starts to worry that Ryu Min has a big secret, or worse, that he is just a puppet for someone much more dangerous. Meanwhile, our guy shows a slight smug smile, as he has already realized that Ma would try to pull some cheap trick like this because there's no way a successful man like him would be late for such an important meeting. Finally, the door opens, and the real CEO enters to greet him, with his loyal manager following closely like a shadow. Min then asks the angel if he can ask her a question too, insisting that the reward he received for being first is too little for his stomach. After they finish shaking hands and settle into their seats, Ma makes a subtle power move by allowing his manager to stay in the room, clearly hoping that will help tip the power play in his favor. He signals the staff to start bringing out the food and mentions that he hopes Min likes what they've prepared. The entire table ends up filled with super fancy dishes, and our guy immediately starts eating while continuing his rich kid and distracted routine. Ma politely smiles at the compliments but discreetly admits to his manager that there's something strange about this guy. Later, the boss becomes quite convinced that Min was sent by someone trying to interfere with his plans and starts mentally listing possible suspects. He then casts a sidelong glance at Min and casually asks about his age. When our guy answers with a clear 20, Ma's eyes widen in disbelief, and he tries to laugh it off with a joke about them being the same age. It's then that the guy decides to stop beating around the bush and directly asks Min how he got so rich. The protagonist stays calm and says that not long ago he was just an average student. Ma doesn't really get the hint, so Min casually mentions a recent headline and checks if he remembers that lottery winner before dropping the bomb by introducing himself again. This enrages the angelic lady when asked for a better reward. Ma almost turns around, but stays calm as he starts putting the pieces together and asks how Min turned that 60 billion prize into more. Well, Min casually boasts that he bet it all on betting coins, and Ma admits there's no way he would take such a crazy risk. Sehun Chul randomly guesses that Min must have some incredible luck statistics, but our guy says that's not it either. After that, the bodyguard remembers hearing something in the news about Min dreaming the winning numbers, but our guy dismisses that too and finally reveals the real news. Although it makes him nervous to admit, he reveals that he possesses a special rune that allows him to see future events, which basically makes him a walking prophet. Upon hearing such a bold claim, the two men freeze in disbelief as they start to seriously wonder if Min is missing a screw. The CEO asks if that's really true, and our guy says he has no reason to lie, although Mom remains skeptical and politely asks him to prove it by revealing what will happen next. Our guy could easily give the answer, but he plays it safe and holds back, then tells them that his prophetic power acts on its own and doesn't work when he wants it to. That really resonates with Mom, as the ability seems too powerful to be so flexible. But then something suddenly makes sense to her, and she wonders why Min bought so many shares. It's when Min casually says it's because his business is about to take off very soon. She demands Min repeat what he just said, and without thinking twice, he does, only to infuriate her further. The mention that his company is doing well excites Mom and breaks her calm for a second as she thinks this could finally be her chance to make her dad proud. She quickly regains control and scolds herself for getting carried away like that. But Min doesn't back down and playfully adds that if they really want to succeed, they'll have to tear the whole company down and rebuild it from scratch. Sun Chul gets furious at that ridiculous suggestion and slams his hand on the table, but Mom manages to keep him under control. Our protagonist stands firm in his stance and replies that revealing his runic powers is a big risk that could completely turn against him, but he did it because he owns most of the shares and really wants to see the company reach greater heights. He flips the script by asking why anyone in their right mind would invest 280 billion in a random business, and reminds them that without him, they would sink. Neither of the two men believes his outrageous claim, but Min boldly asks Seon Chul if he really thinks it's a coincidence that they are apartment neighbors. Mom's curiosity kicks in and she asks what they are talking about. So the bodyguard explains that the brothers moved into the same building 2 months ago, and Min adds that he did it right after getting the foresight rune. That piece of information annoys the CEO and demands to know why it's only coming to light now, but Seon Chul quickly says this is new to him too. After thinking it over, Mom realizes that the investments and the apartment move only make sense if Min really knows what's coming. Although it's hard to believe he also knows about her connection with the actress. But even with all that, it's still not enough to convince a sharp mind like Mom's. So Min starts rambling about his family background and how this hotel is part of his plan to finally earn his dad's approval. The lady furrows her brow in anger, wondering how a mere human could be dissatisfied after defeating a group of goblins. It's then that the bodyguard jumps from his seat in frustration and shouts, demanding to know who sent him, but the boss stays calm and tells him to shut up. That makes Sion Chul go silent immediately and breathe before telling Min that even if all his information is correct, it still proves nothing since those facts are common knowledge in his family. With that, he also starts to suspect that Min might just be a puppet, but he plays along and says that even if he agreed to turn his entire industry upside down, it would be nearly impossible to achieve. Sure, like any normal person, he would love to see his company thrive, but our guy's offer just seems too good to be true, so he politely thanks our protagonist for his generous investment, but suggests they revisit this topic at the next shareholders meeting. Mom stands up and tries to wrap things up, but our guy tells her to calm down and really think if what she's about to do is the right thing. Playing a card, he chooses to reveal a bit of information about the next round. Mom immediately perks up and sinks back into her seat, excited about what she just heard. Min smiles and asks if that piece of knowledge is enough to convince them both that his magical powers are real. After the meeting ends, Sion Chul apologizes for losing his cool earlier, but Bad downplays it as if it weren't serious. The bodyguard asks for permission to speak openly and admits that something about Min still feels off, as there's no solid reason for him to be helping them. In her fury, she thinks about blowing Min's head off. My mother thinks he might be doing it just because he wants even more money. Sion Chul shakes his head, still not believing it's just greed, and says trusting him is too risky. Still, Mano doesn't want to miss the opportunity if Min is really telling the truth, and thinks it might be smarter to have him as an ally, as keeping someone like that close could be their ticket to surviving the missions. He tells his still concerned right-hand Mano that they'll just have to wait and find out. Later, Min walks away thinking there's no way they won't believe him once they witness the fourth round, even though he didn't share any of the exciting details and only mentioned that the round will pit the players against each other. He is completely sure that when it's all over, they'll treat him like a saint and won't even think about turning him into a prophet's enemy. With that settled, he thinks it's time to make the most of his new image and go meet a certain someone. Meanwhile, a girl rushes toward the crosswalk, getting impatient as she waits for the light to change, but her attention shifts to a flashy sports car parked right in front of the store. Yuri stops mid-insult when the window rolls down and realizes the driver is none other than Min. When the traffic light turns green, she hurries over and asks if that car really belongs to him, but then she remembers that she already used that trump card and that the right to kill was only once. After their totally mismatched encounter, our protagonist offers to take her for a spin, and she shamelessly accepts without hesitation. He informs her that it's his first time behind the wheel, and he's just testing it out. Curious, Yuri asks about the price, and our friend casually mentions it costs around 900 million, as if it were pocket change. Her eyes widen in disbelief, as with that amount of money, she could have opened more than a few stores. Our boy reminds her that he won the lottery, so the price didn't affect him much, which strongly impacts Yuri as the painful difference in their lives becomes clear. She starts to feel nervous because the whole situation now feels too much like a date, and when Min says he has something to confess, her heart practically jumps out of her chest. Fortunately, our protagonist quickly adds that it's not that kind of confession, or else Yuri might have jumped straight out the window. Once he calms down, Yuri asks what Min means, and our friend admits that he actually didn't see the lottery numbers in a dream and lied about it. He reveals that he got them through his clairvoyance rune, which is also how we ended up with the false title of the prophet. Yuri is excited for him and congratulates our guy for acquiring such an incredible ability. She regrets wasting it on another human, but just then, a new idea comes to her. She is touched by the fact that he trusts her enough to tell her the truth, but Min reminds her that she had already told him about her own powers. Yuri lights up and starts talking excitedly about her rune, explaining how her defense increases based on the number of nearby players. She feels lighter now that she has finally told someone, but wonders why Min brought up this topic all of a sudden. He tells her that it's been eating away at him for a while, and he wasn't sure anyone would take it seriously. After bringing her up to speed on what's coming in the fourth round, Yuri is left speechless, struggling to process the terrifying news. In a very serious tone, our protagonist warns her not to trust anyone once the round starts. Yuri is moved that her handsome classmate cares so much and feels special being the first girl he has shared this secret with. As she sneaks a glance at him, her mind starts spinning with thoughts, wondering if he might have feelings for her too. Back in his apartment, Min checks his phone and is surprised to find out that Yuri has a romantic interest in him. He thinks he can use this new knowledge to his advantage, as it will now be easier to recruit her to his side. She asks Min if he really needs a better reward. With everything finally in order, Min calls it a day, satisfied that all the problems of this month are resolved. Before he knows it, March 31st arrives, and our guy quickly thinks about the future, making sure to visit the shop before the next transfer. He grabs a pair of dark gloves that come with a handy invisibility power and also match well with his other abilities. A knock on the door catches his attention as his brother appears to remind him that it's almost mission time. He feels worried about his brother, but Min tells him to wait and see. He mentions Min's prophetic powers and insists that he come back alive. Min jokingly tells his brother to watch his words as he falls asleep. All players are transported to the alternate world, and Jung Min holds his head in frustration. He opens the mission window and sees that the penalty is still active. He curses himself for betraying Joe and wonders how he will manage in the 4th round when greedy players can target him again. The angel explains that normally the rules would prevent her from doing something like that, but she might consider making an exception. He comes into the area with unease and starts to wonder what kind of strange place this is, as it feels like being a guinea pig. In the crowd, he sees Black Scythe and instantly curses him for his current situation, feeling sure that the guy saw this coming. He finds it strange how easily he killed the divine being and is still angry about being too weak to punch Min in the face. Still, what matters most now is figuring out how to survive. So he calls our protagonist for help. The thug checks with our guy to see if their deal is still on, asking if he still gets protection, but Min dismisses him indifferently and says he no longer needs a lackey like that. Black Scythe replies that he no longer has command rights, and besides, everyone has a class now anyway. Jongmin starts sweating as our hero tells him he's just a ticking time bomb and that he's no longer useful. Jongmin keeps turning his head fearfully as our hero tells him to relax. The thug looks confused, but our guy reminds him that the role is no longer that special. Nowadays, almost everyone has a profession, and there's no bonus for targeting the representative. She tells the other humans to wait, as she needs to speak with Min privately. Finally, the gangster gets it, and Min's words start to make sense, but his train of thought cuts off when his face turns red, seeing a certain duo walking toward them. Aaron approaches Min and greets him while the bodyguard checks if our hero remembers him, leading Min to ask what they're doing here. Sun Chul thanks him again for saving them from the brute, but Jongmin gets offended and prepares to fight. Min stops him with a hand and tells the couple that helping once was enough. The bodyguard tries again, offers a reward, and wants to introduce his CEO, but Black Scythe dismisses him uninterested. With no better option, Irene quickly presents a purple crystal and begs our hero to accept it. Min looks at the high-quality crystal in surprise, and the actress explains that giving it to him feels better than offering another round of apologies. He accepts her thoughtful gift and decides he'll do something useful with it once he gets back. Aaron watches him nervously, unsure if he likes it or not, while Min effortlessly reads her thoughts, knowing full well that she has no idea how valuable the crystal really is. Just after that, our hero also catches Jongmin's thoughts, realizing that the guy also has a magic crystal and is surprised that he somehow found a reinforced black crystal so early. Chaos erupts among the crowd as they wonder if negotiating is the norm in this game, and others start to think about asking her for better rewards too. It's an extremely rare find, and the gangster just revealed that he possesses one. Irene tries to move on and offers to protect our guy, excitedly talking about her class and how she can summon fairies, but Min politely declines because he doesn't need help. Although this makes Aaron a little sad, they both say goodbye, but our hero stops the gangster just as he tries to leave. He manipulates Jongmin to reconsider his decision, pointing out that even if his role is now useless, he could still end up being a target. Convince the bully that even though most people have a class, power still works in the hands of a few select players. Jongmin doesn't seem convinced, but our hero simply asks if there isn't a single person who would come after him right now. The scoundrel falls into the trap and gets nervous, but Min assures him that he will help, which makes him feel a bit better, even though the favor won't be free. Our guy tells him to hand over all the stones he has, and the bully gladly agrees. He tries to ask for more, but the gangster only has his dignity left, which Min kindly respects by agreeing to protect him in the future. A golden light crosses the sky as the angel returns and casually comments that the number of players has decreased once again. Everyone begins to suspect how good the reward might be, considering she's taking Min, and some even feel jealous of his luck. The crowd begins to speculate whether the fights are also happening in real life, although Min thinks it would actually be strange if they weren't. Then, the angel reveals the mission for the 4th round. The players will have to kill each other for the next 3 hours. The golden woman lets out a loud, ugly laugh and tells everyone to follow the simple instructions and start stabbing each other. Everyone looks horrified at her words, but she stands firm, explaining that the goal is to reduce the number of players themselves, since this time there are no monsters. All the players are baffled, and one of them finally dares to ask if they only need to eliminate one person each. She casually tells them that it will be more fun if they figure it out for themselves, but Min already knows the real reason. He has been told to keep quiet since the angels only act as guides, and the one who really makes the decisions is the host. Still, she gives them a little advice, saying that simply eliminating another player doesn't guarantee staying on top, and that the ranking system will remain hidden. The woman also mentions that the rules are not tied to time limits, and with that, she wishes them good luck in their little stabbing round. Min then follows the lady deep into the jungle, keeping a safe distance. When the timer appears above them, all the players start to panic, wondering if it's time to start attacking each other. The gangster immediately starts drooling, thinking about who to eliminate first, which is exactly the kind of reaction Min expected from him. This whole situation turns out great for Jungmin, as all the players seem too scared to start fighting, and he quickly decides it's the perfect time to get revenge on the people he once called friends. Black Scythe suddenly appears behind him, scaring him a lot. He nervously asks if our hero needs anything, and Min remembers the promise he made, as he pulls out his scythe and unexpectedly swings it at him. Jungmin's head cleanly separates from his body, as the system congratulates our hero for completing the side mission and rewards him with something special. One of the players lets out a scream, while another immediately points out Black Scythe, even though they were all ready to eliminate each other just moments ago. Not long after, the rest of the players join in and start shouting at Min, calling him inhuman, and labeling him as a killer. Min doesn't bother confronting them since he has indeed killed quite a number of people, although never without a solid reason. Besides, this whole round is literally about killing. She notices and tells him to follow her. Still, all the players act as if they're morally above that, but deep down, most of them just want to strip Black Scythe of his power. Their false outrage makes our hero smirk, which only angers them further as they start to think he might actually be crazy. Just then, the system interrupts their complaints and announces Min as the new representative of the zone, causing the players to fall silent. Black Scythe wastes no time and mocks their sudden silence, asking if they've become chickens while calling out the scared ones who still don't have classes. One of the players quickly spots something and points out that Min's name has changed color. Everyone starts whispering about the new red color, while our hero recalls from his past lives that eliminating a player causes the change, and it continues to change depending on how many deaths accumulate. Because the color stands out so much, other players will try to defeat the killer, but they end up becoming killers themselves. The cycle continues until the entire battlefield turns into a bloodbath. Their hesitation is exactly what will lead to more deaths later on. Min taunts them to stop wasting time, but clearly, the players are not up for it. Enraged, she thinks of humans as nothing more than pests who only obey when shouted at, but she lets go of her anger. Our friend then accuses them of being hypocrites, as they were already planning to go after the leader in the last round, and reminds them that they can either fight or be defeated. He asks the crowd what they will do when the time comes to take someone's life just to survive, and tells them to decide quickly and start moving. Our hero suggests they move on and organize another discussion like before as he walks away, thinking to himself that people will end up fighting anyway, although by then it will be too late. He's worried they'll keep complaining and wasting time, which would mean fewer players will manage to complete the mission, leading to more eliminations. A girl decides to bring up the issue for debate, but another player gets rude with her, and that only ends up making her angry. An NPC suggests they organize competitions among the players, but another quickly dismisses it, saying there's not enough time for that to work. As the crowd gets more restless, Aaron worries about what they should do next, and starts to wonder if they should follow Black Scythe's plan. Sunchul completely agrees with our hero, and advises the actress that her own life matters much more than that of a stranger. With that in mind, he tells Aaron to prepare for the worst, which makes her suspect that the bodyguard might have gone through something like this before. Sunchul instantly changes the subject, and the actress asks who they should target. She knows she can't interfere with the game system, which was designed by the higher beings. In the end, the two decide to wait until the last moment. The tension in the crowd continues to rise, as no one can agree on who to eliminate, and some players begin to seriously consider attacking Black Scythe. The rest of the players try to make sense of it among themselves, unaware that our hero can hear them anyway, and quickly look away when our guy turns to glance in their direction. The discussions keep escalating as frustration grows within the group. Some players insist they need to kill to survive, while others argue that only the killers should be attacked. A cheeky NPC mocks a player's idea, triggering a heated confrontation. The two start shouting at each other until another NPC joins in just to taunt them, telling them to stop flirting and start fighting already. That quickly backfires when the arguing couple shifts their focus to the instigator, and suddenly all three draw their weapons. Min-jae shakes his head in disappointment, thinking that everyone here is all talk and no action. Amid the chaos, one player finally notices something strange when Myung-min suddenly sits down, looking oddly indifferent to the whole situation with the missing head. A mischievous smile appears on her face as she realizes she has something malicious in mind. All the players stop arguing and look at the gangster as if he just resurrected. But Black Scythe already knows the system is designed to bring the dead back 10 minutes after they're taken out. Myung-min looks around confused, wondering why everyone is staring at him like he's a science experiment and how he even ended up in that place. The revelation throws the crowd into even greater chaos as they realize the system actually revives players after death. Now that the truth has been revealed, players begin to grab their weapons, gradually getting used to the idea of annihilating each other. A player with a bit of sense tries to calm them down, and explains that no one knows exactly how this resurrection system works yet, but it's already too late, as another player quietly approaches from behind her and attacks without hesitation. The attacker screams for her to die while stabbing her with Wolverine's claws from behind, then demands that she revive. The crowd watches in stunned silence, horrified by what they have just witnessed. Anxiety begins to spread when the woman doesn't revive immediately, but someone in the crowd remembers how Myung-min had revived after 10 minutes, so they decide to wait and see what happens next. After 10 minutes, the woman's wounds begin to heal, and she awakens as if she had just taken a nap. Once she reaches a certain point, she plans to kill our guy, but as soon as she realizes what has happened, she screams demanding to know who attacked her. The killer tries to attack again from behind, but before he can strike, someone twice his size swings a battle axe, knocking him down with a powerful blow and celebrating the fact that resurrection is possible. The crowd falls into an uncomfortable silence, unsure of what to make of the situation. Black Scythe understands that, although resurrection is possible, murder is still considered unforgivable by most. But he also hopes that some psychopaths will inevitably reveal their true nature in these circumstances. Chaos erupts as some players begin to attack others, and what started as minor skirmishes quickly turns into a full-blown battlefield. 1,000 players begin to unleash chaos upon one another. Black Scythe decides to dive into the war zone, starting by sweeping away 3 unsuspecting players before they realize what's happening. Some players, seeing him in action, decide to confront him all at once, but they are quickly eliminated with a single blow. The protagonist looks over his shoulder and notices Blackbeard Dragon, the player who placed 3rd in the previous rounds, enjoying the chaos. He comments that the absorption rune is giving him an edge in this round. She knows that killing a human for personal reasons could cause serious trouble. Black Scythe looks at his name, now dark red, and estimates that he has already killed at least 10 players. Determined to enjoy a little more, he plans to take down Blackbeard Dragon a few times. Blackbeard Dragon summons his stats screen, eagerly watching how his absorption rune indicator rises. With each kill, the indicator fills up, and he feels the excitement grow as he realizes that once it's full, he will gain a stat point. He takes down another player, and the indicator bars spike sharply, making him wonder if the player he just killed was at the same level as him. His greed takes over, and he daydreams about killing Black Scythe to instantly fill his indicator and secure that stat boost. But as quickly as the thought forms, he realizes he is no match for the hero, and decides it's better to focus on defeating weaker opponents. With sadistic pleasure, Blackbeard Dragon continues killing a few more players, savoring the fear in their eyes. He recalls how in the previous round he couldn't hunt because the gang boss had used his command right to turn him into his personal bodyguard. However, this round seems tailor-made for him, as he can level up by killing others while most players are stuck in the same place, unable to level up like him. After all, she doesn't have the authority to do so, and she could be punished for disrupting the game. He is delighted to see his victims revive only to be killed again, and wonders if he should expand his hunting ground to cover more area. Just then, however, he comes face to face with Black Scythe, who immediately activates his Death Knight ability. The scene goes dark, shocking everyone, and Blackbeard Dragon notices that the hero's scythe has become semi-transparent. Understanding that he needs to be careful, he prepares. But before his body can even process the change, everything flips upside down and he's dead before he can react. The scene shifts to Xiangmin, who observes the massacre around him, the deaths and resurrections, and understands exactly what this round is about. With a determined look in his eyes, he plans to take revenge on the friends who abandoned him. His eyes scan the battlefield looking for Sunwan, and after a brief moment, he sees him aiming at other players. Without hesitation, Xiangmin lunges at him and greets him with a punch to the face that sends Sunwan flying across the battlefield. Xiangmin approaches, his eyes cold, and grabs Sunwan by the collar, challenging him to kill him if he dares. Then, without waiting for a response, he starts hitting Sunwan with a brutal flurry of punches, each one stronger than the last, until he finally ends the fight, leaving Sunwan sprawled, motionless on the ground. To avoid consequences, all she needs to do is ensure there are no witnesses. After brutally murdering his friend with his own hands, Xiangmin stands over the lifeless body, scanning the battlefield for his other 2 friends. They are out there somewhere, and he won't stop until they face the consequences of their abandonment. Irene is lost in her thoughts, contemplating that if hell were real, it would look exactly like the battlefield around her, a place where everyone wants to kill and destroy. Sionchul notices her distress and calls her name, asking if she's okay. She responds by sharing the mental torment she feels. Sionchul realizes that if Irene loses control of her sanity, it could jeopardize her career, and he would fail in his responsibility as her SEO to keep her safe. At that moment, a player sneaks up behind Irene, grabs her by the hair, and pulls out a dagger to finish her off. Sionchul reacts instantly, intercepts the dagger with his sword, and throws it into the air, then changes his grip and drives the sword into the attacker's shoulder, forcing him to surrender. Sionchul tells Irene to finish the job, and although she trembles and sobs for a moment, she quickly composes herself and kills the player. Afterwards, she is clearly shaken, while Sionchul remains calm, simply relieved that she followed his orders. When she finally reaches a safe place, she turns around only to find an unexpected surprise. Irene, visibly shaken, asks how much longer they have to endure the round, and Sionchul replies that they have 1 hour left. She expresses her confusion and anguish about why people are so eager to kill each other, which makes Sonshul feel pity for her kind nature. He asks her if she has killed at least 50 people, and when she confirms it, he feels relieved, knowing she will be registered in the scoring system. He tells her to leave the rest to him. Irene thanks him, but in his mind, Sonshul thanks her for giving him time to set a record. Time passes, and the screen shows that only 10 minutes remain until the round ends. Black Scythe is seen eliminating players left and right, determined to rank first on the global map again to reach the 20th round. His goal is to become as strong as possible before facing the final boss, unaware of what kind of power they possess. He chases a group of players, and just when one of them thinks it's over, the hero jumps over him. Black Scythe knows that killing a player more than once doesn't grant additional points, so he sees no reason to keep chasing the same person. A fist crashes into her face, catching her completely off guard. He notices Xiangmin, who doesn't know this hidden rule, relentlessly killing his 3 friends over and over, reducing their chances of survival and his own. With only 1 minute left, the hero desperately searches for players he hasn't killed yet, but it's difficult. He finally spots 2 unknown players and tries to take them both down at once, but time is running out. A force field surrounds all players and the angel appears, announcing the end of the round, looking quite amused. He comments on how the players must have enjoyed killing each other, staining the white floor with blood. The angel tells them that he will revive the dead players now that the round is over, which the protagonist knows is a lie, as the system automatically revives players. The dead players rise and are locked in force fields, but Xiangmin's friends don't seem very happy and start yelling at him for the brutal beating he gave them. The angel hears the commotion and warns them to stay still, or he will make their heads explode. They quickly fall silent as she proceeds to show the results. The angel begins revealing the side mission, catching the players by surprise. The blow sends the angel to the ground, and a strange golden liquid begins to ooze from her, making her angrier than ever. The mission was to kill the map representative within the countdown. She informs them that only 1 player managed to complete the mission, and that player was Black Scythe. The other players murmur among themselves as Blackbeard Dragon grits his teeth, realizing he lost the opportunity. Xiangmin, struggling to remember what had happened, checks his stats for the command ability, but finds it's not there. He feels betrayed by the protagonist who had promised to help him stay alive. Once the side mission is announced, the angel reveals another key detail. Killing the most diverse people earned more points, meaning that repeatedly killing the same people was a futile effort. The rankings are then shown, and Black Scythe emerges at the top of both the global map and the local map once again, with 722 kills to the angel's delight. The players are astonished by the large number of people Black Scythe has killed, almost like a massacre. The angel proceeds to grant him his rewards, a medium-level rare armor ticket and a unique reward box. Furious and determined to crush our guy, she tries to approach him, but to her surprise, he disappears without a trace. For the armor, select the bloodstained assassin suit, and for the unique reward, choose the 50% boost in stats for the next round. The angel then announces that anyone ranked below 521 will disappear, leading players to beg and plead for mercy. But it's all in vain. Jungmin manages to survive the round, and Eren seems very distressed by the disappearance of so many people. The hero closes his eyes in a moment of silence before being transported back to the real world. Meanwhile, at the hotel, manager Xianchul rushes through the halls and suddenly enters Ma's room, where Ma, who was sleeping, is startled by his sudden arrival. The manager apologizes for the intrusion, explaining that he was worried, but Ma reassures him and reminds him of his rank in the round. They both agree that the round was chaotic and exhausting. Ma remembers that he managed to kill just over 430 people and wonders what kind of beast Black Scythe must be to have killed more than 700. The manager theorizes that the protagonist could be a commando from the Special Operations Service, or someone with similar skills, given the abilities he demonstrated. Ma is deeply thoughtful about Black Scythe's remarkable achievements and decides that, regardless of his unknown identity, he wants him as a partner. Min sneaks up behind her, catching her completely off guard. He plans to ask the Prophet Min about the hero. Sionchul points out that the round played out exactly as Min had predicted, initially raising doubts about it, which were clarified once the round progressed. Ma agrees, recalling their meeting and what Min had told him. The manager asks Ma how to proceed with the Prophet, to which Ma responds that the future of the company will depend on him, even if it means changing markets. He adds that there are stronger reasons to have Min on their side, and warns Sionchul not to offend Min, advising him to agree with everything Min says to gain his trust and earn fortune. Sionchul agrees to this. Ma then asks Sionchul to call Min and invite him and his family to a party, along with actress Arain Se. The scene shifts to a local cafe where the hero, Min, is waiting for Yuri, having invited her to lunch. When she arrives, they greet each other and get into his car. Yuri tells him that she survived the 4th round thanks to his predictions, and Min asks her how she trusted him so blindly. With one hand gripping her wings, he uses the other to choke her, holding her in place. She replies that she knew he had nothing to gain by lying and thanks him for the information he provided about the fourth round. Min understands that Yuri, with her protection rune, would have been able to survive the round on her own, unlike Arain, whom he compares to a delicate flower blooming in the safety of a greenhouse. Yuri, on the other hand, had to grow up in the harshness of the outside world. They arrive at a restaurant where the table is filled with a variety of dishes. She thanks Min for lunch, and they start eating. However, he doubts, his thoughts consumed by the guilt of the lives he had taken during the round. Min, feeling her distress through her thought rune, tells her not to blame herself for killing other players. He reminds her that everyone, including himself, had to do what was necessary to survive. Yuri breaks down in tears, but Min, in a firm voice, tells her to stop, emphasizing that she has a family waiting for her return from each game world, imagining the sorrow her father would feel if she died. Yuri clenches her fists, her determination hardening. She screams for him to stop, but Min doesn't flinch. She thanks Min for comforting her, and Min explains that he wanted her to feel better by sharing a delicious meal. They continue eating, and Min notices that Yuri is becoming more relaxed and casual around him. After a while, Min waits for her to calm down before getting to the point. He tells her he has important information about the next round that he needs to share with her. Min tells Yuri that the fifth round will be the hardest yet, as the players' maps will merge into larger ones. Yuri, worried, wonders if they will be able to find each other in the other world. Min, however, lies and tells her that it won't happen soon, knowing that otherwise, she would waste valuable time looking for him. He wants to help her while keeping his identity hidden, so he advises her that to increase her chances of survival, she will need to ask for help from Black Scythe. Yuri is surprised by Min's suggestion and confirms that they are talking about Black Scythe, the player who ranked first on the world map. Min assures her that it's not just about asking for help, but about forming an alliance with the famous hero. One by one, he rips her wings off, showing her that escaping is no longer an option. Yuri wonders why someone of such high rank would even consider helping her, but Min tells her that she can offer him enhancements in exchange for his assistance. Although Yuri understands the value of Black Scythe's help, she remains hesitant. Min assures her that he has seen the future and that the protagonist will continue to help her in the upcoming rounds. Relieved, Yuri thanks Min by giving him an enhancement in return, as she doesn't like feeling indebted. Afterwards, Min goes back home. With a 50% increase in his stats, Min goes out to kill flower worms, boosting his kill rune stats by another 100%. His luck increases to 84 stat points. He then pulls a basic level magic crystal ticket from his inventory and contemplates how any normal human would pray to God for good results. But not him. He believes that God must have created this horrible survival game just to annoy humans, and vows to wish something terrible for God once the final round is over, revealing that he plans to wish for God's death. Min uses the basic level magic crystal ticket and receives 5 basic level magic crystals, 2 red, 1 yellow, 1 green, and 1 purple, which is the maximum number of crystals a player can receive. When he finishes tearing them apart, he taunts her by asking if it hurts. He enjoys the irony of having spoken ill of God yet still having such favorable luck. Combine the 2 basic level red crystals into a low level red crystal, a high level crystal. Then combine the purple crystal with the one Aaron gave him, creating a low level magic crystal. Next, combine the red crystal with his hood, increasing its damage, and the purple crystal with his dark shadow gloves, raising all his stats by 2 points. Then add the yellow crystal to his resistance ring to boost his luck, the green crystal to his agile boots to enhance his speed, and finally the navy blue crystal to his assassin suit, reducing damage taken by 1%. Satisfied with his preparations, the protagonist feels ready to face Ma once more. The next day, One asks his brother about the CEO of the Osung conglomerate being his son, which Min confirms, mentioning they have been invited to a party organized by him. One panics, questioning if he is even allowed at such an event, but Min reassures him, saying they are indeed invited, adjusting his tie. Suddenly the doorbell rings, surprising One. Upon opening the door, they find their neighbor, Sion Cheol, who is there to escort them. The angel, clearly confused and enraged, asks him if he's lost his mind. One, surprised, hides behind his older brother. Min introduces Wan to Sion Cheol, who recognizes their previous meeting and hands Wan his business card. He apologizes for his rude behavior during their first encounter, and explains that the party is being held as a formal apology. Sion Cheol informs them that a limousine is waiting for them outside their apartment. Upon arriving at Ma's hotel, they are greeted by Seo himself. Ma expresses relief that both are still alive, and asks if the gentleman accompanying Min is his brother. Min formally introduces One, and Ma extends his hand for a handshake. One, still confused, ends up shaking the wrong hand. Ma then asks if One is a player, to which One responds negatively, and Min clarifies that his brother will soon turn 14. Ma comments that One is lucky to have been saved from the game. Min, with a smile, calmly explains that he knew she had a dagger hidden in her wings, and he planned to kill him with it. Ma leads them to a lavishly arranged room for the party. The dining table is set for royalty with gourmet food on display, and both the chef and hostess are ready to greet the guests. One is amazed by the preparation, so Ma tries to act humble, saying that although the food may not be much, it should be enough for everyone. One, however, wonders why Ma feels the need to lie about such an extravagant banquet. Just as they are about to start the meal, the door opens, and to Min's surprise, Aaron enters the room. Ma gets up from his seat to welcome Aaron, who apologizes for arriving late, explaining that she had attended a fellow actor's funeral. Ma excuses her and introduces her to Min as one of the shareholders of his company. Aaron also introduces herself, but stops when she recognizes the brothers as the neighbors who had brought her rice cakes. She smiles and greets him while thinking that Min, being a shareholder at such a young age, might be some kind of joke by Ma. One's heart practically leaps from his chest when he incredulously asks his brother if he is really standing in front of the actor, Aaron Co. The lady still completely denies it, arguing that none of this was her intention, but Min calmly calls her by the name Brielle, telling her that lying won't get her anywhere. Min realizes that Wan has no idea about Aaron's connection to Ma, but wonders if it's normal for his brother to react this way. Deciding to play along, Min pretends to be interested too. Ma, noticing their reaction, thinks he has the prophet under control due to his youth, and hopes he will be impressed by Aaron's presence. After the greetings, Ma invites everyone to sit down and enjoy the food. At the table, One enthusiastically passes food to his brother. Mom asks Min if he likes the food, mentioning that he had asked the chefs to pay special attention to the preparation. Both Min and One give their compliments, and Mom expresses her relief, pointing out that she had had the chefs prepare the food several times to make it perfect. Then, Mom asks why Min only brought his brother and not the rest of his family. Min replies that his brother is his only family since his parents have passed away. Ma offers his condolences but internally realizes that this question has unintentionally lowered the mood. Brielle instantly panics, wondering how a mere human could know who she is. Feeling the tension, he decides to remain silent for now, allowing his guests to recover from the discomfort. The silence in the room feels almost suffocating as dessert is served. Ma, sensing the strong tension, struggles to find a way to lighten the atmosphere. Desperately, he looks at Aaron, hoping she will pick up the hint and start a conversation, but she doesn't. Feeling the weight of the moment, Ma abruptly gets up from his seat, asking Aaron to speak with him privately. He takes her to a hallway and asks if she enjoyed the food. She responds cheerfully, but Mom's expression darkens as she looks at her, with a troubling look of disappointment in her eyes. He admits that he had invited her solely to keep a cheerful atmosphere, and she apologizes, explaining that she thought she was just invited to a party. Mom, not satisfied, asks her why she thought she would be invited to such a grand occasion. He asks her if Sunshol had said anything about the guest, to which she replies that he mentioned Min is the largest shareholder. At that moment, Min pulls out a Ma then reveals the shocking truth that Min is the majority shareholder, and more importantly, a prophet capable of seeing the future. In a cold and calculated tone, Ma emphasizes the importance of creating the right environment for Min to provide them with information about the upcoming round. He demands that Aaron use her beauty to charm Min and win his favor. Aaron opposes, reluctant to be used for such a purpose. But Ma reminds her how he turned her into a successful actress and hopes she will return the favor. He insists that she form a relationship with Min by any means necessary and promises to closely monitor her progress. Back in the room, the atmosphere remains tense. Everyone is silent, unsure how to break the awkward moment. Ma opens the door, apologizing for the interruption and explaining that he had business matters to discuss with Aaron. He then suggests they change seats now that they have finished eating. As the group leaves the room, Aaron tries to approach Min but hesitates, weapon and scares her out of her wits. Just then, Wayne, still starstruck, says he is a big fan of hers, praising her beauty. He asks if he can take pictures with her, to which she agrees with a warm smile, momentarily relieving the tension in the air. Seeing this, Ma quickly sends a message to Aaron, urging her to get closer to Min's younger brother. This makes her uncomfortable because she feels they are asking her to get close to a well-meaning fan with hidden motives. Ma believes that winning the younger brother's affection will automatically attract the older brother's attention, giving her a chance to gather information about the next round. He takes them to a private room, offering them drinks and music, but Min refuses and instead tells Aaron to go out and take pictures with her brother. Once alone, Min looks at Ma and asks if he really thinks the hero is an idiot. Ma tries to play it off, but Min reminds him that as a prophet, he already knows about his conversation with Aaron. After leaving Ma completely stunned, the protagonist firmly tells him there's no need to hide anything from a prophet. Our hero turns to Ma and accuses him of trying to hide something from them, causing the CEO to panic immediately. Desperate to survive, Brielle tries to bluff by threatening to use that power to explode heads with just a flick of her finger, but Min immediately stops her, saying she has already used her deadly move. Min calmly repeats the same order he had given Aaron earlier, but Ma rushes to turn it into a generous gesture. Things get complicated when Ma drags Wan into his little plan, clearly overstepping the line, and once he realizes it, he immediately apologizes and prepares for any punishment that may come next. Since the apology seems genuine, Min decides not to press the issue, and the CEO sincerely thanks him for being understanding. Just then, Sehun Chul bursts in, and Ma quickly rushes to hide everything that just happened. He turns to his manager and tells him to take the group to the next room so he can have a private talk about something urgent. As the bodyguard leaves silently, Ma begins to mentally berate himself for bothering his prophet again. Our hero pulls him out of his reverie and casually drops some information about the next round. Ma is surprised that Min already knows the true reason behind the celebration, but with all the shady things going on, trusting the man isn't easy. He apologizes again, but Min tells him that there can't be any more secrets between them, and makes it clear that Ma needs to keep the other shareholders in check. Our hero's mood brightens when he sees how well the CEO behaves all of a sudden, and Min promises to take the company to new heights, even sharing details for the 5th round. He then informs him that this next round will be the toughest so far, although he assumes that Ma should handle it without too many issues. This sends Brielle into a complete panic state, and she starts desperately searching for excuses, trying to reach some sort of agreement. He reveals that each player will have to defeat 300 orcs in the next round, but it won't be easy as the zones will start to merge, which immediately puts the CEO on alert. Min continues saying that the zones are merging because there aren't enough players left, but Ma is already focused on meeting with Blackside and asks if that's possible. Min immediately dismisses the idea, as they won't be on the same map, and refuses to share his true identity, although he assures Ma that they will cross paths very soon. He then mentions one last thing and asks how the search for Youngmin is going, almost giving the CEO a heart attack during the conversation. He talks about the power of the Foresight rune and tries to get more details, but our hero stops him and tells him to back off. Ma tries to press the issue further, but Min warns him not to chase the gangster just yet, as he still plans to extract a few more uses from him. Our hero manages to manipulate the CEO enough, and they both agree to meet with the group, although now Ma is even tenser than before. Once the party ends, a wounded man is seen limping through a dark alley until he reaches a dead end, the sound of footsteps growing louder behind him. The NPC turns in fear as the unknown attacker raises his sword and slashes at his body, making him fall to the ground. The man screams as the mysterious figure, revealed to be the CEO, calmly threatens that he has to cut out his tongue. She makes one last threat, saying that her friends won't let him leave alive, but Min sees right through it. He pleads with Ma for an explanation and asks why he is doing this, but the boss accuses him of unforgivable crimes against a child. The NPC tries to defend himself, but Ma remains silent and lets his sword speak for him. The not-so-poor man tries to scream again, but Ma threatens him to stay quiet or it will hurt. The CEO calls him a good boy for listening, and then calmly asks if he still deserves to live. Right after, he activates his ability, and a wave of darkness erupts, surrounding the man and swallowing his body without a trace. Ma thinks he could have finished the job faster if he didn't need to gather more dark mana, but using his powers means stealing life force from people while they still breathe. Once he takes what he needs, he finishes the job with his sword, and reflects on how he still questions his actions sometimes, even though humans give him much more mana than monsters do. To relieve that guilt, he focuses solely on criminals, which helps him feel like he's doing something right, and proves that the Dark Knight class suits him perfectly, especially since he treats it as a personal hobby, and strangely relaxing. He commands his sword to keep feeding, but it refuses, and that's when he realizes it can only devour the living, not the dead. A sudden sound catches Ma's attention, but it's just a cat casually strolling by. He tells her, clear and simple, that no one will come to help because all her so-called angel friends are just self-centered narcissists who wouldn't lift a finger even if she dropped dead right there. He didn't expect anyone to show up anyway, since the alley is usually deserted during the day, although he's pretty sure our hero already knows what happened here. The fact that Min came to him despite knowing all that makes Ma smirk maliciously, and he casually tells his little pup to hurry and clean up the mess immediately. Later, our hero relaxes in his apartment with nothing to do while calmly reviewing his current situation. He decides that it's finally time to stop waiting and start acting. Min subscribes to a channel he instantly recognizes, already thinking about the future, as he fixates on one of the 5 legendary runes that can be found in the real world, the cloning rune. The scene shifts to reports after reports of more players dying, but a chubby school kid is unimpressed as he labels them a bunch of rookies. He feels no remorse for the countless crimes committed by the players and believes that humans would have acted the same way. The ugly Oompa Loompa gets angry about all the restrictions imposed on him and uses them as an excuse to vent his frustration while he strikes the ground with his axe. He realizes that none of this matters since he is a player after all, and has the ability to destroy whoever he chooses. The classroom is filled with his victims, yet he feels no remorse for them and decides to blame what happened in the 4th round. She argues that making them throw the game wouldn't do them any good, saying they would end up without an angel, making it impossible for them to get back home. However, he didn't gain much experience from these ordinary humans, and he remembers how much better the 4th round was for racking up points. The student who turns out to be the Black Dragon decides to hunt players instead and immediately remembers the shady forum that connects them. He comes up with the malicious idea of joining the group to use the players and improve his skills. The forum requests his personal information, and although he hesitates to provide it, he ultimately gives in to his greed. Black Dragon fills out the form and licks his lips at the thought that the others will never discover his plan. After a while, the schoolboy finds himself outside a building, in a remote area, wondering if he's in the right place. He checks the address on his phone, but panics upon seeing how far away this place is. He decides he'll impress the interviewer if things start off poorly, but he's surprised at how modern the restaurant looks inside. A middle-aged man gets up from his seat, greets the chubby kid, and asks for his name. He introduces himself as a player and reveals that he recently turned 29, which surprises Black Dragon due to his youthful appearance. Hearing this, Min tells her that the system automatically sends players back once rewards are announced, and that he doesn't need her approval for that to happen. Then, the interviewer introduces the fruity-looking player, Pink Hoodie, dressed in pink, as the other applicant, and encourages them to share the scoop about themselves. The chubby schoolboy evaluates the rainbow boy as they greet each other and wonders why this place feels so empty. The interviewer mentions that this is exactly why he chose this place, adding that the owner is preparing some food for them in the kitchen. Black Dragon scans the store and notes the absence of cameras. He thinks about whether he should start his killing spree with these two, but decides against it, believing he can catch more players later, and instead asks why they haven't started yet. The interviewer explains that another candidate is running late, but just then, the famous saying, "Speaking of the King of Rome," comes true when the last applicant enters the cafe and introduces himself as Black Side, almost making the interviewer drool instantly. A few days ago, the forum president held a meeting with his members to talk about their new recruits. Almost 2,000 players joined, although the number of players had decreased, as one member admires the item that brought them so much attention. One of the executives, Yami, says it was her idea, and the president enthusiastically praises her, then asks how many skilled rookies have joined. Additionally, he asks to narrow down the list to useful players, which leads to the name Black Dragon coming up. She keeps trying to negotiate, coming up with some pretty lame excuses, saying she'll give him any information he wants while begging for one more chance to see another day. Despite being average, they always end up in the top 3. Others find it a bit suspicious, but they ultimately decide to recruit him anyway. The forum members discuss some more promising players, and the president gets excited seeing the number of recruits, only to realize that interviewing them all will be a daunting task. The forum leader sees one of his members named 30 dozing off and gives him a good reprimand. The overwhelmed worker tries to make excuses, but the president doesn't want to hear it. He assigns him 50 interviews as punishment, which he reluctantly accepts. After that, the president asks his trusted executive, Lost Yark, if Black Scythe has contacted them yet. However, our hero has not, leaving him feeling disappointed. With that, the executive turns to Yami and asks her to get more items, to which she immediately agrees but requests some money in return. The president gives the go-ahead without a moment's hesitation, but just then, out of nowhere, an alert appears about a new recruit. The president asks indifferently who it is, but as soon as the name Black Scythe is mentioned, everyone is shocked. But Min doesn't seem convinced at all and tells her he already knows everything about the game, explaining that angels like her are nothing more than chess pieces placed to guide players, serving no other purpose. Back to the present, 30 immediately starts flattering the supposed #1 player, saying he almost turned gay just by looking at him. The imposter takes a seat while Black Dragon looks at him as if he had just hit his grandmother. The pink player greets the applicant as everyone introduces themselves. The imposter's confidence amuses the Pink Hoodie, who is actually the real Black Blinder in disguise. Black Dragon sweats bullets upon finally meeting the top player, dying to ask why he harassed him so much during the previous missions. Sir 30 asks the schoolboy why he's so quiet, pulling him out of his thoughts, and he shyly introduces himself as well. The player doesn't even pay him a bit of attention, which really irritates Black Dragon, while the real Slim Shady wonders if he really comes off as arrogant like his imposter does. You see, the imposter is actually a professional con artist who loves to deceive others, and if he gets his hands on the rune clone, it would cause serious trouble. Min is relieved to have reached him in time to grab the rune. Sir 30 then starts the interview and asks them to confirm their personal information. Min shows her no mercy and drives his sword straight through her, ending it once and for all. Pink Hoodie begins with his details and exaggerates, claiming to be a high-level assassin, even though it's all a lie. His username is the only real part since he copied it from a non-playable character. However, this false identity is crucial to obtain the rune, as he must assassinate someone with it. After that, Black Dragon introduces himself as Sim Hyung Tak, and he is the youngest player among them, which pleasantly surprises the interviewer. But Min wonders if he would still be impressed if he knew the horrible things the schoolboy did to his classmates. Then, Sir 30 asks if the achievements he mentioned are really true, which annoys Black Dragon a bit. Next, the imposter Kim In Hong presents himself as a 28-year-old fund manager, taking credit for all our hero's achievements. The interviewer doesn't dare to question his credibility, while Black Dragon knows that his real plan is to force other players to give him money. With that, their identities are confirmed, and Sir 30 continues with the real interview, asking for their reasons to join. Pink Hoodie pretends to be scared of being attacked by others and expresses a desire to feel safe. After he finishes with the angel, the system notifies him that he is officially the first person to eliminate an angel, rewarding him with the title of First Angel Killer. Black Dragon conceals his true motives, simply agreeing with what Min says, claiming he can't go to school without panicking anymore. Meanwhile, the imposter tries to act like a Sigma, insisting he does it because he wants to. He wants to fix things, which the interviewer accepts without hesitation. Finally, the interviewer tells them there's one last thing they need to do to be accepted into the group: commit a good old-fashioned real-life Assassin's Creed. Min is horrified by the suggestion, leading Sir 30 to start a monologue about how the government has recently begun targeting players because they fear them. He insists that players like them must unite and fight against the dirty communist government, as they aren't little peasants who need to follow their laws, and they should show their resistance by not adhering to the regulations. Min delivers an Oscar-worthy performance, while the interviewer insists they absolutely must commit a murder to prove they can't be controlled by the world. Our disguised hero pretends to believe the psychopath's rambling while he continues explaining, and gives them an option. You can leave now, but don't expect to rejoin later. But Min knows this is just false propaganda, meant to prevent recruits from trying to leave the organization. Additionally, our guy receives angel blood along with the massacre rune. Everyone falls silent, which the interviewer takes as a sign of agreement and tells them to begin. Black Dragon wonders where they will find someone to kill, but the crazy interviewer has apparently already prepared a target for them. As the group stands up to leave, the owner suddenly appears from the kitchen and offers them to stay since they have rented the whole place. Mr. 30 quickly apologizes, saying they are in a hurry, and asks for a small favor. He asks the kind lady to bring his car, and she happily agrees to do so. The boss carries an umbrella in the rain and drives his car to the front of the cafe when suddenly, a pair of greasy hands wrap around his neck. She tries to defend herself, but the unknown attacker quickly chokes her unconscious. The players look at the interviewer in horror, who tells them to rush inside and stop complaining, while Pink Hoodie realizes they are about to kill the nice cafe owner. An older man in his 30 seconds takes them to an abandoned warehouse to complete the last steps of their interview. He takes them inside, leaves the owner on the ground, and asks who wants to go first. It turns out this isn't the first time he's done something like this, and just like before, he is once again the first to defeat an angel. They look at the fake black scythe, which seems like the natural choice, but our hero suddenly stops him and innocently asks if he can take the turn in his place. Mr. 30 is amazed by the little one for having such courage and turns to the black scythe, asking if he can pass this opportunity to the little one. The black scythe agrees and steps back before calling over the pink player, telling him he better be grateful for his generosity. Min thanks the imposter and assures him he will make good use of the cloning rune. The guy looks at Min in confusion, but he has no time to react as Min suddenly grabs his face with both hands and twists his neck, sending him into a permanent dream mode. The imposter's body falls to the ground with a loud thud as Mr. 30 looks on in disbelief and completely breaks down, clutching his head tightly while screaming at our hero. Min gives him a piercing glare that silences him immediately, making him wonder how the little twink managed to max out his aura to Sigma levels. The system congratulates him for unlocking the hidden rune of this place, which will now be automatically sealed in his body, and that little detail makes him happy that his ridiculous disguise wasn't in vain. The wrinkled 30-year-old man demands an explanation, while our boy calmly puts on a mask and says he just got rid of a hot, steaming pile of imposter garbage. The interviewer still doesn't understand, and keeps shouting at him to explain why he went and destroyed the black scythe. The rune is etched directly onto his body, and his newly earned title now doubles his stats whenever he faces an enemy from the Sacred Order. Min squats down to remove the blindfold from the lady, and repeats what he said before, adding a casual joke to make sure the guy feels it. The interviewer asks him to repeat what he just said while pulling out his weapon, but his confidence disappears the moment Min draws his scythe and fills the room with a crushing aura. Our hero casually throws another insult while Mr. 30 tries to comprehend the moment, noticing that the weapon feels strangely familiar to him. Finally, the obvious captain realizes that only one type of player wields a sword like that, and suddenly remembers Pink Hoodie's warning from earlier. With that, our hero turns to the confused interviewer and asks if his last two brain cells have finally caught on to what's really happening. Then he apologizes to Medius for lying to him earlier. Mr. 30 immediately drops his weapon in fear, falls to his knees, and starts begging Dad and Min for mercy. Min rejects the apology and swings his scythe, cutting off his subscription to having a head. The severed soccer ball rolls to the feet of Black Dragon, who lets out a scream upon realizing that our hero is out of his league. Our hero turns around and aims his scythe at the last man still standing, then asks Hyundai if he has any final wishes. In his previous regressions, he He only discovered these rewards during the 13th round while fighting against angels, and since they are meant for a single person, the system designed them to be as unique as possible. The student refuses to beg for his life like a coward, instead mentioning something that has been bothering him for a while. Black Scythe instantly guesses that it's about the last round, specifically why he completely crushed him, and explains that he did it because he sees Black Dragon as his rival. Min admits that the player is really strong and wants to get rid of him while he's still weak. After that, Black Scythe asks if he has anything else to say, but Black Dragon is too scared to speak. Hyundai barely manages to ask one more question. Why does he have to die too? Then Min says it's pretty obvious that he smells worse than crap and wastes oxygen with every breath. The schoolboy reasons with our hero that he is innocent, so Min decides to let Tavi go. Black Dragon Light. He stands up happily, but Min tells the huge Snorlax to hand over everything he owns if he wants to keep breathing. After a quick inventory, our hero takes a moment to admire the impressive pile of loot in front of him, while the schoolboy insists that he has nothing else left. Besides the double stat boost from the title, he also gets the bonus from the rune, which increases his stats by 1% each time he kills an enemy, stacking up to 100%. Min doesn't seem to hesitate, but only takes the 2 crystals and leaves the rest untouched, as the rest is practically useless to him. The chubby boy then asks if he is free to go, and Min stays true to his word. When the player starts bowing like crazy, this begins to annoy Min, who tells him to stop and behave better in the future. Blackside steps away from the pile of bodies and decides to take the woman with him, and when the schoolboy offers to lend a hand, Min tells him to get lost. As our hero walks away, Hyungtak takes a deep breath to calm himself, feeling a bit lucky to have only lost some gear instead of his life. Still, the schoolboy feels upset about being robbed for no reason when he hasn't done anything wrong. He looks at our hero with frustration as a clever idea starts to form in his head, one that involves taking revenge. Now that Min seems vulnerable, he thinks this could be the perfect opportunity to strike and boost his stats to the max. Going against all common sense, he decides he's going to fight the protagonist, because if he doesn't try now, he knows he'll regret it later. The chubby schoolboy slowly approaches from behind with a weapon in hand, silently praying that our hero doesn't turn around and notice him. However, this effect completely resets once the next round begins. The moment he gets close enough, he swings his axe at Min's back, sending him crashing face first to the ground. Black Dragon bursts out laughing like a total maniac, celebrating what he thinks is an easy victory, and starts mocking the supposed lifeless body while stepping on it again and again. He thanks the dead body for the free points but quickly starts to panic when they don't show up. The chubby player begins to sweat buckets, realizing he hasn't leveled up and has no idea what's going wrong. Suddenly, Black Scythe materializes right behind him and asks the schoolboy what exactly he thinks is happening here. His mere voice nearly makes the chubby boy have an accident in his pants. After that, Black Dragon turns his head with his face frozen in fear as our hero tilts his hooded sweatshirt and mocks him, asking if he's seen a ghost. The poor schoolboy starts trembling uncontrollably, as he begins to wonder if Min really has a resurrection ability. He takes a step back and looks behind him, only to see that the body he hit before has vanished into thin air. Then Black Scythe casually explains that what he actually did was just erase a clone he created, using the cloning rune. Min smiles while holding a golden object, the angel's blood, which turns out to be the only reason he went after the angel in the first place, as this object allows a player to choose the blinding one as their profession. Our hero enjoys the fact that even if it's a sitting duck, the decoy is still useful, and decides it was a funny prank. Then, the schoolboy gets furious for being tricked so easily, but Min reminds him that he's not the only one who got played here. Black Dragon tries to defend his case, but Min doesn't care and calls for his own weapon, swinging it faster than Huntek's mind can even grasp, becoming another victim of the sudden head loss syndrome. With that, our hero uses Levi's special cleaning ability to wipe away all traces of evidence before heading towards the woman who is still sleeping peacefully on the ground. He tells the cafe owner to stop pretending and get up, since he can read her thoughts anyway. The poor woman apologizes, gets up, and asks if she can finally take the bag off her head, but Min tells her to wait a little longer. Our protagonist stays calm while telling her to answer his questions and follow all his instructions. Then he asks her if she remembers any of her clients' faces. She replies that the only person she really saw was the interviewer, since they spoke face to face, but she doesn't remember the others at all. Min uses his mind-reading ability and confirms that she's telling the truth, so he tells her to relax and not worry. Professions are something every player has access to once they reach level 10, and there are over 30 different ones available in total, with various ways to unlock one. Black Scythe adds that she should go straight home and not tell anyone about this, unless she wants to bring more trouble on herself. After that, Min tells her to count to 60 before leaving. That next minute feels like an hour, but finally she is free, and as she looks around the empty building, she starts to wonder if it's all just a strange dream. Later, the apartment appears on the horizon as Min returns home and finds his brother already waiting near the entrance. One notices that our protagonist is wearing one of his hoodies and immediately asks what's going on. Min shrugs at the question and acts tired, but his little brother keeps pressing him for answers. Once the food arrives, Min tells him to go wild and order whatever he wants, although he's really more focused on the hoodie because, even though it's clean, he's just not ready to give it back. After that, our hero gets rid of the evidence of the murder, while One instantly makes a move to reclaim his beloved possession. Min promises to get him something much better than that old, worn piece of cloth, but his little brother still feels betrayed and puts on the saddest puppy face he can. The little brother says it's okay anyway, since schools are closed for now, which makes Min realize it must be incredibly boring to be stuck inside all the time. One way to obtain a profession is by acquiring a specific item, either through a house or meeting certain requirements. But some professions belong to the unique class category, meaning they belong to just one person, and as expected, these professions are in a completely different league compared to the rest. So he offers to take One to an amusement park the next day, which instantly lifts his spirits. One jumps with excitement, and Min agrees to take him if he promises to go to bed early like a well-behaved kid. The next day, One's face lights up with happiness at seeing all the rides again after so long, and is hit by a wave of nostalgia, though Min regrets not having taken him before. Our hero is surprised that the place is still running, and understands that hope is as vital as survival. The little brother sees a family with bunny ears, and suddenly gets a mischievous idea while Min is still lost in deep thoughts. One grabs his brother and drags him to the store, where our fruity hero ends up wearing a pair of animal ears and asks how he looks. The little brother immediately starts getting excited about Min, and then happily runs off to explore the rest of the store, while Min proudly shows off his premium Platinum Express card. Once they finish their shopping marathon, Min asks what he wants to do next. One makes the most of the situation, and declares that they are going to try everything. After several attractions, they stop at an interactive zoo where One nearly melts with cuteness at the sight of the baby pandas, while Min is happy that his brother is no longer depressed. Min then checks the reward he got from the world map and decides to go for the experience boost for the next round, knowing that the most important thing right now is to reach level 10 to finally enter a profession. However, being the worrywart that he is, he asks if it's okay to be here when the mission is tomorrow. Min reassures his brother and tells him not to worry, that this time he will sleep for 10 hours. One tries to argue, but Min gently strokes his head while silently promising never to leave him alone and asks if he wants to go on the safari afterwards. A little later, the duo returns to their apartment and suddenly, Min's phone starts ringing. He checks it and sees that it's Yuri wishing him good luck, which makes him realize that she must be feeling quite anxious. It's then that our hero makes another promise to protect her and puts down his phone when the clock strikes 12. After that, everyone ends up in another world where all the players have been teleported to Dark Plains. A few guys start wondering if some players are missing, as the place feels a bit too empty. Min hears them and realizes it's natural to feel that way because they started with over 10,000 players, although he knows that feeling will soon fade. Just then, the angel appears and congratulates everyone for making it this far, while the players give her annoyed looks. He is fully aware that this is his last regression, which means he has to become the strongest version of himself, taking advantage of everything he can get. She notices all the gloomy faces and starts mocking them, asking where all that killer passion from the last round went. The angel receives no decent responses and decides to stop joking, then points out that out of 520 players, almost all have gone due to real-life conflicts. This makes the angel admit that she doesn't care what humans are doing in real life, but to keep the show exciting they clearly need more people. She shows a displeasant smile and with eager eyes tells them she has a surprise prepared just for them. A player asks Olive, the angel, what integration means, which annoys her. She explains that there are 875 maps just in her nation, which surprises everyone. She continues saying that other nations have even more maps and people rationalize this, considering their populations. Then, players ask if there is an angel for each map, which she confirms. A player then assumes that the game wasn't created by the angels, leaving Olive stunned. She asks why he thinks that, and he replies that it would be impossible for thousands of angels to work together on a single game. Alright, then the round comes to an end, and every living soul returns to their original dimension. Olive descends like a hawk, telling him he is wrong and warning him not to ask unnecessary questions, or he will be eliminated. After intimidating the boy, Olive rises and our hero realizes there must be a rule preventing angels from talking about the creator. He speculates that an angel who can be eliminated by players wouldn't have the power to create a game like this. Olive announces that she won't answer any more questions and that the players should focus on surviving instead of wasting their time. She then declares that the integration is about to begin because the number of players is too small. Suddenly, the ground starts to shake and a blinding yellow light floods square-shaped areas, causing panic among the players. Finally, new players from other maps begin to appear in those areas, and the players watch in amazement as 10 different angels appear on the same map. The angels explain that 10 smaller maps with fewer players have now merged into a larger map, which now has 4,844 players. The new map is called SSS-Class 7 and contains players from all over Korea. The players feel relieved that they can now communicate with other Korean players, and one person suggests that they might merge with players from other nations later on. People slowly begin to wake up on Earth as their souls return, confused and wondering what just happened. The hero knows that whenever the number of players falls below 500, the maps will merge, and they will eventually have to face players from other nations as well. The angels explain that each map had a representative, and now the new map needs one. Olive declares that the 10 previous representatives will have to fight until only one remains alive, who will become the new representative. Some players find this cruel, while others think it will be an entertaining spectacle. The representatives from each map are worried about losing their lives. Black Scythe knows that being a representative will bring greater rewards in the upcoming rounds. The angel reassures everyone by saying that losing in the bonus round won't result in death and that they will respawn later, which gives some comfort to the players. Olive continues to explain that the new representative will have the ability to govern instead of the command ability. This ability will allow them to rule over any player with a lower rank than theirs, regardless of their profession. However, the ability can only be used 10 times, and any player can kill them to become the new representative. For most, it all feels like a strange dream, and when they look around, they notice their bodies had collapsed the moment they were taken to that other dimension. Olive tempts them with the reward, and the representatives seem increasingly motivated by the idea of ruling over others. Meanwhile, the angels realize that after the maps merge, they will also have to choose a representative among themselves. One angel asks if anyone wants to volunteer for the position, but each angel hesitates. As no one steps forward, they decide to reflect on other ways to select a representative. One angel suggests that they roll a dice, but the others dismiss the idea, thinking it would be too boring. Another angel proposes that they take turns, but the problem with that is that the angels going last might never get the chance to be representatives, especially since the maps will merge again. Then, the angel Priscilla suggests they let the map representatives fight, and the angel whose player dies first will become the guide for the humans. The other angels agree to this, but Olive has a different idea. She proposes that the angel whose player wins the bonus round will become the queen of all angels. Olive explains that the queen will have the power to decide which angel will guide the humans, and the other angels will have to follow her orders. They check the time and realize that the time spent in their dream matches exactly with the real world, which only makes everything more unsettling. The other angels are intrigued by this proposal, while Priscilla points out that Olive has made a bold statement and seems quite confident in her player. She boasts that her player has never lost first place in the local map since the first round. Olive smiles, thinking that if Priscilla knew her player was Black Scythe, she wouldn't be so sure of herself. Priscilla and the other angels accept the terms, and Olive descends to announce the start of the game. She calls all the map representatives around her. After the players gather, Olive summons an arena from beneath them, and explains that the game will continue until only one player remains standing. The survivors will be revived, except for those who die outside the arena. The game begins, and everyone summons their weapons. One player notices that no one is making the first move, and wonders why everyone is being so cautious. He thinks that since they are all map representatives, they must be extremely talented. Their heads feel heavy, and their limbs ache with pain. At the same time, he overestimates himself because of his dissolution rune, which skins his enemies if his sword manages to touch them. He is confident that his sword will move like a aimball. The angels begin to get frustrated as they wonder why the humans aren't fighting. The player, confused, finally decides to make the first move. Confident that he is the strongest in the arena, he believes that if he makes a strong impression, the other players will be too scared to challenge him. So he unsheathes his sword and looks for someone to make an example of. He takes an offensive stance, hoping someone will approach, and unfortunately for him, the hero steps forward to face him. The player sees this as an easy target and notices that the hero's weapon is a huge scythe. It's a rare sight, as he has only seen people with scythe in their names, not wielding the weapon itself. He glances at the hero's nickname, and as soon as he reads Black Scythe, he panics. Yu Ming and his friends look around, noticing that some people are still lying down and moving, still not awake from the dream they were trapped in. He immediately lowers his sword, wondering if this could be the legendary hero who is ranked first on the global map in all rounds. The angels watching the player are surprised by his sudden loss of confidence. They turn to Priscilla and ask if this player is her map representative. Priscilla nervously bites her nail, puzzled by the frozen posture of her hand. But before she can respond, Olive bursts out laughing. Priscilla shouts at her, but Olive explains that it's just fun to see her representative trembling in fear before Olive's human. Priscilla looks at the hero and acknowledges that the scythe is indeed impressive, but it's not enough to paralyze someone. She asks Olive if her human is scared, and Olive casually confirms it. Priscilla dismisses it as nonsense, reminding everyone that her representative has consistently ranked first in their local map. But Olive quickly shatters her confidence, revealing that the hero, Blackside, has held the top spot on the world map since the game began. Humans begin to talk among themselves, slowly confirming that it wasn't just a dream after all, and that they will definitely be taken back when the next round starts. Priscilla scoffs, calling it a lie, but Olive calmly tells her to look at the hero's nickname and find out for herself. The angels immediately recognize the name, and Priscilla, with her confidence wavering, nervously bites her lip, realizing that her representative might not stand a chance against the Black Scythe. At that moment, the angels are shocked as the other player is swiftly decapitated before they can even react. Olive declares Priscilla out of the game, and Priscilla falls silent, disbelief washing over her. The players now cower in fear, realizing the vast rank difference between them and Blackside. They quickly realize that they can't win, even if they all attack him at once. Blackside starts to move, sending panic among the players. They begin to flatter him, telling him it's an honor to meet him. But when that doesn't work, they put away their weapons and announce their surrender, turning to the angels. They run to wake their friends who are still passed out. But the moment they check them, they realize the bodies are cold and not even breathing, confirming that these people have really kicked the bucket. The angels are furious at this display of cowardice, deeming it shameful. An angel threatens to blow off the head of any player who surrenders without the privilege of respawning. Fear grips the players as they hurriedly summon their weapons. One player, trying to find some courage, declares that they could win if they work together. Blackside looks at them with disappointment, seeing how they are more afraid of the angels than of him. He watches as they prepare to attack him in a group, a small smile appearing on his face at considering them as weak as insects. The other players, feeling insulted, shout back, declaring that they were also top-ranked on their maps. With their pride at stake, they charged at him, throwing everything they have into the attack. Blackscythe swings his scythe with impressive speed, making quick work of all the zone leaders as he rushes through them, leaving other players watching the scene in awe. Our hero swiftly passes by them, capturing flashes left and right as the angels watch in surprise and horror. It's just then that the brutal truth hits everyone. The divine beings begin to murmur about how quickly this fight is ending, while a golden lady crowns Olive as the winner and names her the new queen among them. Just then, the red-haired angel, Priscilla, charges at Olive and refuses to back down while accusing her of playing dirty. Olive does not deny the accusation, and the redhead tries to incite the others against Olive, claiming she anticipated this outcome. Our hero's angel replies that's why he suggested they have a competition, pointing out that everyone participated with full knowledge. The other angels also support his statements, putting the red-haired angel in the spotlight, while Olive mocks her for acting like a crybaby. She continues to provoke Priscilla, challenging her to land a hit, which would lower her to the status of a human while threatening to tell the main angel. This makes the red-haired angel shudder as memories of the punishment she faced in the bug dungeon flash through her mind, calming her almost instantly. With that, Olive issues her punishment and orders Priscilla to guide the humans. Priscilla tries to ask how long this will last, but our zone's angel just scolds her further. The red-haired angel flies down, lamenting the bet she made earlier. This business of half the people surviving was no twisted joke, and those who didn't make it have truly gone forever. Meanwhile, the system informs our hero that he is now the new representative of the zone. While the crowd gathered nearby murmurs about how much more powerful Blackscythe has become, deciding it's best not to provoke him. Priscilla then revives the dead players who wake up confused, starting to wonder what the hell just happened to them as they remember their last moments. The red-haired angel informs them about the current situation and tells them they will now lose their representative powers. She advises them not to feel too sad since they know how to get them back. As the bonus round concludes, the angel proceeds to explain the main mission. Suddenly, mission windows appear in front of each player, revealing that they need to kill 300 orcs each, and the approval rate has been severely reduced, causing complaints from the audience. Enraged, Priscilla lashes out at them for their constant complaints and threatens to lower the approval rate even further, effectively silencing all the players. She adds that, since the previous rounds have been too easy, the difficulty level is now set to legendary. Some players wonder how hard this mission could be, while the angel simply tells them to wait and see. Another NPC asks about the submission and its reward, to which Priscilla replies that the hidden mission has been revealed this time, but the reward will remain a secret. Panic spreads like wildfire, and even the bully, Yu Ming, starts to tremble, shaken to the core. Min looks at the winged creature with disgust for always withholding information and remembers that the reward for this round is the Rune of Balance, an incredibly important power-up that only one person per zone can obtain. Of course, it's possible for other players to get this rune too, but achieving that is nearly impossible. Even if a player manages to complete the submission, meeting the conditions to obtain it is still quite challenging. The angel then reveals to the crowd the secret mission that they need to collect all the balance stones. However, only one person can receive the reward. This means that if one person fails to find all 4 stones, then no one gets the reward. Priscilla flashes a mischievous smile and reminds them that it's always possible to steal the stones from others. The players keep bothering her with questions and she clarifies that they can only steal the balance stones and nothing else. She also informs them that they have exhausted all their free revives for this round. With that, Priscilla encourages them to give it their all before disappearing into the sky, while a timer appears above the players. Our hero remains annoyed with the pesky angels, but decides to start attacking the orcs and aims to set a new record, after which he plans to help Yuri with his kills. The genuinely sick, trashy case feels happy that, rich or poor, everyone is now on equal footing in this new world, so he casually tells the boy who is having a panic attack to calm down and just live a little. He then descends from the platform into the crowd and walks among them, nearly causing total panic among the guys. The players feel a sense of relief as he passes peacefully and wonder whether they should follow him or not. Some players hesitate, but others argue that Min is constantly 10 steps ahead, so there must be a method to his madness. Many of them feel anxious about being caught, while an NPC suggests keeping a safe distance at all times. One of the representatives from the previous area cheers them on and tells them they can step forward or eat dust as he walks away from the clearing. Meanwhile, the rest of the group seriously wonders if this is the best idea, but they put their fears aside and decide to go after Black Scythe anyway, starting to trust that the professional really knows what he's doing. After that, our hero arrives at what appears to be a small orc village hidden deep in the forest, and the group of losers following him acts as if they are impressed by this quaint little place. While watching Black Scythe face the first orc and take it down as if it were just a snack, the giant pig collapses like a sack of potatoes and heads straight for the center of the village where everyone seems to be preparing to grill some juicy meat. The moment they see him, all the orcs around go absolutely crazy and draw their weapons. The ground begins to shake violently as 3 giant monsters charge directly at our hero. But he stands firm without a hint of fear and slices off the head of the first one, as if he has already collected 3 heads on his scythe. He adds that the world has always been unfair anyway, bringing the scared kid back to reality with his casual vibe check. Then, the other 2 try to crush him like a pancake for dessert, but Min swings his scythe again and clears all the houses in the village until not a single orc is left. Seeing this, the others think the orcs aren't that threatening, even though the vagabond suggests that Black Scythe isn't an average rookie like them, and says they should look for another village and follow in Black Scythe's footsteps. As expected, the useless scum is already planning to use the hand-to-hand combat classes as cannon fodder, while they hang back and steal the last hits for themselves. Anyway, they come across another village that is much larger this time, and it even has a proper lookout. The orc standing in the tower doesn't waste a second before blowing his battle horn, which resonates loudly throughout the huge village. That sound plunges the entire party into chaos, and the panic only intensifies when a bunch of imposing monsters burst out of the houses like a furious swarm of bees. They waste no time surrounding the dozen players, and that's when everyone finally realizes that the village didn't seem large, just as decoration. The cowardly sorcerer nervously asks what they are supposed to do, and the swordsman tells him it's pretty obvious they have to fight if they want to keep their skin. When the orcs charge in, the guys rush forward, assuming they're just dealing with oversized goblins. And when one guy manages to deflect the orc's massive club, his confidence instantly skyrockets as he gets excited, thinking these things are actually pretty bad at fighting. The bald guy tells Yu Ming that although his life may not be worth much, he still has goals he wants to pursue, but the crazy guy ignores him and looks for someone he seems unable to find. He drives his sword right into the monster's chest with a satisfied smile, but it quickly fades when he realizes the blade is stuck like his sister in the washing machine. The orc responds with a dirty hit to the face with his club, sending him to permanent sleep. And after that, the rest of the group is slowly taken out one by one, only this time there's no respawn button to save them. Meanwhile, Min feels quite satisfied, knowing that those pesky bugs who thought they were stealthy and invisible ninjas have finally lost their trail. He thinks they should be fine anyway, since there were like 20 of them. But he suddenly realizes that even those numbers would be defeated if they ever messed with the big villages that have over 200 orcs. On top of everything, the orcs are packed with thick muscles that cling to their weapons, making it almost impossible to pull them out. That's why it's better for players to aim for the neck, since it's the thinnest part. Still, it doesn't matter to our friend who can just walk up to an orc and knock him out with a clean hit using the back of his scythe. After that, Min opens the system window to check that he has taken down 300 of them in 1 hour, and he's the first in all the regions to do so. He wonders where Ming disappeared to after getting hit and chuckles to himself, thinking that a weakling like him probably died in a ditch without anyone noticing. Having claimed first place, he decides it's time to check on how Yuri is doing, so he activates his tracking ability to find her location. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the bandana guy turns to his leader and asks if he's okay. The slightly smarter group starts to understand that orcs are not just pigs walking on 2 legs. Their leader, Cho, Yangho, then asks the bandana guy for a status update, and he replies that they have taken down 50 so far. Yangho does some quick calculations and realizes they are moving too slowly for 5 people to qualify. And one of his members reminds him that this isn't just about ranking, so it's basically game over. The boss lets out a sigh and tells his team they have no choice but to fight a larger village of orcs, which makes his men nervous since they barely survived, fighting only 3 at a time. Their tank suggests it would be safer to keep farming in the smaller villages, but Yangho tells them they are moving at a snail's pace and that even if they are going to fight with their lives on the line, It's a risk they have to take. He quotes Lionheart and tells his men there's no reason to stay on board a sinking ship. Then they move silently through the eerie forest filled with shadows until one of the boys points to a village he swears he has seen before. He quickly alerts his leader that he can see a scout stationed near the entrance, so Yang-ho suggests they roll around the area to avoid being seen. At that moment, his attention is caught by a guy dressed in armor who is in his own world staring into the air. The group passes by the orcs as if they were playing Assassin's Creed on the easiest difficulty and finally reach a fence with a noticeable gap. One of the non-playable characters takes a quick peek through the opening and reports that he doesn't think there are guards patrolling the area. With that signal, they begin to slip through the gap one by one and quietly scatter to better observe the enemy's layout. A scout mentions that there should be about 5 orcs hiding in each hut, which turns out to be much more than their leader expected. Then, the blonde boy suggests they try to ambush each hut separately instead of bursting in all at once. Yang-ho gives the green light, and the group gathers outside one of the orc huts, hyping themselves up, as if they were about to break down the door of a drug den in a cop show. Shaking from head to toe with sheer intimidation, they slowly advance through the hanging curtains and reach a massive wooden door. The moment their leader gives the signal, the gang bursts in, only to immediately regret all their life choices when they realize there are almost double the orcs lounging around like bored cavemen. Upon seeing them arrive, one of the muscular orcs yells, "A gabunga," and immediately puts everyone on high alert. Yang-ho's boy turns to the leader and asks for orders before they all get annihilated, and the leader responds that they should at least try to take one down first. The addict quickly realizes that he can also access the system to check his own stats, and sees his flunkies also surprised as they confirm it for themselves. He then leads them in a charge toward the one on the left, so their tank can hold off its attack just long enough for the swordsman to slice its leg, allowing the bandana boy to finish it off, showing the kind of teamwork all League players dream of. Watching one of their teammates crash to the ground like a sack of potatoes sends the rest of the orcs into a frenzy as they charge straight at the gang, roaring as if to say they are about to be pancakes in a few seconds. An orc delivers a crushing blow to the bandana boy's shoulder, causing him to fall to his knees in pain and leaving him completely exposed. But Yang-ho shows who's in charge and doesn't let that slide, plunging his sword right into the thick, sturdy, black neck of the orc, dropping it to the ground immediately. As the other orcs begin to growl in rage, the group huddles back to back. Yang-ho looks at the 8 remaining walking corpses and starts to wonder if his team can really take them on when suddenly the tank gives up and yells at everyone to just run. Without hesitation, they all start to run as the orcs follow closely behind them. After a few moments, they find themselves completely surrounded, making the injured guy with the bandana think that his time has officially run out. But Yang-ho gathers some aura and tells his pathetic companions to act like men, while those who have clearly already given up start to say their goodbyes. Their leader points out that the orcs didn't eliminate them quickly and tells them to look at those arrogant faces filled with smug smiles and pride dripping from their ugly faces. It takes the gang a second to fully process that they can also open their own status screens and even see the items they gain in real life, although no player can look at another's. Yang-ho says they're laughing at them for acting like a bunch of cowards and asks if they don't feel even a little bit of shame. He faces the monster that is double his size and tells his men to confront them directly and fall in a way that at least shows some honor. This reignites a fire in his team, while the orcs burst out laughing as if they were watching monkeys trapped in a cage. Still, Yang-ho tells his crew to attack the one he points to once he gives the signal. But just after they prepare for it, all the orcs suddenly scatter like ants in a storm. Their attention turns to a fire in the distance, and the guys wonder what could be out there that even makes the orcs flee like terrified prey. Seeing the opportunity, Yang-ho tells them to focus because they finally have a chance now that only 8 orcs are left. After several brutal minutes, the men manage to take down each of the monsters and thank their leader for giving them hope just when they were about to give up. Playing it cool as always, Yang-ho says he couldn't have done any of this without his friends and checks on his injured companion, who honestly looks like a crack addict. Yang-ho takes command again and tells the squad to hide their battered companion somewhere safe while he moves ahead to check the way. Yu-ming decides to test it by casually picking up a stone and crushing it effortlessly with one hand. With that, he starts moving toward the place that was blazing not long ago. As he turns the corner, he starts to think it's strange how suddenly everything has gone silent and how not a single monster has appeared. The man walks through the village and looks around when something appears that leaves him completely stunned. Scattered across the ground are the battered corpses of orcs emanating a strange aura. As he moves through the scene, he wonders who could have caused all this chaos when his eyes land on a man dressed entirely in black. It doesn't take long before he realizes it's Black Scythe, who seems a little surprised that there's still someone else in the village. But the real shock comes when he reads the player's name and realizes that the man is Chao Jong-ho, better known as the Mercenary King. It's explained that the Mercenary is a close combat class capable of handling various weapons like warriors, but his true advantage comes from forming contracts with allies or with the Mercenary King himself. As the only man with this class at that moment, Jong-ho has a unique power where both parties gain additional rewards through contracts, making it a beneficial deal for both. Min can hardly believe he's meeting this guy by pure coincidence and starts walking like a shy girl. Watching it turn to dust by his sheer crushing power, the snake-eyed boy smiles like a complete idiot at his newfound strength. He realizes this and tries to plan how to talk to the top-ranked player, while our guy throws him an unintentional hard look. All the while, he thinks the man really looks like someone who deserves the class with that natural leader aura. Jong-ho asks if he's the one who defeated all those orcs, and the man says yes. The leader starts to sweat and quickly bows, to show his gratitude for saving the group from certain annihilation, even though our guy admits he didn't even know they were there. Still, Jong-ho thanks him again for the help, and Min tells him he should get his men out before more orcs show up. The mercenary king starts to sweat as he asks how the man knows about his allies. Min looks casually behind him at the goofy group that came running after their kind leader out of pure concern. Our hero quietly observes the mercenaries with whom Jong-ho likely formed contracts, and finds it impressive that the mercenary king managed to gather loyal companions so early in the game. While everyone looks at the top-ranked player, Shield Guy, the others start freaking out about what Black Scythe might be doing here, and he responds that he's been farming the balance stones. Knowing that the mid-boss will appear once the village is destroyed, our hero tells them to leave, and the group of fans happily obeys his word. The next day, news of the event spreads like wildfire, and it quickly becomes common knowledge that a crowd of citizens fainted after a mysterious lady descended from the sky like a UFO, with rumors circulating that she has the power to make heads explode like balloons or send people directly into a coma. Just as they turn to leave, Shield Guy says he heard something weird. After a few seconds, the noise becomes loud enough for everyone to hear, and our hero tells them to run now because the mid-boss is on the way. Jong-ho doesn't hear the warning about the thundering sound, but all voices fall silent as a huge orc with a terrifying aura begins to march straight toward them. The mercenaries freeze in fear at the sight of the sub-boss charging at them too fast for something that size, while Min feels nothing but excitement at the thought of claiming the first balance stone. With the creature rapidly approaching, Jong-ho's jaw nearly hits the ground as he screams at his men to run, while his own legs refuse to listen. Coming closer with every second, the boss swings his weapons directly at the spot Jong-ho just left behind. Once the dust settles, it looks like he barely dodged at the last moment, even though he was terrified. So our hero steps in to save the day, and roughly pushes him aside. He asks Jong-ho why he froze like that, then tells the rest to stay back if they still want to see their loved ones. The giant orc warrior moves forward, as if eyeing his next meal, and starts laughing at the loser lying beside him. So Min lunges at the ugly beast to silence her, and drives his scythe directly into the center of her foot. This makes the beast scream in pain and try to crush him, but Min simply jumps back and gathers aura while launching a second attack in midair. Seeing the experts rush to interpret the situation on their phones, Ming realizes that total chaos will break out once they discover that half of the unconscious players are about to die from heart attacks soon, including some famous ones. He criticizes the manager for designing a boss that deals so much damage, but can't do anything if someone keeps dodging. When the warrior pig lets out another angry grunt, Black Scythe finally gets fed up with the noise and charges at him with his scythe ready, as if craving blood. After unleashing the destructive skill, he positions himself behind and continues striking the thick neck with quick, precise blows. Our hero finds it incredible that the big pig's neck can withstand 2 full-power hits from him, but that thought quickly fades as he jumps again and hooks his scythe around its neck. Black Scythe then propels himself off the monster's body and uses the momentum to slice the bad guy in one clean stroke. As he stands over the fallen enemy's body, the system rewards him with gold and a new amount of experience points. Jong-ho's men are amazed that he actually took down the huge beast all by himself. Meanwhile, Min focuses on his rewards panel filled with solid loot, including a piece of a legendary sword that deals more damage than his netherite scythe, an orc heart he knows will help forge a unique item later, and the balance stone. All the boys come running like kids to their dad, thanking him for saving them from certain death once again, although Min stays calm and tells them that's exactly why he told them to leave, which makes the boys melt and practically adore him. But he knows that the real game begins when the police discover that the survivors have become players with special powers. With that, he accepts some well wishes from Jong-ho's team and heads out. The group sets out to hunt again, but just then the boy with the bandana drops to his knees and clutches his chest, saying he can see his grandmother's spirit. Jong-ho gets angry because he didn't say anything earlier and frantically tells him to hold on using the power of anime and friendship until the counter reaches 0. The bandana boy reminds him that everyone will die if they stop killing orcs and pleads with them to leave him behind, but the leader refuses and promises to let him land the final blow on the orcs, as if they were League of Legends minions. When fate approaches the severely injured player, he says he can't take it anymore and collapses, sending the entire squad into a panic. It's then that, because the scene hits too close to home and reminds him of himself and Juan, he intervenes and offers to take a look. The guys ask him if he can really do anything, but Haas Negra glances at the mangled arm and says he can fix it as long as it's still attached. Somehow, using healing magic, even though his class is literally the opposite, he leaves Jonho and the rest of the gang completely stunned. Seeing their dumbfounded faces, he tells them it's just a skill anyone can buy at the store. And another guy says he never expected that 20,000 gold coin skill he saw would turn out to be so powerful. However, Min isn't telling the whole truth, as the skill isn't much better than basic first aid, but his version turns out to be very powerful due to his high IQ of 123 and the glow rune. Although their low stats won't be a big problem at first, in the later stages they will become too powerful for even the army to handle properly. He tells the bandana guy not to misuse his arm again and to rest it for a while. The guy jumps up and thanks him profusely for saving his life before the rest of Jonho's squad joins in to show their gratitude as well. To express their gratitude, the mercenary king hands over a shiny golden stone, and one of his groupmates offers a red one, followed by everyone trying to outdo each other with their own thank you gifts. Our hero tries his best to politely refuse them, saying he doesn't need their junk, but they plead with him to accept it as a token of gratitude, leaving him trapped in the middle of the village holding a pile of sweaty secondhand gear. Still, he's much more interested in the real reward here, as he looks at Jonho and realizes he's gained the favor of a big fish by using a skill he already had. With that, he says goodbye and walks away like a boss, while the commoners bow to their king without question. Meanwhile, deep in the woods, Yuri looks at the timer and panics when she sees that an hour has passed and she still hasn't encountered a single orc. She ends up crying for following Black Scythe Senpai and getting completely lost along the way. She found him quite easily during the bonus game with the representatives before the round started, but she was completely stunned to see him cut through the others like they were nothing but vegetables. After he finished, and she finally managed to catch him alone, her legs gave way under the weight of his charm, and she closed her eyes, telling herself she'd try to approach him when he seemed a little less scary. That's where Ming plans to intervene and stop them before they get too drunk on their powers and end up destroying the land long before the final round begins. He has already decided that he will succeed by overpowering them with his own overwhelming strength. But the moment she opened her eyes, Senpai was already gone, and it hit her fast that she had completely lost track of him like the airhead she always is. Yuri remembers how Min warned her in the land that defeating 300 orcs is no small feat, as those monsters move in packs, and that's why she should never try to fight them alone, but wait to find Black Scythe once all the servers have synced up. She also made him promise to wait at least an hour before contacting his senpai during the round. And now, thanks to that warning, she ends up being caught in the middle of the forest alone, realizing that Black Scythe probably won't return to the starting area anytime soon. She knows that sitting there won't get her anywhere, so our girl stands up determined and sets off, resolved to find him no matter what. She ventures deeper into the Crimson Forest, staying alert as she follows the path she assumes he took, eventually arriving at a village in a clearing. She thinks that if it's an orc village, then Black Scythe should be nearby. But she quickly dismisses that idea, realizing she would be lost if the orcs inside decide to have a goblin hunting moment with her. Without warning, an ugly bastard materializes right behind her, and the second she notices him, they both start shouting at each other in sheer confusion. But our girl is no coward, and immediately casts a blessing on herself, silently thanking Senpai for being alone and already knowing her weakness. However, this time he knows he will have to play smart and rally the 4 best players to his side if he wants to survive the final round. Although there is something much more important that he needs to tend to first. Although she knows that the neck is the only part that's not too thick to cut, Yuri worries because she's a woman with terrible aim, so her attack could end up hitting another player if someone is nearby. Knowing it's game over if her sword misses its target and gets stuck in his muscles, she gathers all her strength for a solid strike. Unfortunately, her aim fails horribly when the orc dodges, but Yuri still manages to escape since she didn't bury her sword too deep. She continues dodging the caveman-level blows from the enraged orc until she finds an opening and charges for the final strike without a hint of hesitation. The deep cut in his neck makes the orc scream in pain, which only boosts Yuri's confidence even more. Then she thrusts her sword forward at great speed until the orc's neck looks like a piece of Swiss cheese. The big, evil orc falls face first at her feet while she stands there, still trying to process that she actually did it. Just after that, a familiar figure in a dark robe appears out of nowhere. As she watches him walk toward her, she seriously wonders if she's filled with adrenaline, or if the man she's been chasing all this time really appeared and is heading straight for her like Yotaro. That impossible dream fades the moment he passes by her, as if he were nothing more than a fart in the wind. Rummaging in his apartment, Ming walks into the kitchen and feels bad because his little brother dined on just 1 cup of ramen, as always. Gathering every ounce of courage she has, Yuri calls out to him. The Black Scythe senpai gives her a look that basically says she has 10 seconds to explain herself before he leaves. Stammering over her words, she blurts out a request for him to fight her, making our boy wonder if she's already lost her mind after facing an orc. She quickly corrects herself and asks if instead he will join her. He tells her to give him a good reason why he should even consider it, so she practically brags about her unique ability and explains that her blessing skill is the most powerful stat boost in the entire game. Min gives a fake glance at his screen and confirms it like a bored professional. Then she asks if that's enough to convince him to team up in exchange for regular boosts while they hunt orcs together. Our guy firmly replies that he could just use his authority to dominate her and make her cast blessings whenever he pleases. Yuri's mind goes blank instantly, and she starts sweating a lot until Min calmly adds that all he really wants is her promise not to betray him. Min quietly opens the door and takes a peek inside, careful not to wake the little one, and feels relieved that one can finally sleep peacefully, even without his big brother nearby. She feels like a bobblehead and accepts the deal without hesitation. Black Scythe extends his hand to her as a sign of trust and introduces himself. Yuri also introduces herself, calling herself the level 13 buffer known as Democracy. He tells her that he doesn't really need her help, especially after seeing how she took down that orc, but she innocently mentions that it was practically her only casualty in the first hour and a half of the round. Feeling sorry for the clumsy girl, he promises to help her reach her goal as soon as he can. As they walk toward the next village, he tells her to stay in sight and assures her it's for her own safety. Noticing his subtle kindness, she thanks Min for the solid advice when a gang of orcs appears out of nowhere, sending an instant chill down her spine. Black Scythe tells her to hold her beer and relax while he charges at the three ugly fat ones, chopping off their legs as if preparing for a barbecue. One by one, mercilessly, he turns each orc into an amputee and then tells her to end their misery. After all, despite his imposing height, the walking asparagus is still just a 7th grader living alone with his brother since their parents passed away in a car accident. Afterwards, while she stands there staring at him blankly, he tells her to hurry, hurry. So Yuri grabs her sword hesitantly and aims it directly at the dragon. As the experience points start piling up, she ends up thinking that killing orcs is actually much easier than she expected, mainly thanks to Black Scythe's help. Min just looks at her silently and tells the woman to hurry up or fall behind as he walks away, leaving her to run after him. Later, after a while, Yuri happily shares that she has defeated 52 orcs in just 30 minutes, although Min still thinks she's too slow by his standards. Although he thinks it's smarter to be careful, as Yuri could get hurt if they end up surrounded during an attack on the village, he thinks his best chance is with an orc shaman, so he tells him that instead of dragging things out for 3 hours at their current speed, they could actually finish everything in just 1. Yuri looks confused as she asks the guy how something like that could be possible. Then he explains that all they really need to do is find an orc shaman who practically generates orcs non-stop so they can hunt them. This way, they won't waste time chasing after the stragglers, and Min leaves her completely stunned when he casually says he'll handle the shaman along with his creatures to help her. Right after, she tries to press him on how he could know all that, but he tells her he's faced one before and adds that she's always safe when Daddy Black Scythe is around. Pressing the bandage around Juan's bruised hand, a wave of regret and pain washes over Ming's heart. This leaves her completely amazed as she starts to think he really seems much nicer than her first impression led her to believe. When this happens, when they finally get there, she asks if there really is a hidden shaman in such a small village, to which Min replies that that's exactly the kind of setup that kills most innocent players, since the shaman practically lures them in like flies. Her mind goes back to all the times she's seen orc shamans so cunning that they end up farming humans instead, although she knows she can use that arrogance to her advantage. As they walk through the quiet remote village, he explains that most of the houses are completely empty, and there's only one cunning shaman hiding in the large building with a pretty simple trap set up. The moment an unsuspecting player enters that trap zone, the shaman invokes a gang of 10 or 20 orcs to attack them, which naturally makes Yuri wonder how the hell she's supposed to avoid being torn apart. Then Min decides it's the perfect time to play around a bit, so he gets really close to her until she turns red and whispers a hot plan about how he's going to trick the shaman. Feeling very confident because it comes from her crush, she promises she won't let him down, and even surprises the guy by saying she's handling everything on her own. Then he pouts and tells her it's totally fine just to relax outside until it's over, and with that, Democracy enters the house and looks down the long dark hallway that stretches endlessly. She walks slowly deeper and deeper until she finds herself in a large open room with a red carpet, and suddenly realizes that Blackside had already told her about this place. When he explained it, he told her that the red carpet room is where the shaman summons the orcs to completely surround any player, so she should step on it and get out immediately. Without wasting a second, he turns on the lights and tells his little brother that they're leaving right now. That will make the shaman send scouts to investigate, which they can then take advantage of. Thinking that sounds like a piece of cake, she bravely approaches within inches of the carpet, but before Yuri can lift her foot, the shaman casts a light spell and gives her a death glare. Still, she's a strong, independent woman who doesn't hesitate for a second before getting out of there and slamming the door in that weird guy's face. With her heart almost bursting out of her chest, she tells Blackside that she did it just as he told her, and Min simply says that now all they have to do is wait for the experience to come directly to them. Then the door slowly opens, and a small group of orcs comes out to explore for the enemy, only to be ambushed and taken out in one fell swoop. He turns to Yuri and tells her it's safe now. So after finishing the first batch fresh out of the oven, he asks if the shaman is dumb enough to fall for the same trick again. Min tells her that it's dumber than rocks, and probably has a lower IQ than a Logan Paul fan, but all his doubts vanish the moment he sees her golden smile. Shortly after, Yuri finally hits the mark of 300 orcs, and Blackside boasts that it only took him an hour. She keeps thanking him over and over for his help, but Min is clearly more focused on her level, which reveals that she's 19, so he casually tells her she'll rank up after just one more. He's genuinely excited about the new skills he'll unlock with the rank increase, as they'll make her even more useful to him, especially since he needs that extra edge to set the world record on the boss. One sleepily asks why he is making him get up so early, but our big brother pulls the blanket off him and orders him to get his lazy butt up and change because they have something important to take care of, and he will explain on the way. That's why he says he'll help her reach level 20, while Yuri remains completely caught up in the illusion that he's just a good guy, standing there awkwardly like a lovesick maiden who doesn't want to betray her crush. Meanwhile, a group of 5 loud losers shows up and starts making a scene about how Papagua Daña Negra totally wiped out the orcs. Just then, loser number 1 tries to greet him, but our hero tells him to stop wasting time and just say it already. The guy explains that he and his team just came to hunt some monsters, but deep down, he's losing his mind over how just 2 people managed to take out all the orcs lying dead on the ground. Meanwhile, the other 2 start wondering how a random woman ended up teamed up with player number 1, and immediately begin to come up with all sorts of creepy theories about how she won him over. When the low-budget ninja guy starts looking at her like she's a great villain, our boy slams his scythe on the ground and tells them to disappear from his sight. With an expression of anger beyond belief, he says that the losers without wives and lives shouldn't be near him, as all they do is drain his aura, which really pisses off the headband guy. Yuri starts to panic about what might happen if low-level players like them try to fight Black Scythe, but our boy doesn't give them a chance as he quickly dents the idiot's huge forehead with the headband. His quick rant about justice stops the moment he sees blood dripping down the guy's face, and the group of losers wastes no time in running away, deciding it's better to secretly spy on the cultivation method from a safe distance. However, Min already knows exactly what they're plotting, and plans to make kebabs out of them the moment they try to steal from the boss. The little brother complains that if this is just another one of Ming's random morning outings, he is definitely not interested, but Ming suddenly lowers his voice to a serious tone and lets him know that some serious things are about to happen, so now is not the time to be sleeping. When he returns to the real mission of getting Yuri to level 20, the loser gang thinks they've put enough distance between them and starts debating whether it's worth spying on Black Scythe to steal his cultivation method. They crouch behind the bushes like in Assassin's Creed and Esperang, watching as 2 orc explorers run out and start attacking him. As always, our guy doesn't even think they're worth drawing his weapons and decides to show off by throwing one of them directly at the other with a single-hand hit. After that, he crushes them like potatoes so Yuri can deliver the final blow. From the bushes, the group of losers is left speechless, realizing how out of their league he is, although one can't help but wonder why he's not finishing them off himself while the lady keeps moving forward. Their non-existent brain cells finally manage to gather enough energy to realize that she's clearly leading him, and they all start losing their minds over what kind of deal he made to get that kind of treatment. Watching her come in and out like it's no big deal while staying way ahead of them drives them crazy, but then one of them notices something's off. Every time she leaves the cabin, she brings back more orcs, which doesn't make sense because there can't be that many in such a small cabin. One of them gets really angry when he realizes they're guarding a generator, but everyone agrees to just sit back and wait for them to leave since they're too weak to fight player number 1. Meanwhile, Yuri checks his status and happily announces that he's finally reached level 20, acquired a unique skill, and even got an upgrade on his blessing. When Min asks him to use it on her, her stats suddenly shoot up by 60% instead of the usual amount, and she continues with the new skill called Quick, which increases both her movement speed and attack speed by the same amount. His little brother frowns and asks if something happened during the New Year's celebration that Ming went to, and our boy says he will explain once they are on their way. Our hero raises his eyebrows at how strong the effects are and says they should finish this by facing the orc shaman next, then tells her to stay out of his way if she really wants to be useful. While glancing at the gang of thugs giving him dirty looks from the bushes, Yuri remains there with his usual cheerful and cute face as if nothing is happening. He silently thinks to himself that seeing their faces when they see what he's about to do will be epic. As Yuri sits outside waiting for the next move, the Bush Squad also notices that Black Scythe has entered the cabin himself this time. Suddenly, the door bursts open, and he rushes out with a large swarm of angry orcs right behind him, all bloodthirsty, while Min looks ready to make a quick play. Seeing our guy running away from the orcs, Yuri begins to worry that something might have seriously gone wrong with the plan. From the nearby bushes, one of the guys watches with wide eyes, surprised that even the legendary Black Scythe is fleeing in fear, while his teammate thinks he's exaggerating. Meanwhile, the orc shaman's staff emits a glowing energy as it conjures 3 massive arms that slam down with enough force to summon orcs wherever they land. Meanwhile, Yuri is completely lost watching our guy surrounded by orcs and briefly wonders if she should change the plan and jump in to help him. However, that thought instantly disappears when she sees him slicing and dicing orcs charging from all sides like a boss, showing absolutely no trace of panic on his cool, handsome face. As the brothers head down a quiet alley, one wonders what could be making his big brother act so tense and serious all of a sudden. Just then, the orc shaman summons another group of 10 more orcs to add to the already massive horde, but even when Min stands right in the middle of monsters ready to pounce on him from every direction at once, he does a stylish backflip, leaving the pursuers completely speechless. At that moment, his teammate leans in and tells him to stop showboating with Black Scythe because their target is starting to look very vulnerable. Suddenly, their creepy leader turns around with a wicked grin on his evil face and tells them it's time to steal the victory while they still have the chance. However, his teammates get nervous and quickly express their concern that they might face the same fate as the orcs, but their leader smugly thinks that even Black Scythe can't touch them while the orcs keep him busy. Hearing that, one of the cowards says they could always pretend they were just trying to help if he gets angry. With that, they slowly sneak to the side of the orc hut, and Yuri notices their strange movements, wondering what kind of suspicious plan they are hatching. Suddenly, she realizes they might be planning to rob the orc shaman while Min is still busy handling the surrounding horde. The scene shifts to the past when Yuri shyly thanked Min for helping her, although she still pointed out that she is just dead weight holding him back. It is then that our protagonist tells him to check the news, as a lot has happened while he was sleeping soundly. But he told her he had already completed the main mission and has one of the 4 balance stones, so he has plenty of free time for side quests. He then said he got one from an orc warrior and believes he can collect more if he keeps defeating bosses, so she really doesn't need to feel bad about being helped while he gets loot by helping her. That's why he gets absolutely furious when he sees a group of thieves trying to rob the boss, who clearly belongs to Black Scythe. Yuri jumps into action immediately to stop them before they manage to capture the shaman, but suddenly, the group of thieves finds themselves enveloped in total darkness, catching everyone by surprise. As they wander around confused, one of the guys quietly covers another's mouth to silence him because they are right behind a terrifying monster that just noticed they're lurking. The monster instantly turns around and starts making guttural or slithering sounds, making it very clear that they are about to be eliminated. They then run as fast as their novice legs can physically carry them, but the boss blocks their escape route by trapping them inside a circle of orcs, just like he did with Min before. It is at this moment that they finally realize they have really messed up. An orc deeply cuts into the shoulder of the black-haired boy, and then lifts him into the air by his hair before throwing him to the ground like a sack of trash. When he looks up, he realizes that his head is about to be crushed like a watermelon under the foot of an orc, except this time he is the watermelon. And Won's jaw drops when he sees the Looney Tunes-style headlines about an angel who kidnapped a group of young people and took them to another world, with Ming finally revealing that he was one of those poor souls and barely made it back alive after completing the first mission. Meanwhile, our boy finishes taking down the last orcs, then sees the very predictable result of his little test to see if the ambushers would try to steal the kill when he intentionally lured the shaman. But he feels no guilt because these fools would have died anyway, as they wasted too much time hiding and watching him instead of just completing the real main mission. With that, he walks straight toward the orc shaman, who growls and sends his entire army of orcs making threatening noises at Min to scare him. But our boy quickly dispatches them, and notices he feels much faster than usual, thanks to a boost from Yuri, as well as the blinding rune that increases his attack speed by 50% at night, making him very hard to detect in the dark. All he needs is a single clean strike from his scythe to behead the orc chief. After dealing with the shaman, he racks up tons of experience and money, along with a bunch of rare loot. But while reaching level 33 feels good, what really excites Min is an old cracked necklace called the Marble of Eternal Sleep. It gives him stat points for 100 accumulations he earns when he kills 100 monsters, although the catch is that it loses durability with each accumulation, so it will break after giving a total of 10 stat points. Min thinks it works very similarly to the absorption rune that the Black Dragon used to have, but the annoying part is that it breaks once he gets 10 points, all due to the durability condition. Still, he already has a solution in mind. He can get the durability rune during round 8 and go to a blacksmith for repairs. His younger brother immediately starts to panic and demands to know if he is really okay, especially since after their parents' accident, Ming is the only family one has left in this world. If that works, then he gets a way to have infinite stat points. Just then, Yuri calls him, wandering around or trying to find him, as he basically turns into a ghost at night thanks to the passive ability of his rune, which is as problematic as it is useful. Before canceling the spell that plunged those fools into darkness, he erases all traces that they ever existed and then calmly ends the night of death. Just at that moment, when the eerie twilight fades, as if it had never been there, Yuri stops and blinks for a second, visibly confused, until she sees our hero and quickly approaches him, telling him how worried she was. but he just shrugs, saying he had some urgent matters to attend to. Upon hearing that, she asks if he somehow missed the thieves' party that tried to rob the orc shaman while he was busy with his summons. He innocently tells her that he doesn't remember seeing anyone like that. The sweet girl appears completely bewildered, as she definitely remembers hearing his screams loud and clear. But our hero thinks there's no reason for her to see the little that the boss left of their bodies. After that, he tells her it's time to face the next boss. Hours pass, and the two arrive at another village where Min causes another total massacre. He remembers how completely shattered he felt back then, but somehow his older brother always stayed strong and made him feel like their parents were still with them, even now. After taking out the basic monsters and the archers watching from the towers, he challenges the orc archer boss and delivers such a brutal death that he's basically left dismembered. He doesn't level up this time, but he gets 3 balance stones and a bunch of rare loot. Opening his inventory, the first thing he checks is the agile archer boots that increase his speed, and they are much better than the sad beginner pair he's still wearing. Then, he fuses them with a green mana stone he has, which further boosts his agility stat, and once he finishes with all the side bosses, our boy is finally ready to face the final boss. In this round, the final boss is a brutal beast called the High Orc, and the biggest problem during the fight is the strict time limit, so he has no choice but to race against the clock. Thanks to speed boosting items, he remembers his best time in all past lives was 43 seconds, but now that he has solid support like Yuri, who can give him boosts whenever he wants, he's pretty sure he's about to set a record that will be remembered in history. However, before that, he needs to level up his stats and keep defeating monsters to maximize the necklace that boosts his stats. As time passes, only 30 minutes are left in the round, and our man takes a brief break after reducing the last orc village's population to 0. He still hasn't reached level 40 as he wanted, but he moves on because he doesn't have time to train anymore, and he's actually satisfied after getting 9 stat points from the necklace, which now only has a remaining durability of 1000. Turning around, Yuri suddenly asks him why he's not hunting orcs, and he tells her he already has what he needs to fight the final boss. However, there is a limit to how much a person can endure, and even his brother might not be able to handle something as traumatic as being suddenly forced to hunt 100 monsters. With that, he says it's time for them to part ways, and that she really did a great job following him this far. As he shakes her hand, he feels a bit sad, and briefly thinks about selfishly asking if she can stay with him until the final boss, but he realizes that she would probably just end up being a hindrance. At the same time, our boy finds it a bit strange how quickly she became fond of him, but he knows deep down that the fight with the High Orc is too dangerous to take her along. As a little farewell gift, she gives him one last boost, wrapping him in a swirl of bright green energy, and he thanks her again for helping with the house, as she was honestly kind of a lost cause on her own before. Then, she opens her inventory and says that although it's not much, she got a shiny blue crystal during the orc house, and she's giving it to him in case he needs it later. Upon hearing that, he tells her it's fine and that she can keep it, but she insists and says that the experience she has gained is more than enough, while thinking to herself that she can only give him one, as she is saving the other for Min. Knowing that she still doesn't realize he is actually Min, he assumes she must feel indebted to him, so he accepts her gift while saying that she helped him too, and now they are even. After that, he turns around and walks away with a small, satisfied smile on his face. On her way to the boss, she activates her tracking ability to locate the High Orc, and notices that no one has managed to defeat it yet, as she can still clearly feel its presence, although no one in any of her past lives managed to kill it either, because the High Orc is one of the 4 bosses of the 5th round, but it is so incredibly strong that the other 3 honestly feel like secondary bosses in comparison. Already knowing exactly what his younger brother is thinking, Ming calmly reassures him by saying that the stat system makes players stronger, so even a skinny guy like a spaghetti stick like him will be fine. Normally, it would take 100 level 20 players working together in a coordinated raid to defeat the beast, and a solo death is practically unheard of. For instance, Min himself failed in the first 4 attempts he made to defeat it alone, but with several tries, he became powerful enough to complete the entire fight in just 43 seconds. Jumping from tree to tree like a forest ninja, he leaps towards the boss as fast as he can, fully ready to set another unbeatable time record. Almost 100 meters from reaching the boss, he finally catches a glimpse of its enormous body emerging from behind the trees, but his eyes widen in surprise when he hears the scream of a blonde player being crushed by the boss's fists. The High Orc has an unpleasant expression as it holds the crushed player, and the rest of the group begins to panic, wondering how they ended up like this. Back then, this group of players started looking for others to join their team. The sword guy introduces himself as Junseo, and says he is a level 12 warrior. Then, a blonde boy intervenes and says he is Brady, the archer, while the hooded figure utters a name that sounds like he hit his keyboard with his head. They all joined for their own reasons, but somehow, they ended up getting along much better than expected. The blonde boy tells the warrior to start provoking the orcs, and he charges straight in while the spear girl takes out another one in the back line. Seeing that one still doesn't believe him, Ming tells him that all those worries will disappear once he sees him fight, and that he just needs to follow him and trust him for now. With the unstoppable power of male friendship, they go on an orc hunt that lasts a full 6 hours. Each of them reaches a count of 300 orcs, but Junseo still feels bad about having separated. He offers to keep hunting, and the group falls back into their routine because they want to reach level 20. They unlock a new ability after that, making defeating orcs as easy as taking candy from a baby. The hooded guy suggests they should aim for something bigger next time, but before they can decide, the warrior suddenly points to something in the distance. The blonde boy looks up and sees a gigantic monster, saying it looks like an orc, while the warrior assumes it could be a boss. The spear girl asks if they feel brave enough to face it, and another player agrees, thinking the reward will be worth the risk. He offers to split the loot evenly, and the others nod without a second thought as they head out to hunt the monster. Suddenly, the two-headed beast lets out a loud roar that freezes everyone in place. It charges at them and leaps into the air, while the rest of the group can only stand there like statues. But the little brother crosses his arms and stands firm, refusing to budge an inch until Ming tells him what he has been hiding all this time. It crashes down with a heavy thud that sends shockwaves in all directions, but the spear girl barely manages to dodge in time. The tall orc doesn't waste time swinging its monstrous claw arm, turning the spear girl into ancient history. It turns its head and sees the other girl who stumbled and fell just from sensing the monster's presence. The tall orc brings its hand down like a hammer and squashes her like a pancake, and that's when the blonde boy realizes this monster was never the prey in the first place. The tall orc grabs the archer and squeezes tightly to take their life, while the warrior can only freeze in horror. The hooded figure tries to play the hero, but the tall orc lifts him with its tail and smashes him against the ground like a rag doll, sending him straight to the other world. Junseoka starts sweating like crazy while screaming in his head that he doesn't want to die, yelling at the monster to get away from him. He trembles from head to toe out of pure intimidation, but the tall orc shows no mercy and raises its arm to crush him. Just then, Black Scythe appears in the air above the boss and swoops down with his scythe ready. He cleanly cuts off one of the heads, causing the other to scream in rage. But our boy also sends that one to the Shadow Realm. Looking at the ugly bruise on one's hand, Ming's face hardens again as he finally speaks and mentions the idiot who has been bullying one all this time, causing the poor kid to start sweating buckets. The enormous body of the monster crashes to the ground, while the warrior tries to figure out what just happened. He looks at his hero in surprise, while our boy lands in front of him, looking like a Dark Souls boss. Black Scythe is a bit disappointed because he didn't expect the tall orc to fall with a single blow, and just then the system notifies him that he has reached level 40 and unlocked a ton of new features. The damage and range of his ability, Death Seal, receive a boost, and he also gains access to new powerful skills. He finally manages to unlock the ability Moonlight Destruction, which turns out to be the only real attack skill his class has. Having only one attack skill is quite risky, as failing could mean disaster, but Moonlight Destruction covers a wide area, which compensates for the risk. The skill is a mix of magic and physical damage, which means our hero can defeat enemies regardless of what they are resistant to. He thinks this will be crucial against the powerful bosses still waiting out there, and he moves on to the next rewards. Just then, the side quest also completes and unlocks the Rune of Balance, which is what he has been looking for all along. Our boy absorbs the rune into his body, and knows that it will only work correctly if he keeps his 4 stats balanced, which is why he always ensured none of his stats fell too far behind the others. Hearing the name of his tormentor come out of Ming's mouth, Juan feels completely shocked that he already knows about his situation. Once he's done with everything, he glances at his updated stats, and almost loses it. After seeing that each one is now above 300, he is shocked because the only thing higher than his stats now is Snoop Dogg. Although he knows that Yuri's blessing skill and the 5th round bonus are in effect, our boy realizes that using the Rune of Balance is still the fastest way to get stronger right now, and then he moves on to claim the time attack reward. By defeating the round 5 boss in literally 1 second, his quick attack bonus also applies to the boss, so he ends up getting 100,000 gold, which is the highest possible reward, and 4 times the amount he earned with his old record of 43 seconds. Just then, the system informs him that he has set a new world record, and as a bonus for having recorded his name in the Akashic Records, he can choose a unique item of his choice. Our boy is stunned reading that pop-up because he has never seen that happen before, and honestly can't believe the ticket will actually let him choose any unique item he wants. After opening his inventory, he touches the reward and is allowed to choose one of the 8 equipment categories. Realizing that the options are practically limitless, Min realizes he shouldn't choose a weapon since he plans to craft one when he returns, so he decides to go for a helmet instead. Meanwhile, the guy he saved just stands there, watching him, curious about the menu, still unable to believe that a single man came in and obliterated the Colossus with 1 blow. Realizing that even a team of 5 level 20 players had no chance against that boss, he starts to wonder what Blackside's true power level is. He turns to his brother and asks if he really knew everything from the start. Still, he tells himself it's not the time to overthink and that he should thank his savior, but by then our guy gives him a cold look and walks away silently without saying a word. Later, at the starting point, the angel descends and asks if everyone has finished their missions, and she seems quite interested in seeing how badly the large number of players got wrecked in this round. She laughs with amusement knowing that the players were too strong to be defeated by orcs, so it's obvious that most of them were busy fighting each other. With that, she moves on to the results of the 5th round, where Black side is in the lead by a massive margin, 15 levels above the number 2 player in the world. Everyone is completely astonished after seeing his level and that incredible time record. Listening to the players around him spreading rumors about how it should be impossible to hunt so many orcs so quickly, he sighs because he just wants to claim his rewards and leave in peace. Suddenly, a bunch of system notifications start popping up, congratulating him for being first in practically everything, earning him an epic necklace choice pack and a special reward loot box. Then it congratulates him again for the absurd achievement of staying first for 5 consecutive rounds, granting him the cool title of the one who goes ahead of everyone else, which Min has wanted for a long time since it boosts his experience gain by 50%. After that, he opens his inventory to choose one of the 3 epic necklaces, which aren't much of a surprise to him at this point since he has used all of them in past lives. He selects the Java necklace, which boosts all his stats. But the biggest advantage of the artifact is that it gives him a 35% resistance to all status effects. Guilt hits him like a truck because he tries so hard to keep it hidden, not wanting to burden Ming with more problems, when he already has enough to deal with. Moreover, items with resistance are extremely rare in this game, so he can always sell the necklace for good money later if he doesn't need it. Next, he opens the special reward box and finds a choice between tripling his experience in the 6th round, getting 6,000 gold coins, or obtaining hidden information in round 6. So, while Min makes the choice of triple experience for the next round, the angel suddenly starts clapping, to the confusion of the players, and then asks if anyone has checked the rankings, because 1,600 people passed the mission, and that can't be right. Out of nowhere, some of the players are engulfed in flames, as the angel announces that all players ranked below 1,200 will be eliminated. The burning players plead for their lives, but she just laughs at the pathetic insects who lack courage, while our guy also silently laughs, thinking he would probably be just as pathetic if he were in their place. Then she announces that no one completed the side missions, until suddenly she stops to correct herself and fixes her gaze on Black Scythe, who somehow is the only player that managed to complete them. With that, she says goodbye to the players and tells them she will see them again in the next round. The scene shifts back to the land, where Min relaxes at home after a good dinner with his younger brother the next day. Now that he has energy again after eating, he gets to work and opens the combination window, where he chooses the blinding scythe as his base weapon. He then adds the orc heart, a mysterious wooden totem, and even the high orc teeth as secondary materials. But deep down, Ming feels the need to apologize to his little brother since he never realized the pain that one had been carrying all this time. Just that setup would give him an epic rank weapon, but by adding the black diamond he received from Young Min, it will instead elevate it to unique. Once the combination is made, a unique and cool-looking weapon called Death Scythe appears in front of him, making our boy laugh with happiness, because he has finally upgraded from his blinding scythe, which honestly sounded way cooler. He then decides to use all his leftover money to buy general skills, starting with environmental search, which allows him to see every player and monster in the surroundings like a minimap. Secondly, he buys dynamic vision enhancement, which improves his sight in real time. And finally, he takes basic resilience, which increases resistance to all status effects by 15% passively, along with another passive skill that reduces the chance of his attacks missing. Even after buying all that, he still has 14,000 gold left, and thinks there's nothing else he really needs aside from the epic item that will appear in a few days. With that done, he ends the day and opens his status window again to check his stats, still impressed by how much the balance rune has increased, and the massacre rune is going to double all that power. Now that he is as strong as he can be, he decides it's time to check his business with Kyungrak Ma and then go after Jungmin. However, he realizes he has no idea where Jungmin is, or if the guy is still alive. He uses the tracking on him and manages to pick up a signal, confirming that the guy is still alive somewhere, which means Min can still put him to good use. In his first life, Ming ended up finding out in the worst way possible. However, he swears this will be the last time he bothers to use scoria like that for his personal gain, before finally tossing him away like the trash he is. The next day, Yuri finds herself sitting in a fancy-looking cafe, wondering why the rich guy wants to see her again. In her mind, she starts drooling over all sorts of spicy scenarios, making her shake her head vigorously to clear the naughty thoughts. Just then, Min enters the cafe like he owns the place, and asks if she has been waiting a long time for him. Yuri still feels a bit nervous, but she nervously offers to buy him a drink, and our boy accepts the offer without hesitation. He gives her an innocent smile, and as she starts to sip her drink, she wonders where all these strange thoughts are coming from. Min interrupts and asks how she did in round 5, and she replies that she joined Black side, so it was surprisingly easy. She admits she thought she wouldn't be much help, but Blackside turned out to be very kind. Min reassures her, saying her improvements are very useful, and she reveals that this was the first time she placed second. That catches his attention, and he asks what reward she received, which she proudly reveals is a mid-tier necklace that boosts agility, and then asks what he thinks of it. He was lying down to take a nap when one casually mentioned that he was going for a walk. He tells her it seems like a good item, and the shy girl then offers it to him without thinking twice. Min tries to decline it, since she won it on her own, but she disagrees, saying Blackside helped her all the way. He suggests giving it to Blackside in return, but she thinks the item is too low level to be useful to him. Min tries to downplay it, saying she doesn't even have a regular rank yet, which immediately captures Yuri's interest. He lies, telling her he's still stuck at level 19 and just barely passed the last round. Yuri thinks that makes sense, since the seer isn't really a combat class, and just then it clicks in his head when he asks how a seer fights, to which Min replies she has some decent magic skills. She puts her brain to work and realizes the necklace really doesn't fit her class, then suggests boosting her intelligence stat if she plans to use magic seriously. After that, she summons a red crystal and offers it as thanks for all the help, which Min accepts, just so she doesn't feel bad. Yuri blushes and murmurs that he's always looking out for her, so he wants to return the favor. Then Min remembers something and says she has something to give him too, which makes her light up. Sometime later, Ming answered a call in a bad mood, expecting nothing serious, but the woman on the other end of the line gave him a ruthless and cruel wake-up call when she told him that she needed him to come to the hospital. He then shares that he can give her some information about the 6th round. Upon hearing that, her interest peaks and the two delve into the information. After they finish, Yuri asks if she wants him to team up with Blackside again. Min confidently assures her that the guy won't reject her now, since she has proven herself with her powerful benefits. Yuri starts to think deeply about it, and Min teases her, saying it seems like she really enjoys working with Blackside. Yuri doesn't even deny it and says he's a really amazing guy. She then lists all the bad traits about the mysterious player, number 1, while Min just sits there, enduring it in silence. She finishes by saying he's incredibly good at reading people, and it feels like he always knows what others are thinking, which is thanks to the thought rune Min has. In her mind, she knows he's not a perfect guy either, and that up until now he has failed and died 99 times. The last time, he was still angry about that confusing requirement of needing a team of 5 players to enter the boss's room. It turns out that one was beaten so brutally by his bully that night that he ended up losing his vision completely. He looks down and thinks that this really is his last chance, and he has to make it count with everyone this time. Yuri pulls him out of that state by asking who he's thinking about and if he's nervous about the next round, and Min admits that he is because he's a weak player. Yuri says she wants to help, but feels sad because they're not in the same zone. Then Min playfully asks if she would help for free if they were. Hearing that, the shy girl gets uncomfortable and says she doesn't feel right, always being the one receiving help, and that she wants to do something for him too. Min silently thanks her, since his improvements are the reason he took down the tall orc in less than a second. He tells her not to worry, and that he's sure they'll meet again in the afterlife someday. She smiles and tells him to wait until she finds him, while he awkwardly raises a fist in the air, wondering silently how she will react when she finds out he's Black Scythe. Later, Min approaches Kyung-Rok Ma, who instantly stands up to greet him. The boy puts an arm around him as if they were close friends, and personally leads him to the couch before telling Sungchul to prepare some tea. Ming felt like a pathetic weakling at that moment, and the weight of his own helplessness hit him like a truck. They start talking sweetly like crazy, and he says he had to handle anything that bothered Mr. Min. This makes Min chuckle a bit, seeing someone as important as him trying so hard to get close. Kyung-Rok offers dinner, but Min gets straight to the point, which immediately captures his attention when he asks if it's about the next round. Min says he will share that too, which makes the CEO smile from ear to ear. But then our boy says he wants him to organize a shareholders meeting in return, and explains that they need to change both the type of business and the company name, which makes Kyung-Rok wonder what he is supposed to do. Our hero tells the man that he only needs to support the proposals he presents during the meeting, and warns that there should be no resistance from others. After all, Min remembers that the other shareholders weren't excited about this idea when he saw it in the future. Now that Min has Kyung-Rok totally focused on what he has to say, when the man asks what kind of proposal he is planning, Min finally reveals the master plan that he wants to create an open social market specifically for players. Hearing that, Kyung-Rok seems a bit puzzled by the unique idea, and with signatures, Min refers to them building a website. Min explains that it would be a platform made just for players and used as an item exchange store. That's why, in this life, he wants to make sure his little brother never has to go through something like that. He asks if they plan to add a cash payment option, but Min says that depends on the seller, and they can choose to exchange instead. The CEO still seems hesitant, but our boy tells him that some players will definitely need quick cash from time to time. Just then, Min makes a mistake and mentions that there will be future opportunities, to which Kyung-Rok quickly reacts. Min assures him that he has already seen the future where players above level 40 start exchanging items for gold. At that moment, they unlock a negotiation skill that allows them to exchange gold directly between players. So all they really need is a suitable and safe site for the exchange. Kyungrok dives into his thoughts and realizes that this might not be a bad idea after all. If it works, they will have full control over it. He asks if players would even use such a site, and Min tells him that they already have piles of unused items from previous rounds. Since players can't sell monster drops in regular stores, they are probably struggling to figure out how to get rid of all their junk. At the same time, in a rundown alley, Taiju throws a nerd against the wall with a hard kick and reminds him that he was supposed to show up with 20,000 wones. Most players have already reached level 20, which means they have probably already unlocked the combining skill. But having a place where they can exchange materials would make things much easier. Kyungrok agrees that people would definitely use it, and he starts to think more deeply that if the seer is right, this could generate huge profits. At that moment, his mind begins to fill with ideas like launching a version of the app or maybe adding an auction system later on. Min sees that the CEO is getting familiar with the whole situation, which is also perfect for him. If he can gain total control of the synthesis ingredients before they become popular, he could manufacture some really impressive equipment. Kyungrok finally nods and agrees to the plan, while Min asks if he has any ideas for the name. The CEO flatters him again, saying that Min is the main shareholder and that his idea should lead the way. Then Min proposes the name Player Place. The man agrees that it sounds good, and Min asks how long the development will take. He starts shouting while the nerd just lies there like a lifeless NPC. The CEO replies that it should be ready in about a month, which perfectly coincides with the end of round 6. It's then that Min finally decides to give him the information about what will happen in the next round. After a brief explanation, Kyungrok realizes that teamwork will be very important again and thanks Min for all the valuable information. He thinks that keeping the seer close was the best move of all, because now everything seems to flow smoothly, both in the other world and in the real one. Kyungrok promises to get the business started just as Min said, and he will call the shareholders meeting as soon as possible. Min agrees to join him, and they both get up to leave. The boss tells Hyunchul to take Min home and to inform Aaron about everything that happened today. Then he sends our guy off. A few days later, Min goes to bed excited because today is the day the epic item goes on sale. He logs into the store and goes straight to the item of the day, which appears to be a stylish shirt that greatly boosts both attack and movement speed. He buys it without a second thought, even though 20 gold coins for an epic item isn't trivial, and soon he won't need to rely on the store at all. The fat pig keeps kicking him over and over, and even his own grunts start to sound surprised by how much punishment he's dishing out. Once that moment comes, blueprints, which are basically instruction manuals for creating specific items, will also start appearing for sale. This way, people won't have to blindly combine materials, and they might even resell the blueprints for easy profits through the social market. Min flops down on the bed and thinks that the meeting has to go well for that dream to come true. The next day, the meeting begins, and the room is filled with shareholders as Min steps onto the stage and gives an Oscar-worthy speech. As expected, there's some negative reaction at first, but he answers every question smoothly and manages to win everyone over. After the meeting, Kyungrok approaches and says he handled it like a pro, while Min simply ignores him. The CEO assures him that he will take care of the rest of the business matters and tells Min to focus on staying alive in the next round. This makes our guy smile a bit, as the guy seems genuinely concerned for him. With that done, the two decide to go to lunch, since he has finished all his tasks for the day. As Min walks away, he thinks there's just one last thing to do now, which is to use Yang Min one last time. While the guys are frozen in shock by his ruthless attitude, Fatty starts complaining that there's no way to get a bike big enough for his huge truck without the nerd's money. The scene shifts to the forum meeting, where Yang Min enters with her usual energy and cheerfully greets everyone. But the atmosphere in the chat group seems a bit off. One member asks if she hasn't heard the news yet. Then they tell her that Mr. 30 and the other guy are probably dead, as no one has heard anything from them. Yang Min finds it a bit silly that they are acting so sad when they barely knew each other beyond these video calls, but then realizes they are just pretending to seem like good people in front of the president. She realizes they are trying to win over the emotionally invested boss, who genuinely feels sad when someone dies, and decides to play the same game. Channeling her inner drama queen, she puts on a fake performance that would make an adult man cry, and the others start crying too, while Yang Min internally shudders at how fake everyone feels and how easy it is to manipulate them. Then the president joins the call and asks why everyone is crying, as if they've been attacked by onion-cutting ninjas. Then Lost Ark dramatically sobs and reveals the bad news, which also brings down the president's mood a bit and informs everyone that there are now only 6 members left. A long-haired player suggests choosing new executives, but the president dismisses him and responds that there is no one talented enough left, and even the 3 players they recently tried to recruit have gone completely silent. He turns to one of his henchmen and asks who else they can squeeze for cash. Lost Ark says he kept trying to contact them, but no one responded, which can only mean they must have died in round 5. One executive disagrees and says he's not sure about the other two, but he's certain that Blackside is still alive. He mentions the outcome of the last round to argue that Blackside is actually alive in the real world, which only confuses and worries the president more about why anyone would disappear after signing up to join their community. None of the executive members manage to provide a solid explanation. One of them takes it as a joke, while another suggests that someone could have impersonated Blackside and ended up getting killed in the previous round. The president considers this theory, but before he can think too much, a member who goes by Humble Mukbang drops hints saying that a high-level player like Blackside would never waste time joining their group. This strikes the president directly in his pride, as he sees any insult to his glorious community as pure blasphemy. He built this group from scratch to guide and unite all players like a noble lord. So, before Humble Mukbang has the chance to retract or apologize, the president kicks him out of the community forever and lets him know he's on his own from now on. Once the poor man is expelled, the rest of them continue with the meeting, although it barely lifts his spirits when Lost Yark suddenly freezes, noticing that someone else has just registered with the name Blackside. They start thinking until the guy with the big forehead chimes in and tells him to call the tall stick with the curly hair. Everyone at the meeting is stunned for a moment, and Lost Yark quickly adds that this time the full name written is Young Min Huang. The president tells them to go ahead and let him in, at least to check if he's genuine, but just in case it's another prank, he says they'll make Yang Min regret it if he tries to fool them. Meanwhile, our guy leans back after putting in Yang Min's name and address, wondering what the executive's next move will be, although he assumes the executives will definitely show up at the house soon for a face-to-face. Though he mentions he's not exactly a fan of a group that's killing people and planning to turn all civilians into their personal slaves. He leaves the building while thinking that this kind of shady behavior will drag society to ruin, and there's no way he plans to sit back and let that happen. So, with his usual cold logic, he decides that the best option is to eliminate the executives from the PSW community and take full control, as this group is only going to grow with more than 30% of all national players joining it in the near future. Our guy thinks it's smarter to lead and keep everyone under control instead of destroying everything. So he plans to use the name Yang Min Huang as bait, lure the executives in, and take them out one by one until the president falls, leaving him free to take the throne. In Yuri's dad's little shop, the bell on the door rings, and the old man looks up from his newspaper with a casual greeting, only to have a black bag thrown right over the counter at him. A masked guy is there demanding he put all the money in the bag. When the old man asks if he's a player, the guy slams his fist down and breaks the counter to dust, just to prove he's not here to joke around. Just thinking about Juan's punchable face makes Taiju smile and casually share that his plan for ringing in the new year was to start by beating up that kid. Now, fearing for his life, the poor man hands over the cash from the register without protest, although the thug isn't satisfied and insists he hand over more. The old man tries to explain that his business has been struggling since they removed the lottery, but the thief doesn't care. He squints and announces that he knows there's a safe hidden in the back. The old man rushes to the back store and returns with all the bills he can gather, which total around 10 million won. Before the thug leaves, he throws one last threat and warns the man that if he dares to call the police, he will make sure to come back and finish him off, even if it means escaping from jail to do it. He leaves the store and takes off his mask, revealing that the thief turns out to be none other than Yang Min Huang. He starts to get excited about the loot and thinks it should be enough to keep him afloat for a month, but then his smile fades as he wonders if he will make it to the next round just like he barely manages in real life. His thoughts revolve around Blackside, whom he blames for destroying all his attributes and ruining his group of friends. So he swears that if he ever runs into that guy outside the game, he will smash him against the pavement without holding back. He heads home and freezes the moment he sees someone waiting at his apartment door. He throws out a question to find out who the guy is, but only gets more confused when the stranger asks if he is Yang Min Huang. As his thugs throw out the brilliant idea of squeezing money from Juan, Fatty quickly reminds them that the kid is basically a bum and that every time he beat up the hut dweller, he never had a cent to his name. He stares in silence with disbelief, and the guy takes that silence as a yes. Now clearly shaken, Young Min nervously asks if the stranger is a cop. The man laughs and asks his own question, wondering why Yang Min would think that unless he has done something illegal. He then introduces himself as an executive from the PSW community and points out that Yang Min had signed up to join earlier that day. This only makes Yang Min stare more intently, murmuring that the guy sounds like he's on drugs, since none of that makes sense to him. At that moment, the executive also seems lost and directly asks if Yang Min is really Blackside, which pushes Yang Min to the edge. He bursts out, asking if this is some kind of prank show, and says he has no idea what PSW means. After hearing that, the executive lets out a long sigh and turns to leave, though Young Min stops him to explain the situation. He claims that although the name and address match, someone else must have used his identity to bother them. Young Min demands to know who would do something so complicated when a masked figure suddenly appears in front of them, calmly announcing that he is the one who borrowed the name Young Min. The moment Fatty mentions that Juan lives with his brother, His eyes immediately lock onto a pair of visitors. Young Min starts to sweat and asks who the guy is and if they have met before. In response, the masked figure slowly reveals a huge scythe, the kind that no normal person just carries for fun. Lost Shark looks at the weapon and wonders if that means the guy in front of them is Blackside, but then quickly dismisses the idea because the guy seems too short and skinny, nothing like what he had imagined. On the other hand, Yang Min begins to feel his legs tremble beneath him, as even though the guy looks different on the outside, something in the vibe he gives off and the way he speaks feels strangely familiar. He fixes his eyes on him and recognizes him instantly, wondering why Blackside is right there and why he even used Yang Min's personal information in the first place. He realizes if the guy still holds a grudge, and his sudden appearance is not exactly good news. Lost Shark notices Yang Min trembling and starts to reconsider, now thinking this person might really be authentic. He quickly reminds himself that his own level is capped at 20 and there's no way he could face Blackside in a fight. But before he can think too much about it, the masked man intervenes. Blackside says he knows the guy didn't come alone, and tells him to call the others too. And to his delight, it's none other than his favorite punching bag, along with our older brother. That statement completely confuses them, and both the executive and the president silently step out of their hiding place. One of them asks how he knew they were there in the first place, but the masked figure doesn't respond to that, instead warning them to stay right where they are unless they want to lose their heads. The executive scoffs and says the guy has a lot of guts for someone his size, though the president hushes him before he says anything more reckless. The president repeats the question, wanting to know if he really is Blackside, and the masked figure responds by raising the huge scythe again. Still not fully convinced, the president insists he's never seen the weapon before, so it doesn't prove anything to him. Our guy responds that there's no point in asking if he's not even going to believe it, but the president insists once again that he wants to hear the truth from his own lips. Finally, the masked man confirms it himself, saying there's no doubt he is Blackside, and a pop-up for the truth rune appears right in front of the president, clearly indicating that his target is telling the truth. Just that sight makes the basketball-shaped ruffian and his crew smile widely. He relays this to the others, and the whole group quickly realizes they've gotten into something much more dangerous than expected. The chestnut-haired executive starts trembling, as if he just saw his own browsing history, now regretting everything he said about the guy's height. He considers falling to his knees and begging for forgiveness, but wonders if the insult was even registered since Blackside hasn't reacted yet. The man tries to change tactics and go for a formal introduction, but our guy stops him and tells them to check one more time if he really is Blackside. The guy panics and just blurts out apologies for what he said, but our friend keeps insisting and demands they verify his identity one more time. The president nervously explains that they already confirmed it with the truth rune, though he doesn't get far before Blackside interrupts again, saying he'll let them go if they can block his next attack. The chestnut-haired executive is now pleading for mercy, but before anyone can even blink, his head goes flying across the room like a soccer ball. Lost Shark watches in horror, barely able to process the speed of the strike, and shouts in shock, demanding to know why this just happened. Our guy shrugs it off and says he just offered a test. That moment makes Lost Shark realize something chilling, that although they came here hoping to recruit Blackside for their executive team, they might have no choice but to eliminate him because there's no way to keep a monster like this on their side. And he jokes that usually the devil shows up when someone says his name, but instead, he got a gift. But since our guy clearly has the upper hand, Lost Shark now plans to act like they're giving up, and then attack when he lets his guard down to deliver the final blow. Blackside interprets it as a public announcement and confronts them, saying they really need to work on hiding their urge to kill him. Although the president seems completely lost, our guy helpfully details Lost Shark's little ambush plan while staring directly at him to mess with his mind. Then he goes a step further and explains that he only showed up using a fake identity to get this meeting, which leads Lost Shark to demand a reason. Without blinking, Blackside replies that the only reason is that he wants them dead. The president panics and realizes he needs to calm the situation somehow and slow things down before they spiral out of control. But before that thought can even finish forming in his mind, Lost Shark lies on the blood-soaked ground. Only then does the president begin to realize that this whole situation was a trap from the start. His murderous guest never came to negotiate. Rather, he came to finish them off. He loses control and shouts at Blackside, demanding to know what they did to deserve this kind of massacre. Right after that, Mr. Fatty goes completely crazy and curses at Juan, which scares him, making him tremble as he quickly apologizes. Our guy swings his scythe toward the president and coldly asks what his victims did to deserve execution during the interviews. The president begins to tremble, wondering how Blackside could know something like that. But our guy drops the real bomb and reveals that the executive interviews go a step further, as the executives personally kill their targets. The president looks for an escape and tries to justify it by claiming that the people they killed weren't innocent. He says they had the audacity to insult him while clearly being inferior, which meant they asked for it. He then attempts a bold move and argues that those people were hypocrites anyway. He says that deep down, they all wanted to be like the executives, so their fake behavior meant they deserved what they got. But Blackside turns all that logic on its head in one line and calls the president the real hypocrite. He tells him that while he dishes out harsh judgments to others ruthlessly, he never reflects on his own mess and keeps hiding it as if it doesn't count. The president responds sharply, saying that Blackside has no idea who he is, but our guy doesn't stop for a second. But Mint remains unfazed and gives Fatty a cold look that says his days are officially numbered. He already knows what kind of person he's dealing with, and since he can read the guy's thoughts with little effort, he cleanly swings the scythe across his neck and sends his head rolling. Look at Yang Min now, telling him not to be scared, as he is about to meet his friends very soon. Yang Min looks at him in disbelief and asks how this guy could know about his friends. Blackside then reveals that he remembers every little detail, mainly because those so-called friends never left him alone and constantly dragged him as if he had no choice. That answer further confuses Yang Min, and before he can process it, the masked figure removes the covering from his face, revealing his true identity as Min Ryu, the same guy they used to bully as if it were a hobby. Yang Min freezes upon seeing this, his mind replaying every time he intimidated Min into handing over his money. He tries to understand how someone he always treated as a joke could be the Black Scythe. His memory flashes back to the moment this same person cut off his limbs in the other world, but even now, a part of him refuses to believe they are the same person. Min notices the hesitation and mentions it, saying it probably feels unreal, since just a year ago, Yang Min was still busy beating him without a second thought. Taegu just smiles, thinking that all Wan did was hand him a new punching bag, and then asks who exactly he dragged in to come save his sorry skin. Yang Min then demands to know why Min had pretended to be weak all this time. Min replies that it was never an act and without hesitation swings his scythe, cutting off Yang Min's left arm in one swift motion. As Yang Min screams in pain, our guy leans down and tells him he doesn't like being called a loser, especially not by someone so pathetic. He warns him to stay quiet unless he wants his tongue to disappear next time. Young Min barely manages to hold back the scream, and Min praises him like a good little puppy. Then, with little effort, he uses his first aid skill to stop the bleeding. Even so, Min reminds him that he now only has one arm left, though it doesn't make much difference since his time is almost up anyway. Yang Min asks if he is really the same Min he knew before, and Min replies that the old version of him no longer exists. As he raises his scythe again, he prepares to finish him off. Yang Min panics and screams for him to wait, saying that even though he bullied him in the past, he actually feels bad about it now and thinks that should count for something. Before Wan can even respond, the older brother steps in and introduces himself, causing Fatty to smile widely as he tells Wan that this time he really messed up, and now his brother is about to score points for being a snitch. Min raises an eyebrow and asks if he expects that excuse to save him. Young Min insists that killing him wouldn't help and says he could still be useful. When Min asks how exactly that would work, Young Min replies that he is willing to be his servant and promises to obey everything Min asks, even if it means crawling on the ground like a worm. Min stays silent for a moment, and then responds that the plan isn't going to work because Yang Min already looks like he's waiting for the first chance to stab him in the back. Yang Min starts sweating a lot, and asks in a trembling voice why he would do something like that. Min doesn't say much, but he delivers a cold line. The dog that bites the hand that feeds it ends up dead. With that, he fixes his eyes on Yang Min, sees through each of his thoughts, and tells him he has no use for someone like him anymore. Before Yang Min can plead again, Min swings his scythe, and sends his head flying, finishing him off without a second thought. When the body hits the ground with a dull thud, Min remembers how in his past life, without the thought rune, he actually gave Yang Min another chance. He recalls that the guy promised loyalty, but ended up stabbing him in the back right on the battlefield. But then the Butterball pauses for a second and decides to send his guys in first to see just how good this guy really is. This time, there are no second chances. He murmurs a cold prayer to God and feels relieved knowing he won't have to see that horrible face ever again. He activates his ability to erase traces and eliminates every last bit of evidence from the scene. Now that the mess is clean, he focuses on moving into Yang Min's house. Meanwhile, Yang Min connects to the PSW executive meeting chat room and greets those present, hoping the meeting with Black Scythe has already ended. She looks around and wonders why no one else has shown up. The other executive responds and drops the bombshell that everyone else was eliminated during the interview. That news leaves Yang Min stunned, and before she can ask who did it, her instinct makes the obvious connection. The executive confirms without blinking that it was Black Scythe, and tells her that he is out there hunting the rest of the team now. Yang Min immediately asks about the remaining teammates, only to hear that both are also dead. The first guy almost loses his soul laughing when he sees how short our hero is, but our boy responds with a solid punch right to his ugly face, dropping him to the ground with a loud, satisfying thud. Her face twists in disbelief as she tries to understand what they could have done to deserve this. The executive explains that there probably wasn't a solid reason, and thinks Black Scythe either did it for fun or disagreed with their plan to build an organization. She stays silent and lets that sink in, even though her thoughts race. She knows that some people just can't stand to see others succeed, and maybe he wanted to ruin things out of spite. Either way, one thing is very clear. They must eliminate him. She lets out a sigh, and then asks if the guy deceived them from the start by pretending to want to join. The executive nods without hesitation. Young Min grunts as she grabs her hair in frustration and mutters that she had actually been wanting to meet the guy. She never imagined he would turn out to be a psychotic killer. On the other hand, she realizes that not letting him into her executive circle might have saved her life, and the executive completely agrees with that. That move leaves the budget Justin Bieber so stunned that he instantly throws his fist with all his might, slicing through the air at full speed. But our protagonist smoothly dodges with a clean sidestep. He reminds her that Black Scythe is now their official enemy, and it is their duty to take revenge for the others who were eliminated. But Yang Min raises a valid point about whether this time it wasn't the real Black Scythe either. Just then, the executive makes a surprise announcement and says they actually have an eyewitness. He turns to the screen and asks Lost Yark to come forward and explain exactly what happened during the encounter. He hits the guy so hard that the poor dude flies into a distant pile of boxes, screaming for his mom like a baby. At the same time, the bald guy and Taegu's last henchman hit the ground, curled up and shaking in pain from a single hit each. Watching all this unfold, the fat kid starts trembling and can barely hold his ground as he tries to come to terms with the fact that one's brother must have learned a bit of boxing somewhere. Trying to act unfazed, Fadi mocks that there's no way a guy this skinny can throw punches hard enough to hurt him, so he approaches confidently, strutting like a JoJo villain as he looms over our hero. He arrogantly points out that those amateur boxing lessons probably forgot to mention how brutal a height difference can be in a fight, but Min just laughs at the oversized cutting board and asks if this guy wants to see the news. Seeing Min smile to himself in that situation infuriates Gordo, who throws a punch ready to teach him a painful lesson, but our boy easily dodges the punch, making the giant bulldog stumble trying to land a single hit, turning every dodge into an elegant move. Gordo's heart starts racing like crazy, nearly giving him a heart attack from all the movement as he wonders why none of his punches land. Tired of Big Smoke's tantrums, Min ends the show by knocking Taegu out with a brutally satisfying punch. He then directly tells him he wouldn't have dared if he had actually watched the news. While the big guy struggles to stay conscious, he charges at Min again only to be taken down for a second time. This time, Min makes a smooth move and disappears like Naruto, appearing right behind the big guy to deliver a clean hit straight to his oversized double chin. Clutching his mouth from the sting, the big guy starts cursing our hero until he nearly loses his mind when he realizes he's missing a tooth from that punch. This sight infuriates him even more than a kid losing a Fortnite match, and he launches a wild, desperate attempt to take our boy down. As always, Min shows no mercy and starts pummeling that watermelon-sized head with so many punches that Taegu looks like he could fall at any moment. His pathetic lackeys watch from a distance, too scared to even breathe properly as they practically wet their pants. Meanwhile, the budget bully gets furious and convinces himself that the brother only keeps winning because he always strikes first, thinking that if he could land just one sneaky hit, the guy who looks like a toothpick would fly across the room. With that, he tries his best one-punch man move and puts all his effort into taking our hero down with a single blow. But Min calmly uses his own momentum against him and sends the human football flying straight toward the goal. As the big guy crawls on the ground like a giant caterpillar, our older brother stands over him and calmly asks how it feels to finally experience the kind of pain he always loved inflicting, while flashes of regret for seeing someone beaten and broken in every past life cross his mind. But Taeju suddenly changes his attitude and starts pleading for mercy, trembling on the ground just like the kids he had bullied before. Still, Min approaches calmly and reaches out to grab his hand, as the big guy closes his eyes and braces for the worst. After a few sweet moments of suspense, our hero shows a broad smile and directly tells him that the biggest mistake he made wasn't even being born. It was daring to mess with one. Right after that, Taeju needs a moment to process the loud crack echoing in his ears, only to realize it's the sound of his own hand being twisted into something that looks like broccoli. Min doesn't even stop as he grabs the other hand too, and the sharp noise of bones breaking becomes so brutal that even the gang of bullies flees, terrified by the madness. Being the shy soul that he is, one quickly looks away while his brother moves forward, making sure the supposed bully understands exactly what will happen if he ever thinks of messing around again. However, he shows a broad smile at the pleading bully for even thinking he could be gullible, making it clear that he would never trust someone despicable like him. This ensures that Taeju never puts his filthy hands on another innocent kid again, doing some things that definitely wouldn't be allowed on YouTube. Later, one asks his brother how he suddenly makes such incredible moves, wondering if he's been secretly training for years without telling anyone. Min then explains that it has already been in the news that some people have been selected as players who can use otherworldly abilities even while living on Earth. He casually shows one of his daggers, making his brother excited as if it were a legendary knife skin from Counter-Strike. Min also shares that the crazy moves he made during the fight are due to his enhanced speed stat, which easily puts him above even world-class athletes, though he quickly stops talking when Juan starts getting too curious and throwing more questions. Min simply shrugs, remembering how the last time he shared too much ended with Juan being kidnapped by another player. And although he came out unscathed, our older brother has no intention of letting him go through something painful ever again. Suddenly, he turns his head when a loud growl comes from Juan's stomach, and Min quickly offers to take him to the convenience store for a special breakfast to celebrate what had been a pretty good and peaceful day. Inside the store, one wonders what could be the most genuinely depressing question of all while looking around, sadly wondering where his brother goes when the cup of ramen is already right in front of him. Our older brother tells him to wait a bit while he goes to withdraw most of his life savings in one go, assuring Juan not to worry about it. He then casually tells his little brother that he can choose whatever he wants from the expensive food aisle. Juan hesitates for a second, thinking he might run out of money before the new year, but he immediately gives in and grabs a box of chicken nuggets without thinking twice. His whole face lights up as he says he's always wanted to try them, and seeing that precious smile makes Min so happy that he promises to take him to a restaurant next time so he can finally taste beef. Watching Juan get excited over $5 nuggets makes Min think to himself that he just has to hold on a little longer until he's making a lot of money. After that, Min sees Juan explode with happiness as if he's accomplished the mission of his life. But then suddenly remembers something important. The older brother comes back and slams a pen on the table, leaving Juan stunned as he announces he spent almost all his life savings buying lottery tickets. Sweat drips down Juan's face as he nervously asks Min how much he exactly spent on them, only for Min to casually reveal that he emptied his entire account, sending Juan into a total panic attack. Min doesn't waste a second and starts writing furiously, and Juan, looking over, notices something strange is happening and asks why he wrote the same number on all 20 tickets. With a sly smile on his face, our hero proudly tells him that it's his lucky number. Back in his apartment, Juan is sitting there dreading every second while watching the lottery host slowly reveal the winning numbers. He practically starts biting his nails, thinking about the fancy dinner they could have enjoyed instead of spending all that money. But his worry begins to fade quickly as the hosts announce the lucky numbers. He stares at the screen, completely stunned, realizing they perfectly match the numbers Min had noted. And the presenter even says they are the number one winners. Feeling like he might be trapped in a crazy dream, tears fill his eyes, and he asks his brother to pinch his cheek just to make sure it's real. Our older brother Min casually tells Juan to chill out a bit and stop freaking out, or else they're going to disturb the neighbors, while he laughs to himself, remembering how he once screamed like a girl the first time he guessed the winning numbers by luck. But now with everything that's happening, and the economy being wrecked by players, making a fortune seems like a piece of cake. Then, our protagonist walks into the bank carefree, and casually tells the cashier that he's the grand winner and wants to claim his prize. The cashier congratulates him, while silently thinking the first-place winner looks suspiciously young, almost like a normal student. He asks Min where he bought his tickets, and the moment he hears the branch number, the guy starts to panic because he remembers a man once mentioned that more than 100 winning tickets came from a single store. The employee instantly realizes that this could only mean one person bought them all, and also remembers the man told him to call the manager immediately if the grand winner ever appeared. He then politely tells Min to wait a moment, and it isn't long before the manager appears in person. The old man greets with a smile that seems a bit too eager, almost as if he's ready to empty Min's pockets, but still congratulates him and personally escorts him to his office. Inside the office, his secretary immediately bows deeply to both of them, clearly thinking the director has brought his own son. However, the director quickly corrects her, saying that Min is actually a very special guest, and that she should be especially nice to him today. The woman instantly realizes this must be the living legend who won 100 winning tickets, and tries to maintain her composure. As she nervously tries to flatter him, Min simply waves her off with a gesture and tells her to stop wasting time and bring him his money. He casually hands over the stack of tickets, and his mind practically freezes when he notices the same number printed on each one. After she finishes checking and confirms that all are authentic, Min gets straight to the point and asks for the total amount. It turns out that after losing about a third of his winnings to taxes, he still takes home an impressive 15 billion won, so he decides to buy a small studio and starts making some investments in his free time, especially since he knows for sure that Bitcoin is about to skyrocket. Later, back at his apartment, Min surprises his little brother with a place that looks like it came straight out of his dreams, but the little brother immediately asks him why he doesn't just buy it instead of renting, especially now that he's practically swimming in cash. Min proudly reveals that they're actually broke again because he invested all his winnings in cryptocurrencies, causing one's brain to practically disintegrate into dust on the spot. The older brother casually places a hand on his shoulder and reassures him, saying he knows exactly what he's doing, and tells him to relax, since the old man of his dreams also gave him the lucky numbers for the next 4 lottery rounds. Hearing that, one starts shaking Min like a soda can and yells at him to never forget the numbers. It's not like Min could do that even if he wanted to, after experiencing the same thing over and over a million times. Leaving that aside, Min tells him to hurry up and start packing because they're moving to the new place immediately. Meanwhile, on the other side, we see a player breaking through a concrete wall like he's Hulk. while the man proudly thinks that there's no one smarter than him for putting every single point into strength. Although he's a bit different from the others, since he possesses the power rune, which doubles a player's strength and gives him the kind of confidence where he believes he could probably send Mike Tyson and Jake Paul home crying. Clenching his monstrous fists tightly, he decides that it's finally time to put those big muscles to the test once and for all. He shows up at our hero's old place and starts banging on the door, shouting at the top of his lungs for Min to stop hiding like a scared coward. When he gets no response, he wonders if the guy died in a ditch somewhere. Just thinking about the arrogant, condescending look Min once gave him makes his blood boil even more. He keeps banging on the door like a madman, ready to break it down and give him a beating. But he finally stops when he slowly begins to realize that maybe Min just isn't home. The madman then shouts that if he hears even the slightest step from inside, he's going to break down the door like a rabid animal. Just then, an old man appears and asks him, "What the hell are you doing outside someone else's house?" But the crazy guy shows no respect and rudely tells the old man to get lost, as if he owns the place or anything. The old man, unfazed, easily retorts that he is actually the owner of the place, and then politely asks if he happens to be there to meet a friend. After spending a few seconds forcing his last two neurons to cooperate, the madman pretends to be Min's old friend and asks the owner to open the door because he's very worried about his dear friend, whom he hasn't seen in a long time. However, the old man ends up leaving him there, completely stunned, while explaining that the student who used to live there moved out a few days ago without telling anyone where he went, which infuriates Jongmin beyond belief. Meanwhile, back in the new apartment, one is completely amazed by all the fancy amenities his luxurious place offers, and ends up acting like a total clown who just came out of some remote town. The moment he steps into his huge new room, he immediately asks his brother how much this massive apartment really costs, clearly too big for just two people, and Min casually mentions that the rent is about 22 million won a month. One nearly has a heart attack, remembering how he lost his mind over a measly box of chicken nuggets for 5,000 won. He quickly advises Min not to splurge like a madman, and to look for a cheaper place. But our older brother points out that they really need the top-notch security this place offers, especially since players end up falling into a deep sleep on the first of each month, leaving them completely vulnerable to anything from natural disasters to hitmen sent by their enemies. Min knows all too well from personal experience that all the strength in the other world means nothing when you're in a coma in real life. After explaining everything, he asks his brother what he thinks of the apartment, and one is quite happy with it. Although his smile quickly fades as he ends up apologizing to Min for wasting his time and energy on his pathetic self when he already has enough threats to handle in the other world. Our older brother laughs at that. He gives a hearty pat on the back and asks the little rascal if he really thinks he won't come back after the next round. Then he tells his little brother to relax for once and enjoy the 5-star restaurant right in their building while he goes to check his messages. He mocks all the rants and angry messages sent by Jongmin, but ignores the crazy guy without thinking twice, because no matter how loud he barks, Min is practically untouchable now as Black Scythe. The next day, Min leaves his room and finds his little brother all packed and ready to go somewhere. Cheerfully, he tells him he's going to pick up some rice cakes he ordered, leaving Min completely confused because his younger brother has never done anything like that in any of the 99 lives he remembers. Curious, he asks what the occasion is, and his brother explains that he wants to be nice to the neighbors since they just moved in. Thinking it's a pretty good tradition, Min feels proud of the little guy and suggests they go together just to be sure, although Juan tries to convince him to relax since he deserves it. At the first neighbor's door, they ring the bell, and Juan excitedly tells the sweet old lady on the intercom that he's here to drop off some rice cakes. The old lady warmly thanks them for the gesture and wishes the brothers a very good day. After that, they move on to visit the other apartments one by one until they finally reach the last one. Along the way, Min tells his brother that everyone living in the building has a private attic, so they are ultra-rich business owners or celebrities. Juan rings the last bell, but it seems the owner isn't home, so they turn to leave when both brothers are completely stunned to see a beautiful woman in a golden dress walking straight towards them. None other than the famous actress, Erin Seo. Juan is completely enchanted by her radiant beauty, while Min remains completely unfazed as the Sigma he is. As he tries to hand her the cakes, her bodyguard suddenly intervenes and starts questioning the brothers to find out if they are stalkers. Min shuts down his annoyed attitude with a cold glare and calmly explains that he's not some street simp, saying he just moved in and came to leave a welcome gift. Hearing this, the bodyguard finally relaxes and immediately declines his offer, since pretty girls like Erin aren't allowed to ruin their figure with sweets. After opening her apartment door, he kindly invites the lady in, although she looks back at the brothers as if apologizing for her bodyguard's terrible manners. Min remains unimpressed and tells Juan that he's not a fan of his overall attitude, and suggests he just ignore them from now on, but Juan ends up becoming the simp of the year and starts fangirling so much that Min is completely confused about what has him so excited. The tall stick grabs his older brother and starts shaking him like crazy, absolutely amazed that he doesn't even know what a legend the celebrity is, Erin Seo. Meanwhile, Seo keeps reading headline after headline saying that more than half of the celebrities attacked in the other world have been eliminated or have taken their own lives. This deeply worries her about what might happen to her in the world. Just then, she receives a message from a friend, telling her that one of her closest friends recently passed away, and asks if she's going to the funeral the next day. With that, she stops paying attention to her phone for a second and starts thinking that without her amulet, she would surely have been just another victim in the news. Then the lady feels bad for being arrogant enough to think she was special enough to be mentioned in a headline, since she's just a rising star whose success and even her studio apartment are sponsored by her company. Seeing that she is very stressed, her bodyguard, Seon Cheol, gently asks her what's bothering her, and when she says it's nothing important, he tells her to feel free to talk to him about anything, no matter what it is. Irene finally admits that she's very worried about how she's going to survive the next round in a world where celebrities are falling like Tesla stocks, so he calmly tells her to relax, because he will be by her side every step of the way. Seon Cheol gently points out that she has been thinking too much lately and tells her to trust him a little more, so she ends up giving him a precious smile while remembering how distrustful she had been of him when the company first assigned him as her caretaker. But he had earned her trust almost instantly since he practically saved her from being eliminated in the first round. Seon Cheol reassures her by saying he will always be there for her, which lights her up inside, so she jokes that the rice cakes their neighbors brought looked really delicious. But he tells her that they're already getting stale and she really can't afford to gain more weight. Still, she says it wasn't very nice to reject them so rudely, since nowadays it's rare to see people still following old traditions. But Seon Cheol shrugs and tells her that niceties are useless, because everyone today is nice just to get something in return, like parasites. That really doesn't convince Erin, however, as she keeps remembering how cute and innocent they seemed. She even comments that one of them definitely looked older than 15 and wonders aloud if they could also be players, thinking it's really incredible how children today can massacre 100 goblins and then continue with their lives as if nothing happened. Seon Cheol laughs at her and says anyone should be able to take out 100 goblins, but Erin insists that no average person could be that talented in fighting, unless they were a bodyguard like him. And even then, he hadn't been any match at all for the disturbingly scary player named Black Scythe. Watching him go on a killing spree genuinely makes her feel bad for the goblins, and she thinks it's not far-fetched to believe he could be a hitman in real life. With players like him basically guaranteed to survive the next round, Erin can't help but worry if a weak girl like her will even make it out alive from the second. The next day, while Won cleans the apartment like the good boy he is, Min finally comes home and tells him he didn't win as much money in the fourth round of the lottery compared to last time. When Won asks how they reacted to him winning so many times in a row, Min says he gave them the classic excuse that an old man tells him the winning numbers in his dreams. He then asks if Min is still investing all his savings in Bitcoin, and Min proudly boasts that it has now more than doubled. The little brother warns him not to be greedy and says it's time to cash out. But our big brother tells him not to worry his little head because he has everything under control, and they head to the dining room to feast on 5-star food like a Mexican feasting on tacos. A few more days pass, and there are 5 minutes left until the first day of the next month. Hwan tightly grips his big brother's hand and tells him that no matter what happens, he has to come back to him. Min reminds him how he crushed his bully before and gives his little brother a pat on the head, telling him there's no need to worry so much. He tells him to just sleep, since they will both wake up once the sun is shining. With that, he says goodbye to his brother, and Blackside is summoned to the other world along with all the other players. Everyone quickly gets confused about where they are, since it looks completely different from the first round, and one of them screams the moment he sees the top-ranked player walking straight through the crowd with that overwhelming aura. Blackside immediately notices that everyone is keeping a bit of distance from him, and just as he starts to wonder when the angel will appear, a new one appears who barely looks different and casually asks if everyone has arrived. Picking up on the murmurs, she cheerfully explains that the angel from the first round is currently on vacation after her little accident. With a smile more malicious than the devil himself, she tells them not to worry because now they are all in very good hands. With that, the angel spreads her radiant wings and announces the quest for the second round. Mission windows float in front of each player, showing the mission of selecting a zone representative in the next 3 hours. Everyone stares at the mission window in shock, not knowing how to react, as many expected to be thrown into a fight against monsters. One of the players comments that the total number of survivors will remain exactly the same after the mission, which generates a wave of excitement in the group. The majestic angel notices their confused reactions and decides to explain the nature of the current round. She confirms what they are beginning to suspect, that there will be no battle this time, and instead tells them they will have to choose a leader among themselves. The angel tempts them with the promise that the representative of the area will gain the authority to command others to obey every word, whether to end their own lives or crawl like worms. She seems genuinely excited about the weight of such power, while the others exchange confused glances, unsure how to feel about her enthusiasm. Bathed in sunlight that envelops her like an aura, she announces that after 3 hours everyone will be able to cast their vote, and all they need to do is select a leader. A blue-haired player intervenes and asks if there are any hidden conditions they should be aware of, but the angel easily calms his worries by confirming that there's nothing else involved. She assures them that once they cast their vote, everyone will be sent home, openly calling it a simple and relaxing break round. The players burst into cheers, relieved that this time no one has to die, and some laugh at how easy the round seems. But while the others celebrate, Min remains silent, staring ahead with an unreadable expression. Giving them an unsettling smile, the angel says they must make their decision within the time limit, then disappears in a sudden flash of radiant light as a glowing timer takes her place. Everyone continues celebrating, excited that all they have to do is choose an option and even have the chance to become the leader. Meanwhile, Yang Min grits his teeth in frustration, already ready to start fighting. One of his lackeys tries to calm him, but the thug keeps ranting that he put all his points into strength and now won't even get the chance to use that power, which only angers him more. Min overhears their conversation up close and quickly realizes that Yang Min must have picked up the strength rune. He casually comments to himself that all of this is unfolding just like in the canon, and that nothing has really changed so far. Furthermore, he hints that while everyone is going to argue about who deserves their vote, there's something much more important that no one is paying attention to yet. Our hero thinks to himself that if there are main quests, then there must also be side quests as he walks toward the forest. The hidden side quest of the second round is revealed as a class selection mission. Our boy wields his knife as he sets the goal of reaching level 10 as quickly as possible. He spots an Alhop goblin in the distance and quickly defeats it. His skill increases both his experience points and the rewards he receives, assuring him that choosing to hunt was the right decision. He notes that if there's one goblin nearby, there are surely more hidden just out of sight, and at that moment he sees several pairs of sinister eyes glowing among the bushes. Min lets out a small smile as he prepares to face the approaching horde. He cuts through them effortlessly, and the system quickly notifies him that he is leveled up. Upon opening his skill window, Min sees that he has reached level 9. Although the idea of boosting his strength is tempting, he chooses to allocate all his points to agility. He tells himself that brute power is useless if the enemy lands a fatal blow first. Min believes that each skill has its own value, and since the Reaper class he seeks uses both physical and magical attacks, it makes more sense to balance all his stats evenly. Suddenly, he goes rigid as he feels another presence nearby, realizing too late that he was so caught up in the fight that he hadn't noticed them before. He raises his sword, pointing it straight ahead, warning whoever is hiding to come out now or be ready to face the consequences, making it clear they will pay with their lives if they choose poorly. From behind a tree, an impressive girl steps out of the rustling bushes, and Min blinks in surprise when he sees that his pursuer is none other than the famous CO Aren. She apologizes for following him, and before he can react, another person appears behind her. The second figure also apologizes and quickly tries to explain that they never meant to cause harm, and that there's no reason for him to stay angry. Min instantly recognizes the Pianhota as an Seong Chul, who is one of the most loyal followers of Plasma. Min is a major player, known as the Celestial Demon, and he plans to recruit him later, although he is also looking for a priest connected to Min for something important in the 20th round. Meeting him so early puzzles Min, and he can't help but wonder what he is doing with a celebrity like Aren. After thinking it over, he supposes that Seong Chul must be the same bodyguard assigned to her, probably under Ma's orders. Min demands to know how long they have been following him, clearly frustrated that the future seems to be changing in unexpected ways. Aren admits that they've been following him from the beginning, and she apologizes again if they overstepped. When he presses for Maz, she suddenly drops that she has a proposal. Since he easily passed the first round, she wants to form a band with him. Our boy laughs at her request, pointing out that a deal only works when she actually has something to offer in return. Min responds in a frosty tone that he has no use for either of them, and feels perfectly fine handling things on his own, so they should reconsider this and head back to the clearing. Our protagonist turns and walks deeper into the forest, reiterating in a cold tone that he doesn't need them. Seong Chul murmurs about Min's annoyingly arrogant attitude, while Aren falls to her knees, overwhelmed just by being in his presence. She declares without hesitation that her status in the front line is clearly not just for show and emanates pure dominance, but Seong Chul remains completely indifferent to all of that. Aren feels crushed that her charm didn't work, but Seong Chul seizes the opportunity to scold her, saying he already warned her that people like him never fit well in a group. He continues criticizing her for wasting valuable time, chasing someone so obviously reluctant to join. Aren never expected to encounter monsters in a setting that seems so peaceful, and now she decides to hunt them down with her bodyguard by her side. Deep in the woods, a hobgoblin scans the area in panic, completely unaware of Min, as he drops down silently with a strike straight out of Assassin's Creed. Our guy is still mad at the idea of teamwork, convinced it would only drag him down while he casually sends the goblin to an eternal nap. The system pops up with an update on his kill count, but the brief moment of peace quickly ends as hyena-like creatures begin to emerge from the bushes. Min blinks in disbelief at their numbers and thinks that luck might finally be on his side. The gnolls charge, ready to tear him apart, but he doesn't flinch for a second as he effortlessly cuts through them, as if they were made of paper. Monster corpses fall like confetti around him as the system chimes, announcing that he has just reached level 10. Soaked in enemy blood, Min fixes his gaze on the glowing message, smiling as he confirms that he has finally unlocked the profession he always wanted. System notifications keep popping up one after another, informing him about his new level and recently unlocked skills, while Min keeps his focus locked on the mission window. He already remembers the next task from his past lives, so when the system instructs him to retrieve the class change item, he remains unfazed. Where most players would feel lost and unsure of what comes next, Min stays confident, fully aware of the hidden requirements needed to claim those rare items. Warriors need to raise their strength stat to 10 and slay 30 monsters in under 60 minutes, while berserkers must remain in combat for a full hour, all while their wounds stay open. On the other hand, assassins must land precise backstabs on monsters to earn the item, so the path each player takes directly shapes the class they unlock. In past lives, Min used to hunt monsters without a plan, which always locked him in the hunter class, but since discovering the twisted skills of the Grim Reaper, he never looked back. Min uses the Angel's Blood as his class change item, and the system immediately issues a warning, reminding him to choose wisely as this decision is irreversible. Without a hint of doubt, our guy makes his decision right away, triggering a sudden explosion of bright light as the system confirms his successful class change. As a reward, our hero receives the Blinding Rune, which grants a series of incredible advantages that instantly bind to his body. The system includes an Evil Scythe bonus along with a 50% discount coupon for any item in the store. But that's not all. You also get promoted to the Apprentice rank, which is the second to last of 6, and unlocks an exclusive rank skill called Death Seal, as well as the ability to wield the Blinding Scythe. Min remembers that if someone fails to secure a class, they risk staying a novice forever, so in his case, advancing without delay was definitely worth it. For being the first player to unlock a class, Min earns a considerable bag of gold, along with a rare general skill called Tracking, which allows him to follow anyone as long as he knows who they are. But Chico decides to test the skill by using it on the overly bold bodyguard, Zhang Min Huang, whom he encountered before. The system beeps as it locks on and lights up a glowing trail for Min to follow, while also showing the exact distance between them. He finds it strange that the lady and her manager are less than 200 meters away and assumes they must have followed him deeper into the forest. Min feels annoyed since this has never happened before and decides to quickly visit them. Back in the forest, the strange pair is seen fleeing from something, but Aaron suddenly falls to the ground, completely exhausted and unable to continue. She starts to complain loudly to Achul, who does his best to help her up before the bullies behind them catch up. He offers her some words of encouragement while helping her to her feet, but she keeps complaining that her arrow wound still hurts a lot. The bodyguard mentions that their real bodies might not be damaged as long as they manage to survive in the game. Aaron composes herself and agrees to keep running, but at that moment, an unpleasant voice cuts through the air calling them. They both freeze and turn around in panic to see the bullies chasing them, led by none other than Zhang Min himself. Seonchul silently curses the dramatic actress for wasting so much time and prepares to fight, knowing there's no other option now. Zhang Min throws a taunt, mocking the bodyguard and calling him a stupid boomer for even thinking he can take them all on. Seonchul tries some futsu talk, claiming they are completely innocent, but Zhang Min casually confirms that they really haven't done anything wrong, which completely confuses both of them. The bullies then reveal that the real reason is that they want to get their dirty hands on the beautiful lady. Somehow, the muscular one actually uses some brain cells and realizes they're not after him, but after Aaron. The bullies start openly drooling as they look at her body, clearly not caring if she is the actress or just someone who resembles her, and Aaron can only look at them in pure horror. Zhang Min smugly offers to let the bodyguard go unharmed if he just turns around and leaves right now. He stops for a second, thinking that if he had known what they were really after, he could have left her from the start, since he actually isn't in a hurry to die soon. But one thought keeps bothering him, that he can't face his boss after abandoning him, and just that fear is enough to push him to risk it all. Zhang Min continues with his provocations, ready to fight. But the bodyguard makes one last attempt to reason, stating that what they are doing is illegal. The bullies burst out laughing, and the muscular one asks what laws apply here and who Seonchul is going to report to. Zhang Min further mocks him, questioning how he will prove anything or find him later. This frustrates Seonchul, but deep down he knows there's some truth in what Zhang Min is saying. Since the threats haven't worked, he decides to confront them head-on. But just before he can throw a punch, a figure in the distance catches his attention, breaking his concentration. Min enters the scene, leaning against a tree, forming his aura. His sudden appearance catches everyone by surprise. Black Scythe walks slowly towards them, demanding to know what's going on. Zhang Min tries to speak, but Min interrupts him, asking the duo about their situation. Seonchul quickly explains that the bullies are after Irene and pleads for Min's help, promising to return the favor later. Min looks at Zhang Min, who starts sweating under the pressure and asks if what they say is true. Zhang Min tries to ignore him, telling Min to mind his own business, but our guy doesn't accept that. He starts to glow with an ominous aura, declaring that the duo are his friends. The bullies look at the black fire in fear, but Jong Min dares to question him. Min brandishes his scythe, coldly saying that he won't abandon them in their time of need. Jong Min feels completely terrified, wondering how our protagonist plans to handle the situation with them. The duo breathes a sigh of relief and expresses their gratitude towards Black Scythe, but our guy is far from satisfied. He also wants something for himself and has no intention of leaving this encounter empty-handed. He thinks that by saving Ma's subordinate, he could earn some valuable favors, and that would mark the beginning of a strong and prosperous relationship between them. The best part is that he never liked the bullies from the start, so taking them down is just an added bonus, killing two birds with one stone. The bullies panic as Min steadily advances towards them and threaten him to stop. Min stops for a brief moment, smirking as he asks them if they just bark but don't bite. Jong Min quickly realizes he stands no chance against Min, remembering how he massacred those goblins and claimed first place. He knows that only a complete fool would dare to fight him after seeing what he's capable of. Min mocks them once more and demands they be honest with him. Jong Min wonders if Min will let him go, but Min replies that he will only consider it if they crawl like dogs and beg for mercy. The musclehead struggles to process what's happening and realizes that Min is just mocking them and wants him to kneel while his friends and Aaron watch. Jong Min feels tempted to back down, even though his reputation is at stake. Suddenly, he comes up with a not-so-brilliant idea and convinces himself that his training has made him strong enough to crush our guy like a can. Misplaced overconfidence fills him, and he openly insults Min, warning him to get ready for the beating of his life. Jong Min, now furious, strides toward Min, telling him to take his pathetic self elsewhere because he's about to get beat up. The muscle-bound guy moves closer, thinking he can close the distance enough to hit Min's head, believing a well-placed blow will be enough to deal with Black Side. Jong Min can almost taste the sweet victory, but he's surprised when Min suddenly puts away his scythe and asks what he plans to do now. Min taunts him by mentioning the fight would end quickly if he used a weapon, so he decided to keep things fair. The muscle guy smiles confusedly, but his expression changes immediately when Min disappears from his view. Our protagonist charges at full speed toward Jong Min, who smiles, thinking a fair fight will be in his favor. The thick-headed guy throws a wide punch, but to his surprise, Min effortlessly dodges it. Before Jong Min can think of anything else, he suddenly leans forward in pain as Min connects his knee to his stomach, sending him flying backward. The brain-dead guy groans in agony, struggling to get up, but still manages to spit a curse at Min. Without hesitation, Blackside approaches the bully and punishes him for his blasphemies with a brutal, relentless kick to the face. The one-sided beating doesn't stop there, as Min lifts the bully by the collar of his shirt, giving him repeated slaps that resonate in the air. Jong Min is confused, unable to understand how Min can hit him so hard, as if he were a jackhammer. Suddenly, he realizes that Min is not only as strong as him, but might even be stronger. Although Min doesn't have the strength rune, Jong Min wonders how our guy became so strong as he collapses to the ground, battered. Min stands there admiring his work, but his moment is quickly interrupted by the bullies preparing to launch a surprise attack. One of the bullies fires a powerful arrow, causing Aaron to scream at the top of her lungs, urging Min to dodge it. Despite his overwhelming power, our protagonist effortlessly dodges the arrow, leaving the thug in a panic as he quickly loads another one. Min moves side to side with precision, perfectly dodging every arrow. He closes the distance between them in no time. Reaching the archer, he faces him directly and compliments his skill, but warns him to pray to any deity he worships because his luck ran out the moment he crossed paths with Min. Without hesitation, our guy swings his scythe, dismembering the archer with a clean cut that sends a scream of pain into the air. The other thugs panic, but still make the mistake of challenging him, even after witnessing what happened to their comrade. One of them dares to lunge at Min with a knife, swearing like a madman that he will end his life. However, Min remains calm and serene, unfazed by the thug's words. With a casual motion, he activates his ability, Death Seal, as he swings his massive scythe. A deadly look shines in his eyes as the blade cuts through the air. The thug barely has a moment to react before the scythe slices through his legs like butter, causing him to fall to the ground like a domino, while his friend stands frozen in terror. Panic takes over the poor man as he stares at the amputated limbs, but before he can process it, Min lunges at him with the scythe raised. Since he already has his weapon drawn, our guy calmly asks if he's ready to face the consequences of what he started. A quick cut follows, ripping off the thug's arm and turning him into a mess of suffering and screams. Min takes a quick glance at the result and nods to himself, clearly pleased that his blow was strong enough to cleanly cut through the armor without any trouble. The thugs lie scattered on the ground as our guy stands over them, thinking this pathetic excuse for a fight was nothing more than a walk in the park. Although his enemies have already been defeated, the storm is not over because Min moves forward with the intention of frightening them so much that they don't even think of looking at him again. After being completely defeated, the thugs begin to plead with Min to stop, terrified that they might actually lose their lives. But Min tells them to toughen up while he cleans his scythe, making one of them shudder merely at his presence. With that, our hero decides he's done torturing these clowns and turns his attention to Jungmin, who is trying to sneak away unnoticed. Min quickly turns his head in his direction and loudly and clearly states that hiding won't save him because no matter where he runs, he can't escape his fate. Black Scythe lowers his sword again and cuts the thug's arm, causing a scream of agony. With a gaze colder than ice, Min calls him a coward for not being able to endure pain. That means nothing compared to the suffering these idiots caused in the past. He doesn't give the guy a moment to breathe or even understand what just happened, as he cuts off the remaining limb without a second thought. The duo stands frozen there, completely unable to look away from the horrifying scene. In his mind, Sion-chul struggles to accept how brutal Min is for tormenting enemies who have already surrendered, while others might see his actions as unbalanced. But his calm and focused demeanor surprises the bodyguard and makes him think that Min is on the same level as his own boss. Sion-chul returns to reality when Min asks if the two are okay. The bodyguard thanks him once again on their behalf, and Min assures them not to worry about the thugs anymore. He points out that they don't have the mental or physical capacity to move, so all they can do is vote when the time comes. Both bow their heads in gratitude, but Aaron hesitantly asks, "What if the thugs bleed out completely on their own?" Min tells her to leave it to fate, while thinking that she is too kind for her own good. He is curious why she is worried about her attackers, and wonders if it relates to her desire to maintain her good girl image. Sion-chul interrupts his thoughts by raising his hand to ask something. He questions Min's decision to let the thugs live, repeating their words that taking lives shouldn't have a real consequence in the world, sending a chill down Kyung-min's spine. He smiles at the question, pleasantly surprised by Sion-chul's great mind, and replies that eliminating them is pointless. The bodyguard tries to argue that they might come for him in the future, but Min disagrees, looking at their terrified expressions, and says they won't cause any more problems. He explains that getting rid of them would actually be a disadvantage, as reducing the number of contestants means fewer spots for players in the future. The realization hits Sion-chul, who can't believe that Min is not only strong but also smart. He watches him silently, impressed by his strength and intellect. The bodyguard reluctantly agrees with Min to leave the pile of trash alone. Satisfied to have done his job, Min turns to leave, but the duo stops him to ask for his account details so they can pay him for all the help. Our hero calmly tells them not to worry as he walks away confidently, leaving both astonished that he didn't ask for anything in return. While Sion-chul thinks he should report the incident to his boss as soon as possible, his thoughts are interrupted by Hyunmin's painful groans, as if he had been kicked in the groin with a bat. The bodyguard feels tempted to finish him off right there, but decides to follow Blackside's advice. He spits on the thug and then escorts Garen out of the area. Meanwhile, back in the clearing, the crowd is in an uproar as everyone fights to become the zone representative. The shouts quickly turn into insults, with threats of fights prompting other spectators to intervene and try to calm things down. Some players try to take advantage of the moment, claiming they would be better leaders who can remain calm under pressure. And one even boasts that his dad is an important person in politics, but the others are skeptical since he has no proof to back up his bold claim. Amid the chaos, a charismatic voice calls for them to stop fighting and directs their attention to the timer, urging them not to waste time arguing like children. Curious, the other players ask this mysterious man with mint-colored hair if he has a way to fix the situation quickly. His confident response leaves everyone uneasy as he laughs at how gullible they are in his mind. It's clear that his powers are working like last time thanks to the persuasion rune. Chokoman remembers when he first got his power and immediately assumes he's been scammed. He sees no real use for it at that moment and thinks he'll end up monster food since the ability has no effects on them. Just as that thought settles in, a sharp idea strikes him when he sees the other players holding the goblins down. He points to a random penis-shaped creature and confidently tells everyone to go rescue the damsel in distress. The group rushes off without a second thought, leaving their deaths behind in their haste to be the hero. As the crowd disperses, Chokoman finishes off the monsters and secures his 100 kills. A strange smile forms on his face as he salivates at the opportunity to become the zone leader. Back in the present, Chokoman tells everyone to first find 5 or 6 candidates before deciding who to vote for. The indoctrinated players nod and accept what seem to be fair terms, so Mint Boy starts picking names and tells the others to nominate anyone they consider trustworthy. A noble, chubby player tries to nominate himself, but Chokoman stops him and dismantles his logic, pointing out that if self-nominations were allowed, then everyone would do it. He dispatches the arrogant player without a second thought. Everyone accepts the terms without questioning them as Chokoman laughs to himself, knowing how easy it is to deceive them. Confusion spreads through the crowd as no one knows who deserves their vote. But Mint Chokoman has already counted on this, and knows they'll choose whoever stands out the most. One of the players falls into the trap and nominates the blue-haired player, naturally praising him for leading the crowd. Chokoman feigns innocence while the NPC supports his decision to approve the nomination, unaware he has fallen right into Chokoman's plan. He thanks the player with a smug smile, pretending to be grateful for the easy setup, then asks the crowd if anyone has more candidates to offer. One player suggests Black Scythe, which makes a lot of sense since he was the best in the previous round. 2 more voices chime in, naming the 2nd and 3rd place winners from that same round. With 4 nominees already chosen, Chocoman asks one last time if anyone has more names to add. But the crowd remains silent. He claps to wrap up the selection and invites the nominees to step forward and give their speeches. Feeling a surge of pride, he steps up confidently, sure he has already made a fool of the entire group. Mint Boy starts his speech but barely gets a word out before someone yells at him to shut up. He stops and turns his head, confused as he tries to locate the source of the voice. Joe Junsik, better known as Life as a Documentary, steps onto the scene with a look that says he's not here to be nice. Clearly angry, Joe questions what kind of plan Chocoboy thinks he is pulling off. Mint Boy intervenes and tries to calm the attention, but Joe ignores him and demands to know who put Chocoman in charge, asking why he gets to make decisions. Mint Chocolate feels a wave of panic as it seems Joe has seen right through him, though he quickly tries to convince himself it could just be a lucky guess. Joe keeps pressing and calls him out on his obvious lies, but Chocoman counters, criticizing Joe's background and lack of basic manners. Still hoping his powers will finally kick in, Mint Boy tries to calm the situation, but ends up pushing the wrong buttons. The documentary man gets angry and threatens to throw him out, clearly past the point of holding back. He freezes in shock, realizing his ability has no effect on the brute, but Joe no longer pays him any attention and directs his focus to the crowd. With a look, the gangster threatens the players, shouting that they better vote for him if they don't want to regret it. Mint Boy responds by calling him an idiot and saying that no one in their right mind would follow someone like him. He mocks Joe, telling him to go away like a good little boy. For a moment, Joe falls silent before stepping forward and cleanly dragging a dagger across Chocoman's throat. Mint Boy tries to say something, but the blood flows too quickly for words to form as he clutches his neck in desperation. Joe mocks him, saying that resisting was a stupid move as the helpless player slowly loses consciousness and falls to the ground. The documentary man turns to face the others and announces that this is what happens to anyone who refuses to listen. Panic spreads through the crowd as everyone looks at Chocoman's lifeless body and starts screaming at Joe, calling him a killer. This doesn't bother him in the slightest as he raises his sword and challenges anyone brave enough to try to face him. An NPC clearly ignores the warning and keeps talking, giving the documentary man all the excuse he needs. With a wild smile spreading across his face, he moves forward and knocks down some players who still have the guts to speak, painting the area with blood. His face becomes something completely deranged, fully embracing the thrill of taking down whoever he wants with no one around to stop him. For him, this chaos feels like paradise, a place where he can do whatever he wants. With blood dripping from his sword, he raises it once more and dares anyone to challenge him, but the crowd remains frozen, too terrified to move. The gangster begins to think to himself that no one in their right mind would dare challenge him now, and nothing will stop him from claiming the position as representative. In his mind, the moment he takes control, there's only one thing left to do: split the black scythe in two like an iPhone 6. He believes that once Min is out of the way, no one else will have the power to block his rise to the top. Meanwhile, Min is racking up points and taking down monsters one after another, leveraging every advantage from his runes and upgrades. A system notification pops up congratulating him for reaching level 16, but the perfectionist is not impressed. Progress has started to slow down, and even though he has been defeating monsters at a rate of 100 per hour, he has only managed to level up 6 times. At least hunting the smaller creatures has become much easier now that he has the blinding scythe and the massacre rune. Min checks the time and notices that 3 hours have already passed, so he decides it's time to head back. Before he can take a step, a golden light begins to shine down on him, saving him the trouble by teleporting all players back to the starting point. Sean Chul and Arain are completely shocked by the destruction and chaos left by Jongseg Joe. Min tries to make sense of the situation, thinking that Joe, being the leader of the Jongseg gang, is obviously an experienced fighter who has always managed to stay in second place in the local rankings, even though his personality is a complete mess. He thinks that someone so unstable should be dealt with at the right moment, all while that maniac casually approaches him. Our guy asks what he wants, and Joe responds with a suggestion that Black Scythe should work for him unless he wants to die. Our guy clearly takes that as an insult and tells Joe to kneel and beg for his life if what he seeks is to survive. Joe clearly doesn't get the hint and keeps talking about becoming the representative, but our guy quickly silences him and draws his scythe, asking if he would listen better after being sent to the afterlife. Joe looks on in awe, completely stunned by the sight of the weapon, and instantly realizes he picked the wrong person to mess with. The protagonist makes his stance clear and demands an answer, but the thug remains stubborn, declaring that the gang leader, John Sek, kneels to no one and throws down a challenge. Our guy recognizes the bravery, but knows it's time to stop playing because he doesn't want too many eyes on him right now, especially if he wants to secure votes. He decides it's better to let Joe become the representative so he can pull the strings from behind in the next round. Just then, the angel makes her entrance and everyone's attention naturally shifts toward her. Min seizes the opportunity to whisper to the thug that he got lucky this time, and he should watch himself if he doesn't want to die in a stupid way. Johnny breathes a little easier now that the attention is broken, and slowly realizes how close he was to dying, swearing to himself that he will take revenge once he becomes the representative. The angel looks at the crowd and asks if the humans have already chosen a representative. She seems a bit surprised by how chaotic everything has become, but casually says it makes no difference if they are dead or alive, calling them nothing but insects. Then, she begins the voting process, while a translucent screen appears in front of everyone, explaining that, to vote, all they have to do is stare at the person they've chosen and think about voting for them, warning that anyone who doesn't vote in 5 minutes will be eliminated on the spot. The players start to fix their gaze on someone, and Joe instantly assumes he is the center of attention. But the moment he realizes that people aren't really looking at him, he starts throwing threats, warning everyone that they will die if they don't vote for him. The countdown finally reaches 0, and all the players manage to cast their votes, officially concluding the round. As soon as the angel shows the voting board, she reveals that Joe, who uses the ridiculous nickname Life is a Documentary, barely managed to win the election, with Black Scythe right behind in second place. The thug is frozen in disbelief as he looks at the crowd, already guessing that traitors dared to vote for Black Scythe instead of him. The angel doesn't waste time and concludes the process, naming Joe the official representative of the local map, granting him the written command ability, allowing him to control 10 players. Joe shows a mischievous smile, already imagining himself taking revenge using this new power, although his dreams crumble as soon as he reads the fine print and discovers that the ability only lasts for 10 turns, allows him to give only one order at a time, and becomes completely useless against anyone who has unlocked a profession. Right after, the angel decides to drop another bombshell, revealing that the map had a hidden mission that allowed players to unlock a profession before the voting round began. Everyone seems confused, and the angel clarifies the situation by saying that the side mission would have appeared once any player reached level 10. The crowd starts complaining that they never had the chance to level up because there were hardly any monsters around. But the angel just seems disappointed and tells them that the forest was full of monsters all along, though she softens the blow by adding that only 8 people in the entire world had managed to complete the side mission. She continues to mention that someone from their local map has also managed to obtain a profession, and then shows the results of the side mission to reveal who it is. Once again, Black Scythe has come out on top, ranking first both locally and globally, earning the profession of Reaper. Everyone turns to look at our guy in complete disbelief as he casually strikes a pose, taking the opportunity to soak up some aura from their reactions. People start to wonder what the blinder profession could really mean, with some assuming he probably got that scythe because of it, while Joe stands there stunned, having planned to make Black Scythe end his own life using the command right, only to realize now that it won't even work on him. The angel then explains that the ranking is based on how quickly players complete the side mission, and seems genuinely impressed that not only did our guy unlock a profession, but he also managed to take first place in the entire world map. She begins to wonder if his name matching so perfectly with his unique profession is just a coincidence, or if he already knew it was going to be important. Our protagonist replies that it's just a coincidence and smiles knowingly, fully aware that angels don't actually know the conditions necessary for that profession. The angel finds it amusing and wonders aloud if this is what humans refer to as fate, then points out how crazy it is that he is now immune to the command right, something that clearly surprises the other players. After capturing their interest, she explains that anyone who has unlocked a profession cannot be commanded by the representative, and just when it seems she's finished, she completely destroys the bully's plan, as if she had been waiting to strike, pointing out that he can only use the command 10 times in total, causing a wave of relief among the players while Joe grits his teeth in pure frustration. The angel finally turns to our guy and hands him the rewards for completing the side mission and ranking first in the world, giving him a low-level armor ticket along with a special reward chest. He redeems the armor ticket and gets the option to choose from 3 different types of armor. He chooses the Expert Hunter's leather armor, as it offers the perfect balance between defense and agility. As for the special reward chest, he can choose between an experience boost, 3,000 gold, and information about the next round. And knowing there will be tons of monsters to defeat in the next stage, he confidently chooses the experience boost. With the rewards now distributed, the angel sends everyone back to the real world and casually announces that the next round will be much more fun. Jongmin wakes up in bed completely shaken, only to realize that his arms and legs are still there, and lets out a sigh of relief knowing that the injuries suffered in the game won't carry over to the real world as long as he survives them. He grits his teeth and vows never to face Black Scythe again, not wanting to be even in the same space as the terrifying protagonist. Back at the hotel, Sehun Chul praises Aaron for doing well, although she admits she was more of a burden and sincerely thanks him for protecting her. He stays composed and tells her he was just doing his job. Aaron then mentions her desire to thank Black Scythe for saving them, but says she has no idea how to do it. Sehun Chul argues that it would be nearly impossible to locate Black Scythe since he hasn't revealed his identity, and since he didn't provide his bank account number for compensation, it's clear he doesn't want to be found. Maybe he knows his identity could be tracked by something like that. He continues suggesting that giving Black Scythe an item in the next round could be a good way to show gratitude, which Eren agrees with. Sehun Chul wishes her good night, and the next thing he knows, he's in the elevator, calling Kyunruk Ma. He asks why Ma is still awake, to which Ma replies that he just needed a drink. Sehun Chul congratulates him on getting the Dark Knight profession. Then Ma asks about his progress, and Sehun Chul explains that he and Eren only reached level 8 because they got injured halfway through the level. Ma shows interest when Sehun Chul mentions that he plans to report on the matter and asks if Ma has time. Upon learning that it's about Black Scythe, Ma tells him he's heading to the hotel to discuss it. Min observes from a distance as Sehun Chul gets into his car and leaves, quickly deducing that he's heading to Ma. Some time ago, he had been using his tracking ability to locate Sehun Chul, and the system had shown he was nearby. But then as the distance begins to increase rapidly, Min realizes that Sehun Chul is on the move. Wondering if he's meeting with Ma, Min decides to go out and see for himself. Back at the hotel, Ma marvels at how perfect the Dark Knight profession is for personal projects, but knows that the report must be his first priority. Sitting down, he starts thinking about Black Scythe, wondering what the report related to him could say. Assuming the worst, Ma concludes that the protagonist must have attacked his manager, Sehun Chul, and vows revenge. To him, attacking his manager is like attacking him, and he declares that he will break anyone who dares to stand in his way. At that moment, manager Sehun Chul knocks on the door, and Ma lets him in. They greet each other, and Sehun Chul says he's fine, all thanks to Ma. Ma replies that he isn't even on the same map. Sehun Chul flatters him further, saying that having him around is enough motivation, which Ma immediately points out before telling him to take a seat. Sehun Chul continues, congratulating him on his survival, which Ma brushes off, and then desperately congratulates him again for getting a class, calling it just luck. Sehun Chul argues that luck depends on the person and points out how hard it is to be second in the world. He tells Ma that it's an honor to serve him, but Ma gets straight to the point, calling out Sehun Chul for his flattery and saying the manager must want something from him. Ma allows him to speak, and Sehun Chul hesitates. He asks Ma how he got his class item, to which Ma responds that he got it by hunting monsters. In reality, he had received it from the random rune piece given to all players at the start of the first round by the first angel. It was then that he discovered he could enter the Dark Knight profession once he reached level 10. Ma knows he was very lucky at the beginning, but despite that, he understands that he can't reveal such sensitive information to his manager, as humans can easily switch sides. He quickly changes the subject, asking Sehun Chul who hurt him, and if it was Black Scythe who did it. The manager quickly clarifies things and tells Ma that he actually owes it to Black Scythe. Ma's curiosity is piqued as Sehun Chul explains the whole situation. He recounts how a group of troublemakers chased Irene, almost costing both of them their lives, and how Black Scythe intervened to save them. He points out that even if Eren could have physically survived, the psychological damage would have been so great that her career would have ended. Realizing he almost lost his most loyal man and his business, Ma falls silent for a few minutes. He finally asks about the fate of the people who hurt them, wondering if they were killed, but Sehun Chul explains that Black Scythe didn't kill them. Despite Ma's protests, the manager clarifies that Black Scythe argued that killing them would be pointless and would only harm everyone's chances of surviving the next round. Sehun Chul starts to worry that those thugs might come back to cause trouble in the future, but he admits that Black Scythe protected both him and Irene, and in that sense, even Sehun Ma owes him. He decides they should compensate the hero, but Sehun Chul tells him that Black Scythe had declined the compensation at that moment and just left. Ma immediately realizes that Black Scythe is trying to keep his identity hidden by rejecting any compensation, showing how cautious he is. He tells Sehun Chul to send his regards next round, and to keep an eye on Black Scythe, helping him whenever he can, because Ma hates owing someone. Just as he is about to leave, Ma stops, turns around, and asks for the names of the people who attacked them. Outside the hotel, our protagonist takes a moment to assess the situation, feeling satisfied knowing that the manager led him to Kungrok Ma like a little bird. He leaves to avoid drawing attention, although he finds it strange that Ma is organizing people's lives in the same apartment he calls home. As he walks to his car, he thinks to himself that he has the upper hand, all thanks to his brother handing out rice cakes and unexpectedly running into Irene and the manager. He believes he can earn Ma's trust if he plays his cards right by taking advantage of the fact that he is the manager's neighbor. However, he remains uncertain about whether he should take Ma to round 20 or not. Then he reflects on Ma's Dark Knight rune, which in his opinion gave him an unfair advantage at the start of the game, almost like a flaw. He knows that normally there are no runes associated with a profession, but this one is, although it also forces the player to fulfill that specific role. For Ma, this means he has to gather a special energy called Dark Mana to use a skill known as Dark Aura. He realizes that the way to acquire this Dark Aura is unconventional and curiously aligns with Ma's psychopathic tendencies. This makes him question whether keeping Ma as a teammate is the best option. Still, he assumes that Ma could be useful, so he decides to keep him in mind as a viable candidate. He knows there are other good candidates. One of them is a girl, and decides it's time to get to work the next day. The next day, the scene shifts to a local shop where the owner sighs, clearly worried about his declining sales. Just then, his daughter Yuri appears and asks why her dad looks so down. He explains that NATO is taking sales away from his store because the government is unsure about the players and how they'll use their powers. He's worried about how he'll manage his finances, but Yuri reassures him by saying she'll help once she graduates, and even considers working part-time. Her dad urges her to focus on her studies, insisting that she shouldn't worry about their finances. He points out that she has good grades and can get into a good university to become a doctor. But Yuri tells him she gave up on that dream a long time ago, given their current situation. Her father, with tears in his eyes, understands that the real problem is money and is deeply worried that Yuri will also have to survive the upcoming rounds. Overwhelmed with emotion, he breaks down, struggling to find an explanation for himself, and begins to cry. But Yuri gently takes his hands and tells him not to feel guilty because everything that has happened was inevitable. She later reveals that she got a profession during the second round. Before her father can fully understand what she's saying, she uses a skill that projects a green aura around her, leaving him confused. She explains that she got the buffer profession, and with it, she can boost anyone's stats by blessing them. To ordinary people, it feels like a surge of energy. Her father starts to feel better, and Yuri assures him that she will use this ability on him often. He feels a wave of energy and tells her that he will do his best. Just then, Min enters the store, leaving the owner in shock. Yuri asks if her father knows the guy, and he whispers that Min is the person who won first place in the NATO lottery and wrote the same number on every ticket he bought. Min asks if the owner remembers him and introduces himself as the guy who bought 100,000 won's worth of NATO tickets last month. The owner is intrigued by this introduction and asks why Min is there. Min explains that he wants to apologize, mentioning that he saw on the news that NATO took back his tickets from the store due to his win. He explains that he never intended to cause any trouble. The owner assures him that it's not the customer's fault and adds that NATO taking back his tickets won't bankrupt him. Despite this, Min pulls out an envelope containing 10 million wons and hands it to the store owner as compensation for any trouble he may have caused. The store owner is astonished and insists that Min doesn't need to pay him, but Min firmly tells him to take the money because he wants him to before leaving the store. The owner is overwhelmed by the situation and refuses to accept such a large amount. Yuri offers to run after him to return the envelope, and her father agrees. She runs after him and finally catches up, calling his name. However, Min doesn't recognize her. She tells him that they are in the same class, but Min claims that he's not good at remembering faces and doesn't know her. In reality, he knows exactly who Yuri is. Yuri is the daughter of the store owner and has the buffer profession. He remembers the first time he met her and how he found out they were classmates, which surprised him. He had made their first encounter during this regression seem like a coincidence so that Yuri would join his team without hesitation. Yuri asks if they can talk somewhere, and Min agrees. The scene shifts to a local park where they are sitting on a bench. Yuri hands back the envelope. Min recognizes the envelope as the one he gave to the store owner, and Yuri explains that they can't accept such a large amount. Min smiles, knowing they wouldn't have accepted it because Yuri dislikes seeing someone in a difficult situation, even when he's in one. Yuri insists that he take it, but Min refuses, saying that the money was just an excuse, and her moral compass won't allow her to take it back. Yuri repeats that the amount is so large that it's uncomfortable to accept, which Min already knows very well. He replies that the amount isn't large for him, so there's no need to worry. While Yuri wonders why Min is being so stubborn, he stands up and begins to walk away. She stops him and negotiates, asking if it would be okay to return 9 million and keep 1 million. Min challenges her, asking how she can decide that without the store owner's approval. Yuri reveals that the owner is her father. Min pretends to be surprised and calls it a coincidence. Yuri also finds it strange that the swimming winner turned out to be her classmate and that he didn't recognize her, while she recognized him the moment she walked into the store. Min again pretends that she's not good at remembering faces and says that it's the first time she's speaking to him face to face. Yuri understands that this means he must have heard her name for the first time that day as well. She stands up, walks towards him, and introduces herself again, asking him to remember her face. Min assures her that he will. The girl is then overwhelmed with sadness at having to introduce herself to her classmates even though they are about to graduate. Min comforts her, telling her that they will keep in touch after graduation. After saying this, he asks for her phone number. Yuri hesitates at first, but eventually writes it down in his phone. Min suggests that they should be friends, and then starts to walk away. Just then, Yuri realizes she didn't return the envelope and calls out to him. Min simply waves goodbye and leaves. She stands there for a moment, then feels overwhelmed by the fact that he asked for her number. Even though he asked as a friend, Yuri can't help but feel a tingle because in her heart, she is in love with him. She remembers the moment she saw him being bullied and feeling a sense of responsibility. She called the police. She followed him home, only to see him working at his part-time job as if nothing had happened. That was when she realized how strong he really was as a person. Since then, her interest in him had grown, but she was too indecisive to talk to him and didn't even dare to approach. Now she feels she shouldn't hesitate any longer. Fate has brought them together, especially after he gave them 10 million won. Determined, she gathers her courage and plans to invite him to lunch. The scene shifts to our hero sitting on his bed at home when he receives a message from Yuri asking if he's available for lunch because she has something to discuss. Min tries to pay for the food, but Yuri insists that she's treating. He smiles, knowing that his plan is working perfectly. Yuri doesn't want to feel indebted and is more likely to help him when he needs it. He stands up to get ready, thinking to himself that he will keep Yuri alive until round 20 this time. Just as he is about to leave, one asks where he's going. Min replies that he is going to meet a friend. Then one asks if the friend is a girl, and Min agrees, telling his brother that he will eat out, so one should have something without him. This leaves Won confused and amused, thinking that his brother is in a relationship. The scene shifts to a restaurant where Min and Yuri are having steak for lunch. Yuri still can't believe she is having a one-on-one lunch with him and hesitates to speak for a moment. Finally, she gathers the courage to ask how he managed to win 4 times in a row. Min calmly replies that the numbers were revealed to him in a dream. Then she asks how much he won with the cards, and Min confidently tells her that he doesn't have to worry about money for the rest of his life. Yuri remembers something and asks Min how he did in the first round. Min tells her that it was tough to catch all the goblins. She is curious about the location of his player map, and he mentions that he doesn't remember the exact number, but the last digit is 5. She laments that her map number ends in 7, so they won't be able to meet in the other world. But Min knows they will meet when the maps merge once there are fewer players left. Yuri then asks about his level, to which Min lies, saying he is at level 10. She is ecstatic, revealing that she is also level 10. When she asks about his profession, he responds that he doesn't have one yet. Yuri claims she has been lucky, as she has gotten the buffer profession. Min asks her if it works like a video game character, although he already knows what it does. Yuri explains that her skill is called Blessing, and that she can increase anyone's stats. She then asks if he wants her to use it on him. Min agrees, and Yuri boosts his stats by 50% for 3 hours, leaving him amazed. Min marvels at the results and realizes that once he reaches the maximum level, his skill will upgrade to double the current benefit. The reason he wanted her to boost his stats is that he received a random bag of gold in the previous round, which gives the user gold based on their luck stat. The more luck he had, the more gold he received. Min thanks Yuri for the boost, and she tells him she can do it for him whenever she wants. Min then asks what he wanted to discuss. Yuri explains that her father wanted to send his thanks for the money they had given him, and promises to pay it back when she can. Min reassures her by telling her she doesn't need to return anything, so she tries to make up for it with an item she got in the previous round. She hands him a purple crystal. After leaving the restaurant, they wish each other good luck for the next round. Later, Min goes to a local park and opens her inventory. To her surprise, the crystal Yuri gave her is a mana crystal, which turns out to be a level A item. This was unexpected for her. She judges that the item description doesn't do it justice, and players will only truly understand its importance once they reach level 20. The crystal allows players to combine it with their weapons, granting them different enhancements. There are 7 types of crystals in the game: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, navy, and purple. Each crystal has a different effect. Red increases damage, orange boosts power, yellow raises luck, green increases speed, blue enhances intelligence, navy reduces incoming damage, and purple, the rarest, boosts all stats on a weapon. He feels lucky, and then remembers that his luck stat is boosted by the benefit, so he realizes he needs to act fast if he wants to open the random gold bag. He pulls out a bag of mealworms, planning to crush them to activate his kill rune, which increases his stats by 1% with each kill. He keeps stepping on the worms, watching as his stats climb to 100%, raising his luck stat from 15 to 45. Then he opens his inventory, pulls out the random gold bag, and uses it, hoping to get between 3,000 and 6,000 gold. However, he's surprised by what he actually receives. The system chimes when Min opens the golden reward bag, and he freezes for a second, completely shocked to see a prize of 10,000 gold coins inside. He feels genuinely amazed, as none of his past lives had ever won that much. Thanks to this, his total now amounts to about 16,000 gold coins, which seems just enough to acquire an epic item. One of the pieces he's been eyeing won't appear for another 2 weeks, so he decides to hold on to the gold for now and wait. Later, back in his apartment, Min walks in and sees his brother glued to his phone, scrolling through TikTok like a pro, when one immediately sees him and starts interrogating him about the supposed date. Min is just as surprised and wastes no time shutting that down, insisting there is absolutely nothing romantic with the girl. Hoping to steer the conversation elsewhere, he asks if one has eaten yet, and his brother smiles proudly while announcing that he devoured some juicy instant noodles. Min tries to push Won to diversify and finally try something different for once, but his brother remains fiercely loyal to his favorite food, unlike his traitorous ex, and says it's something he's really been craving for a while. This brings back memories of the days of scarcity they both had to endure together. Remembering that the market could crash at any moment, he believes he should just cash them in and use the money to finally get a driver's license. Later, Min sits down for his online driving test, letting out a long sigh of boredom as the whole routine feels painfully familiar after having done it countless times in past lives. He breezes through the questions and finishes in record time before getting up as if he's ready to leave. The supervisor watches him leave, probably assuming he's just another rookie who gives up halfway, but his face completely freezes when the system suddenly announces Min's nearly perfect score. Thanks to everything he already has memorized, Min ends up getting his license in less than 4 days without breaking a sweat. This throws our guy into a little crisis, as after thinking about all his regressions, he realizes he honestly should be bald, an old man by now. As soon as he gets his shiny new license, Min doesn't waste a second before focusing his gaze on his dream car, a limited edition Lambo, so spectacular, it could make even Tate die of envy. He asks the salesman how long it will take to get one, and the man tells him it will be about a month. Without missing a beat, Min places the order, and the salesman, looking like he just won the lottery, immediately starts congratulating him. 2 weeks go by, and finally, the big moment arrives for Min to sell all his bitcoins and dodge the collapse like a boss. A strange little smile from his brother makes him ask if he somehow just hit the jackpot. Staying calm as always, Min casually comments that he sold all his cryptocurrencies for 300 billion, almost making Won spit his coffee in pure surprise. He just stares, totally baffled by how his little savings skyrocketed to the moon. But for Min, honestly, it's just another ordinary Tuesday. He still remembers warning his brother not to put all his money in one basket, and he honestly can't believe how things turned out. Min says he didn't expect it either, and ended up breaking his own record purely by luck. His innocent little brother asks if he plans to withdraw it all, finally relaxing a bit when Min casually says yes. That little peace doesn't last long, and Won nearly drops his cup when our hero casually mentions he's thinking about getting into stocks next. Won immediately starts to get anxious again, clearly doubting if his brother knows anything about stocks. But Min just tells him to relax and trust the old man and his dream card that he's playing with full confidence once again. The gullible younger brother really falls for the trap and asks if Min has a specific stock in mind, slowly calming down as he decides to trust him this time. Although our protagonist completely understands why Won is scared, he also knows that those past lives weren't just for show, and he feels completely confident about the company he's about to bet on. That company turns out to be Chunma Consulting Stocks, which already manages a ridiculous total of 900 billion wons. Although it may seem like a normal company right now, Min knows it's going to explode once the 4th round starts, so he doesn't hesitate to invest everything he has. With this move, he wants to acquire enough shares to have influence in future shareholder meetings, and most importantly, accumulate a mountain of money and power while doing so. Our guy casually throws his 280 billion directly into those shares, while his poor brother is left praying to all the gods he knows so he doesn't end up homeless again. With all that settled, Min can finally refocus on the item he needs from the mission shop. Later that night, waiting in bed for midnight to arrive, he decides to enter the mission shop and look for some items and skills. Although most of the available things seem painfully ordinary, there are still ways to unlock the real treasures, like keeping an eye out for the daily item that appears in the shop. To the average player, the plan might sound silly, but our guy has lived for over a decade and has already memorized exactly what the shop sells each day. So he hits the confirmation button as if it owed him money. Today's item comes out, a skull bone necklace that increases attack speed, but it's being sold for a much cheaper price than it's really worth. Min isn't finished yet, as he pulls out that dusty discount coupon he got earlier and buys the item at half price without blinking. Our hero checks his remaining balance and instantly straightens up. He didn't expect to find almost 14,000 gold still in his account. He goes into full detective mode, seriously contemplating whether to buy armor now or save another 6,000 gold to unlock a completely broken skill later. In the end, he decides that the skill is the smartest choice. Luck is also on his side, as the next round is just monster hunting, so collecting the rest should be easy. Time flies, and when March 1st arrives, all players are returned to the alternate world, still completely unaware of what the divine beings plan to throw at them next. One by one, all the players appear in the dimension and immediately begin analyzing the new place they've landed in. The area looks like a village, or rather the ruins of Uno, as there's not a living soul around except for themselves. As they walk, they notice that the village is surrounded by walls like a fortress, with gates extending in all directions. A giant crystal in the center illuminates the whole place, leaving the players even more confused about what their mission is supposed to be this round. Leaning against a wall, Min casually observes everything from a distance, not the least bit surprised that the players are already restless in this strange new environment. On the other hand, Joe seems calm at first, but that peace doesn't last once the players start whispering about him. They exchange dark rumors about him being a brutal gang leader and gossip about how he tried to force them to vote for him, even though most wanted Black Scythe as their leader, which clearly makes the gangsters' blood boil. One of the more sensible players tries to calm everyone down by reminding them that Joe could use his power to silence them, but no one seems scared since they know he can only use it 10 times. Finally, Joe loses his temper and starts hurling insults like confetti, but all he accomplishes is to stoke the fire even more as others join in and begin to criticize his terrible attitude. Joe yells at the crowd, trying to identify the meddling player who started talking trash, but no one steps forward, which only infuriates him further. A sudden noise pulls him out of his fury as one of the players bows their head and greets the gangster as if they were meeting a celebrity. Joe looks at him as if he had grown a second head and demands to know who the hell he is. Jong Min cheerfully calls Joe by his full name and claims he's here to make proper introductions. The thug immediately interrogates him about whether he's with a gang, but Jong Min denies it and says he hopes to be part of Joe's group someday. Turning the rusty gears in his skull, Joe's brain turns to mush as he struggles to believe that the idiot player standing in front of him actually wants to join a gang. Jong Min declares that Joe is his secret crush and says he would love to join his gang. The gangster tries to better understand the situation, but Jong Min suddenly kneels and declares that Joe will be his senpai for life. Joe smirks, not expecting anyone to surpass his level of craziness, but he likes how bold Jong Min is. Joe orders the aspiring thug to stand up and say exactly what he wants, since no one in their right mind would approach him after what happened last time. Jong Min puffs out his chest with pride and declares that the past doesn't matter to him and that he truly honors Joe for the king he is. He says he doesn't care what others say and that becoming senpai's underling is his dream in life. Joe easily falls for the bait and agrees to make him a gangster or a cultivator who would make Pablo Escobar blush. Relieved, Jong Min nearly breaks his back with another bow and thanks Joe for his overwhelming generosity. The rest of the players are shocked to see Jong Min approaching such a brutal person and think he's completely crazy, while Min watches the situation out of the corner of his eye, satisfied that history is repeating itself once again. In a sudden burst of light, the angel appears floating above the players and calls out to them. The angel acts surprised as she casually mentions the decreased number of players compared to the end of the last round, leaving the players confused as they try to understand her words. However, the system notification captures their attention when they realize many players are missing. The angel then reflects that, since it's unlikely they would attack each other so soon, it must mean they fought in real life. One of the players shouts for everyone to look at the number of winners for this round, causing chaos when the system declares that only a quarter of the players will advance, and one even dares to call it a mistake. The angel laughs heartily at the hilarious response and reassures everyone that she hasn't made such a mistake. She reminds them of the rules that the number of players will be halved in each round, while the players look bewildered. Since no one was injured in the previous round, the angel considers it fair that 3/4 of the players be turned to dust. The crowd tries to protest, but the angel casually interrupts them and tells them to just do their best. Then, the angel explains that in the third round, monsters will appear at all 4 gates and head toward the large glowing stone in the center of the village in 5 waves of attack. The angel emphasizes that cooperation is essential as they need to protect the artifact for 3 hours. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. However, it doesn't matter if they fail to save the stone, as their ranking is based on the total number of monsters they take down. She continues speaking, saying that although there will be huge hordes of monsters, they will be weakened so that the players have a chance to fight, but their rewards will also be reduced. Joe is practically buzzing with excitement as he can destroy monsters at will, and to make it even better, he also has the role of leader. Almost as if hearing his thoughts, the angel claps her hands and tells the representative of Sona that Joe can use his authority in this round. At the same time, she satisfies all the curious glances directed at her by dropping the bomb about what really happens when the Sona representative is eliminated. A chilling smile slowly draws on her face as she explains that if the leader dies from a monster attack, the authority itself is erased from existence. But if a player is the one who kills him, then that player takes his place as the new representative and also gains full command powers. Everyone immediately starts looking at Joe as if he were the last cookie left in a jar, while the angel casually announces that the monsters will arrive in 10 minutes. Showing a nasty grin, she suggests to the players that they be good friends with each other before vanishing into thin air. As expected, Joe can't help but curse at the sky with his dirty mouth, but he quickly shuts up the moment he hears the unmistakable sound of blades being drawn around him. The gangster immediately pulls out his own knife and dares the idiots to come closer if they think they can. The players start mocking him and prepare to launch themselves, completely blinded by the greedy dream of seizing his power. However, Min seems to have other ideas as he casually steps out of the crowd, with not a single player daring to move. Joe demands to know what he thinks Blackside is doing, but our guy calmly reassures him, saying he's just there to chat a bit. The documentary guy does his best to act like he's not disturbed by our hero and demands to know what he's planning, but Min gently interrupts him while casually mentioning a business offer. Noticing that Joe is caught between a rock and a hard place, Min lazily swings his scythe over his shoulder and makes an offer to protect the gangster. Joe can only look at him confused, as Min calmly repeats his offer to protect him from the other players, and the crowd watches in surprise and disbelief at the idea that they might have to fight Blackside. The other players immediately start whispering among themselves about their chances of survival, while Joe struggles to believe that our guy's name carries so much weight and is seriously considering accepting the deal. Using his non-existent brain for once, he realizes there must be a catch and decides to confront Min about it. Our protagonist casually exposes that in exchange, Joe will have to obey each of his orders without a hint of complaint. Joe stands there baffled by how, even though he is the area representative, Min is basically asking him to hand over the reins and play the role of a good little dog. The mobster questions the reason behind such a ridiculous demand, but our guy remains completely silent. Joe tries to dig deeper, but Min refuses to budge an inch and simply tells him to give up already. The gangster's anger begins to boil as he seriously considers rejecting the offer, but the fear of being folded like a sheet by our guy's deadly scythe takes over his mind. Min pulls him out of his reverie and reminds him to make a decision quickly, as the other players are growing tired of waiting. A single drop of sweat runs down Joe's face as he finally spits out his answer and rejects the generous offer like a complete idiot. But our hero already knew that Joe's gigantic ego would never allow him to accept such a deal. Everyone else wastes no time mocking his terrible decision-making skills and how he's too proud to come in second behind someone else. The challengers raise their weapons, eager to teach the gangster a painful lesson, while Min feels satisfied that everything remains exactly the same and decides to stir the waters a bit more. Looking him in the eyes, Min coldly announces that, since Joe clearly doesn't want his help, the others are free to do whatever they want with him. Our hero turns around and walks away while coldly stating that the gangster's survival will make absolutely no sense, as the other players begin to anxiously approach with their weapons drawn, hungry to take Joe down. The documentary guy grips his dagger tightly and starts to seriously wonder if he made the right choice. Before things have a chance to get really ugly, Joe is unexpectedly saved by the system, which alerts them that the stampede is about to begin, sending everyone to their battle positions around the crystal. Joe realizes he can't afford to fight while a group of players is thirsting for his blood. And besides, this isn't supposed to be a team mission. The gangster sees Min walking toward a secluded area and, feeling curious, decides to follow him. He silently follows our boy and wonders if he plans to face the monsters all by himself. But the brief silence doesn't last long, as loud, bloodthirsty growls fill the air and send a wave of dread through the players. The system casually drops the bomb that they will be facing 10,000 goblins, freezing everyone to the bone. The gangster immediately runs to higher ground, but can't help feeling confused about how Black Scythe remains so ridiculously calm. Upon closer observation of the situation, Joe realizes that although the doors have only a small opening, an alarming number of goblins can still squeeze through, which would make even an experienced player sweat. Watching from a balcony, Joe confidently convinces himself that Min must be a braggart and will probably end up fleeing like a coward. Soon, bloodthirsty goblins start pouring through the doors, but our boy is ready as he slices through them like butter, taking down goblin after goblin without missing a beat. Without giving them a breather, Min charges in, quickly weaving through the goblins as he turns them into minced meat. Joe watches the scene unfold in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how powerful our boy is. The goblins try to surround him to gain an advantage, but they fail miserably as they can't dodge his deadly area attacks, while Joe wonders if this strength can be unlocked after leveling up. Frustrated, the gangster decides to stop hiding like a coward and start killing monsters to level up. Since all the players are busy with the monsters, Joe decides to take advantage of the chaos and rack up some free points. The participants are busy protecting the gigantic artifact while defeating the goblins one by one, and Joe sneaks in and joins the fight. The thug sees some goblins, focuses immediately, and begins to take down the weak monsters. Joe smiles with a nasty grin, able to anticipate the incoming monster's attacks with his rune. But his moment of confidence is short-lived as an arrow whizzes past his face and grazes his ear. The gangster immediately loses him while trying to find the source, but he doesn't seem to be able to see any archer goblins. The thug realizes he's being attacked by a player, and his anger rises to the sky as he savors the idea of squeezing the life out of that coward. But before Joe can take another step, he feels something stab him in the side as one of the players plunges a weapon into his abdomen. The non-playable character starts to celebrate, but the muscular one begins to pull out the spear like a Chad, surprising the player, and starts hurling insults.